Auxiliary. In Naruto, Reborn with talent. Rei's appearance. Long pale blonde hair mostly in one massive braid, usually lying on his chest. Emerald-like eyes. Pale skin. Aristocratic face with high cheekbones and well-defined jaw. A slim and athletic body harem. Conan. Tsunade. Nope, won't reveal the future ones. Chapter 1, Awakening. In Naruto, Reborn with talent. The soul opened its eyes with a long gasp as if wanting to take as much air as possible. It was definitely a painful experience and something not worth repeating. Its eyes fell on small hands. Of course, the soul noted as in an almost broken window nearby, it could see its reflection. Pale blonde short hair, emerald eyes, pale skin and worn-out clothes. I really did transmigrate, didn't I? The soul, no. The boy was looking out of the window with an expression filled with mixed feelings. He remembered the talk with the cosmical entity that called itself Tufap. He was not allowed to get OP powers. He was only allowed to pick 3 talents, not even being told how useful said talents will be. It was the saddest day of his existence. When he asked if he would be able to choose the world, the answer was, "You already did." Apparently his inner wish he didn't even know he had, or some other bullshit. He was not amused when he was told he is going to Narutoverse. When he asked if he could choose a clan, random. When he asked if he could choose the village, random. But he could always change in life. When he asked if he will be a ninja or civilian, random. When he asked which timeline, random. He was getting quite irked by that point. So, he asked one last thing, half expecting the same generic answer. He asked if he will be even reincarnated during the shinobi village's era. The answer was, yes. At least some hope sparkled in his mind. He could absent-mindedly hear a loud boom and quickly jumped up on his feet, only to flop back down onto the ground with a killer headache. The memories of this body. His memories flashed through his eyes as he, the new Yotsuba Rei, remembered the memories of the boy he took over. The boy, who died of grief after his parents died a day before. He remembered where he was. Aim no Kuni. He also remembered when he was. Kinda. He overheard people talking about Hanzo the Salamander. Start of the Second Shinobi War. The viciousness of Iwa and Konoha shinobi towards the populace. He also remembered the boy's parents died by the hands of shinobi. His mother was raped by shinobi while his father was tortured. The previous Rei found their dead bloody bodies on the edge of the forest when he came to look for them. His childish mind broke and as he came home, he died of grief, of all things, due to losing his loved ones. The new Rei could see more into the situation. The bodies were found near trees with Konoha symbols on the trees. Clearly, Konoha's enemies are trying to raise an uproar and make a megacore fight against Konoha. He didn't grieve for these people. They might have been the parents of the previous boy residing in this body, but that boy was not him. He only found it sad that shinobi didn't mind killing, raping, and stealing through a country that has nothing to do with their war. All because the country was caught in the middle of their conflict and presented a perfect battlefield. Rei was lucky though. He had a house. Well, as much as a one-room wooden shack can be called a house, anyway. But it was still much more than normal orphans. He still had a roof above his head. And while the crime rate was going up, it was not yet as dire to force the people trying to steal from a kid. He was safe. For now. He also had enough food for a month or so. He could make do with that. Thankfully, the memories contained the teachings of how to read and write in kanji, so that was not a problem either. His handwriting was also naturally neat. Unfortunately, his family was a plain non-shinobi poor civilian one. With a sigh, Rei sat cross-legged on the floor of his shack. He started meditating, focusing inwardly. And surely enough, his 20-something years as a normal human without any supernatural energy in his body showed. Not even 5 minutes later, Rei found and unlocked his chakra. It started as a small spark of warmth in his lower abdomen, something unnatural to him. He slowly coaxed it, led it to open, and spread through his body. It was resistant. It didn't want to leave his abdomen. But, the more he pushed, the easier it got. His will exerted over the energy, the chakra, it was enough to make it course through him. Enough to make him scowl. It was pathetic. The amount. Rei was 7 years old. And he had, what he thought was, a civilian amount of chakra. It was not something he could use to defend himself. With a sigh, he sprawled his limbs on the floor, looking at the ceiling, resisting the urge to groan. He knew kids had it tough in this day and age. He needed more chakra. More power. More control. Control. His body sprang up, back into a sitting position as he again focused on his energy. He tried to make it circle his body. Slowly, ever so slowly, the energy started to flow through it, dragging itself as if it had a viscosity of honey. The energy did not want to comply. But Rei, with a grin, noted his control was impeccable. He stood up and walked closer to the wall. Putting his foot on it, he tried to channel a minuscule amount of chakra on the solace. It quickly slid down. REI scowled as he understood the amount was not enough. He again put his foot on the wall and put more chakra into it. He tried to gently part the leg from the wall only to be happy when the soul stuck on the wall. He looked the entire 20 seconds as his soul was glued to it, the fact that he was currently in a supernatural world finally seeping in. Well, shit. REI cursed at the realization. He was in a very dangerous world without any strength. Why the heck did his inner desire pick this world? He really wondered about it. Really hard and deep. His mind finally came with a time-worthy conclusion. The only reason why he could have wanted to come to Naruto was the girls. There was really no freaking other reason? Either that or Tufap screwed him over. REI had no want for being all-powerful. Wealthy? Maybe. But if he wanted some supernatural power, he would reincarnate as a pure-blood devil in DxD, thinking about boobs. He was sure that somehow could grant him immortality, the ability to convert rocks to gold, and of course, it would also attract females. The women in DxD are weird like that. So, instead of magic, he is in a world of chakra, knives, and fists. Not a good bargain. Really, Kaguya could create dimensions with chakra, but Kaguya is on the level of a deity. Fuck, Tufap did screw me over, didn't he? REI cursed inwardly. REI noted his chakra reserves were getting dangerously low and stopped his musings as he cut the flow of his chakra to his foot. He lasted 2 minutes. No, correction. He had enough chakra to stick one of his feet to a wall for 2 minutes. And even then, it was only thanks to his supreme chakra control trait which enabled him to not waste even an ounce of chakra. His reserves were that low. This trait basically gave him better chakra control. Nothing else was told to him. No information. No description. REI didn't even know what better meant exactly. He picked it because, in the list of talents, there were only 5 things with the adjective supreme and only 2 with the adjective godly. He obviously chose the 2 godly talents and 1 supreme. His supreme chakra control seemed to really be supreme as he felt every single bit of his chakra and instinctively knew he could manipulate it. REI wondered. If he could unlock his chakra in 5 minutes with his control, then how long would a normal child take? What REI didn't know was that the children do not unlock their chakra alone. They get a kind of a jump start from their teachers. That was the reason why the Shinobi Academy was a thing. Otherwise, the world would be roamed by civilian shinobi wannabe who unlocked their chakra on their own by fluke. Many civilians tried to meditate and unlock it, yet only really talented and determined individuals managed it on their own. REI shrugged as he decided not to care about other kids. He was here now. Others didn't matter. He had to think about what he should do from now on. He could. A smile spread through his lips as he remembered what he saw the previous day. Something he was sure the previous REI deemed unimportant. Chapter 2, First Companion. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI stood up. His chakra might be only 10% full and he might be kinda tired because of that, but he could still move. He had to get to his target first. REI exited his shack and found himself on a muddy road, soft drizzle falling onto the streets, preventing them from drying up. He saw more worn-out wooden shacks all around. Clearly, the area was for the poor. REI quickly walked along the street, noting an old man with a dog, a young housewife leaning out of one of the windows as she tried to reach her laundry hanging on a branch, kids playing in the mud with a ball. It was poor but quite a nice view of such a war-torn, depressed, rainy country as AIM. REI suddenly turned to the left and walked into a side alley. The nice view was completely destroyed. The entire side alley was strewn with starved, shivering forms of homeless people. They eyed REI with their hopelessness-filled eyes, looking for any valuables on his person. It was only when they saw his torn clothes they disregarded him with a woeful sigh. They realized it was just another homeless orphan. Not worth even talking to, much less steal from. REI disregarded these people as well. He could not and would not help them. He came to the middle of the alley when he saw a shivering form of a small 6-year-old girl, lying in the mud clutching her hands closer to her chest, trying to find warmth as the rain fell on her. Her cheeks were sunken and she was thin as a twig, but her cautious amber eyes followed him warily as he stepped closer to her. REI crouched down in front of her and smiled. "Hello, I am REI." He introduced himself and the girl was observing him for a minute, shivering, curling into herself before she decided to answer. "Ko Conan." The girl whispered in a quiet, unsure voice as she was unsure of REI's intentions for approaching someone like her. Someone who had nothing to offer. It was quite a sad spectacle. 6 years old but already wary and suspicious of others. "Would you like to come with me?" REI asked her as he reached his hand towards her in the invitation. The people around looked at the pair of children and shook their heads. In this godforsaken land, children had to band together. Shruggingly, they ignored them as this was quite a common occurrence. Just more violent usually. If it was an older girl, she would be beaten to submission to serve older homeless teenagers. After all, no matter how low they were, even they had their hierarchy. But the girl was but a child, and her body could not be sold for food or money. No elder kid was interested in making her serve them. At least adult women could sell themselves willingly to earn money for themselves rather than some opportunistic kid. Boys didn't have it any better though. The strongest were leaders and the weaker ones were underlings. But nobody was interested in deadweights like the starved shivering girl. Except other deadweights. That's why the sight of REI inviting Conan was really nothing out of the ordinary. The others just wrote them off as the next unfortunate corpses they would see a few days later. Conan was torn. On one hand, her current spot was quite nice. It provided at least some cover from the rain, no matter how muddy it was. She was also close to dumpsters where the other people threw their trash. It provided some food for her. She would loathe to leave it, only to find it already taken later. In the end, it was the boy's warm eyes that made Conan timidly take his hand. She didn't know what her future with him held, but she knew at worst she would finally die. In her mind, it was worth the gamble. As Conan took REI's hand, he pulled her up and started slowly, gently dragging her back to his shack. He was no saint to provide the girl shelter for nothing. Conan was investment. Even Conan, after her time on the streets, knew nothing in this world is free, and if the boy really gave her something, he would want something in return. REI took her because he knew exactly what the girl would offer him in return for his kindness. Herself. Conan was worth the trouble. She might have been just an underappreciated side character that died off to further the plot and didn't really have much screen time, but she gave Yahiko and Nagito everything she was. No matter their dreams. No matter their methods. She followed. And when a girl like her is willing to become an S-ranked murderer, a worst sort of a killer to support a friend in his dream. Yes, Conan would give herself to REI. He would make sure of that. He won't exploit her gratitude. Instead, he will make sure she gets stronger and lived a happy life. But life by his side, nevertheless. He wanted to secure the loyalty of the only paper user in the entirety of elemental nations. A paper user who he knew would die for him and adore him if he cared for her. If he showed her she was important. If he made her feel appreciated. REI finally pulled Conan into his shack and was amused at the wide-eyed girl. She didn't think the boy would have a house. She meekly looked at the floor, shuffling her legs nervously. What's wrong? REI asked her. I am dirty. REI looked over her muddy form and nodded. With some difficulty, he brought a bucket of rainwater to the girl. Strip and wash. He took out his father's old cloak and put it near the girl. The shack only had one room, so Conan was plainly visible as she washed with an old sponge and the water from the bucket. REI could clearly see bruises on her body and could only shake his head with a wince. Really, what madness gripped me to wish for living in this world? He wistfully thought. But he could only soldier on, harden his heart and survive. If it meant making others suffer, so be it. He also stripped, startling Conan momentarily. REI's mature mind knew he was acting childish. He should blush, be bashful, and yet, he was a child now. Their nakedness didn't bother him at all. When Conan saw him take another sponge out, she bashfully made a place for him near the bucket. REI, instead of washing himself, started to wash Conan. The girl looked at him in confusion but then just shrugged it off and started washing him with her sponge, a small smile marring her face. Even she didn't know when she last smiled. As the kids were done washing each other, REI handed Conan a slice of hard bread and watched as she gulped when her hands clasped it. She looked at REI, her eyes expectantly asking for permission. Conan started nibbling on the slice only after REI nodded at her, and REI smiled as he started eating his slice. He could not afford to waste food, but Conan looked as if one slice of bread per day was a heavenly meal. Maybe his provisions would last her half a year if she ate frugally like this. But he was a man from the modern era? He needed his 3 meals a day? Why? Conan asked REI timidly as they finished eating, tears of happiness starting to fall from her eyes. Seeing REI tilt his head, she asked more in detail as her eyes repeatedly darted from REI to the ground. Why take me in? Conan looked to the floor and tried to wipe her tears. I want you to become mine, REI exclaimed. In hindsight, maybe not the best worded answer. Conan lived on the streets. She knew, saw what it meant for a girl to belong to a boy. She was always frightened by the screams. But no matter how she tried to close her eyes or cover her ears when night came, many older girls did things with boys. For money. For food. Or other reasons. You. She clutched her head in embarrassment, and REI could only wonder if the steam would start coming from her head. Conan decided. No one was so kind to her. Her childish mind decided she will give herself to the boy, not even understanding what it meant. She may be mature and saw many things on the streets, but she was still a child. In her mind, if she received a slice of bread and a roof over her head, she wouldn't mind doing that painful-looking thing with REI. REI slowly realized the girl was somehow misunderstanding him. So, when he had his fun due to her embarrassment and actually saw the resolve flick through her eyes, he elaborated. Of course, as a friend. Conan blinked at REI, her mind stopping short. She slowly nodded, her eyes trying to avoid REI, but even if this meant she wouldn't need to do that with REI, yet, Conan gained her resolve. It was plainly obvious to REI. In her eyes, he started to become someone important. He doubted she even realized it yet, but for REI, that was a start. A start of getting his first loyal S-ranked ninja. And have no doubts, Conan was more than capable of becoming much stronger than just an S-ranked ninja. REI decided he would make sure of that. Chapter 3, Chakra Strings and Paper Folding. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI and Conan slept cuddled to each other for additional warmth on the small bed in the shack. The next morning, REI stood behind fidgety Conan as she sat cross-legged on the floor. Focus. He ordered and Conan instantly closed her eyes, but her body was still fidgeting from the nervousness. REI sighed and put his hands on her shoulders as he pushed a small amount of his chakra into her abdomen through her shoulders. He could feel Conan sigh in relief as her body shuddered, relishing the feeling. Focus. He repeated, a little more sternly, and felt her body tense for a second before she relaxed and again started meditating. He helped her as she found her chakra, helped her guide it. REI saw that Conan's chakra control is very good even without practicing. Something to be happy about. Especially since she had even less chakra than him. It really drove home the point just what kind of monster Naruto was. REI stood and approached the wall while Conan, her eyes still closed, felt the warm chakra in her body, and played with it. It made REI smile as she saw her slightly curled up lips. Even as a child, Conan wasn't very cheerful. But the more she warmed up to REI, the more she opened up. Conan, REI softly called her. Come here. Conan quickly opened her eyes and crawled towards him. REI thought it was quite cute. Put a layer of chakra on the sole of your dash. He saw her uncomprehending gaze and cracked a smile. Chakra is the warm thingy in your body, all right. Conan gave him a small determined nod. Now, put a small layer on the sole of your foot and try to stick it onto the wall. Conan obediently listened and then tried it. She raised her left foot and put it on the wall. Her face looked focused as she cutely nibbled on her lower lip. Then she tried to yank her feet away from the wall, only for it to be stuck there. It imbalanced her and with a shriek, Conan started flailing her arms in the air. REI quickly came behind her and hugged her body from behind, making her regain stability. Don't be impatient. He chuckled as he told the blushing girl. Seeing her nod and her foot leaving the wall, he released her from his hold. Practice. Try to find the smallest amount of chakra that can stick you to the wall. REI told the girl as he sat down, leaning on the wall as he tried to stick slices of paper on his fingers. Later, he told the girl who was curiously peering at his fingers and the paper. When you find the smallest amount of chakra to stick your foot onto the wall. Conan nodded, and with a renewed vigor, put her all into training. A few days passed. REI and Conan got even closer to each other, but Conan didn't get any more vocal. REI thought that the Conan from Conan that saved Nagato must have spent quite a bit of time with Yahiko already to be that cheerful. The Conan cuddling to him thought, she was fearful, desperate to please, desperate for even the smallest of affection, desperate to be praised, but she outwardly appeared mostly impassive. Yes, it got better. Around him. But with others? Yesterday they went to the market and REI spotted that Conan was always clutching his sleeve and her face always stayed completely stoic. Even as the shopkeeper praised Conan for being well behaved, she only looked to the floor with a nod, but her expression didn't change. Well, at least they bought more food and some paper. After REI saw Conan could stick a paper on each of her fingers, he told her to fold it only with her chakra. He had a lot of fun watching her as she intently gazed at the unmoving slice of paper on her palm in frustration. REI also made Conan exercise with him. Not much. They did not have enough food for it to be beneficial, but they still decided to get at least some push-ups in. Their chakra was rising by the day. REI surmised, it was still not even on the level of an academy student, but daily emptying of their reserves until they had around 10% remaining helped in increasing it. Funnily enough, Conan's skinny figure also got better. The chakra apparently could make humans last more without food and water. She confessed she felt stronger. Her belly also became somewhat flat instead of dented inwards. REI was quite surprised at the change. Chakra was really awesome. It would take weeks for a malnourished child to put some weight on, but Conan went to bed and rose up a bit better every day. Chakra basically tried to keep the body in the optimal state. But the disadvantage was that REI and Conan felt hungrier. REI watched Conan as she was folding paper in half while nibbling on her lower lip. It still took her a lot of concentration. He instead trained to form chakra strings. As thin as possible. It was quite challenging, but his supreme chakra control was very helpful. He could form them by the nonsensical explanation he found in one fanfic. Draw your chakra from the tenketsu in your finger and make it into a thin thread. Whoa! Conan watched with a wide-eyed gaze of awe as a paper started flying above Rei's palm. Rei moved it from the left to the right and chuckled as Conan's eyes intently stared at it. He put his free hand on the head of the cute girl. Don't worry, I will teach you later. For now, focus on folding. Okay. Kana bobbed her head up and down but didn't leave to practice. She firmly stood, leaning her head into Rei's hand. Okay. He again chuckled. Sit down. Conan happily sat in between his legs and leaned her back on his chest while trying to fold the paper as Rei patted her head while his other hand was manipulating 2 slices of papers on 2 thin chakra threads. Anything heavier than that was beyond him. For now, Rei started suspecting Conan had a bloodline. That her paper bullshit is not just a superb chakra control and dedication to paper manipulation. He gaped when the girl made the slices of paper fly with a giddy giggle. Why was he surprised? Because he did not teach her the chakra threads yet. The girl just wanted them to fly, so she imbued them with her chakra and they flew. It was bullshit. Really? Chakra did not work that way? Not for him at least? Hence, he really started suspecting it was a bloodline. She was living with Rei for a month already. After he allowed her to sit in his lap, Rei quickly found out the girl liked to cuddle and hug. She almost always sat in his lap as she practiced her folding technique, expecting him to pat her head. It was jaw-dropping seeing her just after a week of practice create a paper airplane. But when she started creating some simple flowers after 2 additional weeks, Rei stopped caring. Rei used this little head pat addiction of hers to practice his chakra strings while making the folding harder for her. He connected the strings to her paper and moved it around in front of them while Conan tried to fold it while it was moving and away from her hands. She first had to imbue the paper with her chakra, but then she could mold it mid-air. It only required focus. That was what Rei tried to train her in, since he was not only forbidding her to touch the paper but also do it while it was moving. The cute munchkin was following the paper with her amber gaze, trying to make her chakra fold it. His chakra strings also tried to make her lose focus as he connected them to her feet, her fingers, and his favorite, the tips of her hair, occasionally gently pulling. It was fun making her hair stand with his strings. It was also incredibly hard as he had to multitask and create many strings to do it. Alas, it was worth it. Rei was always smug when he heard Conan giggle and lose her focus and then pout at him. But this month was enough. They needed more food, and now that he had chakra strings and Conan could make paper fly, they could borrow some. Chapter 4, Stealing. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Are you sure this? Conan unsurely and frightfully looked at the target. Rei and she were standing in a side alley near the market, clad in black hooded cloaks, and watched a butcher trying to sell meat. Next to him was a stall with fruits. And on the other side were clothes. The quality was as one would expect from a war-torn country, but at least it didn't rain today. Yes, Conan. Do you think you can help me? Rei asked her patiently. The chibi Conan nodded her head in determination. Do you remember the plan? Another bout of eager nods and Rei cracked a smile. Then, here we go. He gave her a stack of papers. Conan took it and imbued each piece with her chakra, giving each enough to last the distance between her and the stalls. Nodding at each other, their plan started. Rei focused. His 10 invisible chakra strings stretched towards the stall and connected to various sacks with light things inside. He took a deep breath and signaled Conan to start. Just as the owner of the stall with clothes turned his back on the butcher, Rei made a few good-looking clothes fall into the mud. The clothes merchant quickly twisted his body around and his eyes landed on the now muddy pieces of his wares. They coldly shifted to the only man around, the butcher. As the men loudly shouted at each other, they attracted attention. The fruit stall owner came closer to them, trying to defuse the situation, only for his foot to be yanked back by an invisible string as he was coming towards them. The 2 bickering merchants suddenly found their faces full of mysteriously floating paper, obscuring their vision. They could only hear a loud crashing noise. It was when they finally got the paper from their faces they found. The butcher's stall was toppled over, a lot of meat in the mud. In the middle of it was a disoriented fruit stall owner, still seeing stars while the butcher was glaring at him, seeing red and holding his knife. The clothes stall owner was on the other hand frowning at the butcher, his eyes demanding money for the ruined clothes. People gaped at what happened and started to come closer. Rei among them. He quickly used his chakra strings to get pouches with money. He targeted those away from him and used his height to his advantage. It is hard to notice someone in a crowd who barely reaches your waist after all. If someone noticed his pull, he would throw the pouch upwards. The crowd quickly became crazed as the money started spilling from various pouches and Rei had an easier time pickpocketing. Deciding enough was enough as the people started calming down, he walked towards the alley with a battered-looking sack full of purses. As he was in the alley, Conan sent another flurry of paper into the crowd, straight at their faces. Rei quickly attached chakra strings at unopened sacks of meat and fruit and pulled them to the side alley. He also took 2 bundles of clothes as theirs were already worn out. The crowd was still fighting with the paper storm that mysteriously tried to stay in their faces as the 2 kids were happily hopping home. 11 sacks of rightfully stolen loot floating behind them on Rei's chakra strings. Their first operation netted them nice new clothes. Conan quickly took it to herself to pick the best pieces for her Rei. She didn't even know when she started to think about Rei as hers, but she knew she liked her friend. She didn't want to steal. But there was nothing she wouldn't do for Rei. Rei was kind to her. And she promised to become his, right? Both now sported better clothes. Conan was astonished at the stacks of Ryo they acquired. Apparently, Rei focused on merchants more and tried to get their purses. Rei stole 50,000 Ryo. That was a lot. The best part was the meat and fruit though. They ate their fill in celebration of success, and Conan finally, for the first time in years, ate until her stomach was full. Not for once did she regret taking Rei's hand. Rei taught her, filled her belly, and patted her head. He hugged her good night too. Conan decided she will train hard and protect Rei. Her time on the streets taught her that only the strong survive. She had her reservations, but she already stole. Only the strongest can abuse and kill the weaker. Conan decided she will make sure she is strong enough to not be the weaker. No matter who, she will kill anyone trying to harm Rei. Slowly, the resolve in the girl and her goals, dreams, and values started shifting. Her mind became set in its path as it approached the mindset of her older counterpart. The counterpart that let a sweet girl like her become an S-ranked killer. Unknown to Rei, his desire to make the girl into his loyal follower was almost fulfilled. But, not unlike one Hiruzen Sarutobi in the not-so-distant future, he also had no idea that one should not try to manipulate attention-starved children who lived through hell. Not when you are the person who saved them. The results can be unpredictable. Rei had no idea that his friend was becoming a tad bit too fanatical, even if she could hide it well behind her mask of stoicism. In years to come, he will be grateful as well as annoyed at this change. As for Conan, she will always reminisce fondly on this day while serving tea to Rei. As this was the day, her heart finally found her life goal. Rei suddenly shuddered as a cold chill passed through his spine. His head snapped towards Conan only to find her amber eyes stare at him with a minuscule smile. Relaxing, thinking it was just his imagination, he smiled back at her. So, Conan-chan, how much did you steal? He asked her with a playful smirk as the girl went beet red. While Rei was in the crowd, stealing, Conan's small slices of paper were floating in the other part of the crowd, getting to a close proximity with the purses and sharing the chakra in them, imbuing the banknotes with Conan's chakra. She had a lower haul, but she had it nonetheless. I got a little over 10,000 Ryo. Conan meekly offered the stash of banknotes to Rei. Keep them, Rei told her, making her bewildered. I am more interested in this. Rei raised an apple with his chakra string. Can you feel the thread? Conan looked at him weirdly but shook her head. And now, Rei put more chakra into it. The string was still invisible though. He didn't need her to put the answer into words. Her wide eyes were enough. It never came up because his control was always enough to not put so much chakra into them, but now that he consciously raised the output, Conan could clearly feel it. Her eyes raised between the apple and Rei's hand, clearly trying and failing to see something her mind was telling her was there. You are a chakra sensor. Rei cut the chakra flow and spotted Conan attentively listening to him. Well, it is not really that surprising. To be able to imbue the paper with your chakra, you would first have to feel it. So, there. Rei chuckled. I just never made the connection, you know, until I saw you maneuver the banknotes through the thick crowd without the need for seeing them, that is. Then and there it hit me. You have this talent too. We will have to refine it, K. Conan nodded enthusiastically. Rei knew there was no shinobi around. His second talent, godly nature energy attunement, made him able to feel his surroundings much more. He felt only 2 above civilian levels of chakra in the town. Him and Conan. It was still only the start of the war and barely the first skirmishes started. He had time, but he needed to make Conan into a capable sensor too. Unconsciously, Rei started to care for Conan. He slowly started seeing her as more than just a possible loyal follower. Neither of them was aware of it, but they already trusted the other with their lives. Alas, chakra works in mysterious ways when it comes to maturing. After all, the beloved last Uchiha did have hordes of babies craving kids, called fangirls, after the contents of his brooding mini-me every day of the academy. Chapter 5, The War Intensifies and the First Fight. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. A few months have passed since Rei's and Conan's first thievery. Since then, they repeated it 3 more times, making sure there is almost a month between them, and also did their best to spend some of their money, so they will be seen in the market buying things, just in case somebody got suspicious. During these months, REI's and Conan's chakra skyrocketed. They now could walk on walls for 50 minutes before their chakra depleted. It was all thanks to the food, especially meat, that their chakra increased. It also helped with their muscles. While they were still kids, their bodies now were more of flat and toned variety rather than skinny and starved. Both of them started running around the nearby forest to increase their speed and also did various exercises. Conan was not much of a physical type, but she did try to run with REI. She made it even tougher for herself as she focused on folding 2 papers in her hands as she ran. They were changing shapes from cranes, to various flowers, to shurikens, kunaus, and so on. REI wasn't much of a physical type either. That much was obvious from the way both him and Conan were huffing and puffing at the end of the day, but he was getting better. They were getting better. REI was not really used to exercise in his last world and was a kinda lazy person. He loved just chilling and playing games or reading novels. But right now, he somehow started to get used to this life. Wake up, kiss Conan's cheek, eat, practice with Chakra with Conan in his lap, lunch, exercises, dinner, practice with Chakra with Conan in his lap, cuddles with Conan, sleep. Rinse and repeat. What astonished him was Conan. She didn't have the mentality of an adult, yet she could keep with him just fine. No, she made a visible effort and actually tried to overtake him. When he asked her why she was trying so hard, he got a well-deserved stare and was told to protect you. It really ignited his motivation somewhat fiercely. REI mostly focused on chakra strings to be able to hurl humans or human-sized boulders with them as if he was using slingers. And while it was quite inaccurate, it was at least something. REI also focused more on the stickiness part of tree walking. He could now stick and unstick himself whenever he wanted, either with his hands or soles of his feet. This also helped with attaching the things on the end of his chakra strings and making them stick. Conan was practicing the hardening of her papers and sharpening the edges. It was not really a wind chakra, but it always made REI sweat drop. These things she called paper were slowly becoming as dangerous as shurikens, especially since Conan could make up to 20 of them on the fly by now. Both of them learned how to enhance their bodies with chakra, which made them able to exercise for the entirety of the afternoon, which in turn made them even stronger physically, increasing their chakra and stamina. They were really pulling each other ahead. All in all, they were no Kakashi or Itachi, but then again, they did not have teachers, technique scrolls, money, nor special food. If there is one thing the villages and clans were good for, it was good learning opportunities. Without knowledge of jutsu creation, chakra theory, or at least some jutsu, REI was not about to try creating his own jutsu. Who knows what could go wrong? For the resources they had, they did good. REI and Conan were running through the forest when REI suddenly stopped. His sensory abilities told him there are 3 ninjas nearby. Thankfully, they did not feel special or strong. While they were a lot stronger than both Conan and REI combined, they were heading straight at them, so REI stopped Conan with a gesture and they promptly hid in the foliage. They didn't know how to mask their chakra, but they could disperse it. Meaning, Conan imbued 30% of her chakra into 30 papers and made them hide all around into the nearby trees and bushes. They knew this could momentarily fool sensors because REI's senses could be fooled too until he focused more in depth. As for Conan, she had no chance of finding out unless she spent minutes in the vicinity. Her chakra sensing was kinda a work in progress. What are we going to do? Conan whispered. We gotta fight. REI resignedly told her. They are heading straight for us. That's no coincidence. They probably have a chakra sensor, but he should not be a particularly strong sensor. Surprise attack. Conan nodded. Surprise attack. And with that, Conan pushed 50% of her remaining chakra into 50 small, shuriken-like origami, hardening and sharpening them. From the bushes, they could see 3 IWA shinobi land exactly where REI and Conan stood when REI sensed them. They were looking around warily. Genin Kezubo, where are the shinobi you told us about? A small annoyed man barked. I don't know Kilabi-sensei, but I do sense something. That was as far as the sensor nin got when the man called Kilabi jumped away. Conan's shuriken origami instantly flew straight at the 2 genin. They wanted to jump away too, but REI quickly stuck a chakra string on each of their feet and pulled, making them fall onto the ground. The paper shurikens shredded the poor man. Tch stupid genin. Kilabi snarled as his eyes started drifting all over the trees and bushes. REI thought he would not find them, but it seems he underestimated experienced shinobi a bit. He barely managed to lift a rock with his string to block a kunao heading at Conan. He saw Conan freeze as she saw the men she killed, and he did not have time for making her snap back to reality. He had to engage the man. Knowing well he did not have any chance without cheating, he gave a kick to Conan and jumped out of the bush. He did not see her blink, take a deep breath, and nod with determination. Conan stayed hidden. Who are you? Rei exclaimed, and he pointed at the Kilabi as if the man just offended him. Kilabi's eyebrows raised into his hairline at the sight. A kid? These two idiots died to a fucking kid. He started laughing, but Rei could see the man visibly relaxed. Well, I am Kilabi, Chunin from IWA. The man who is gonna kill ya kid. The man leisurely twirled kunai on his fingers and stared at Rei as if he was his prey. Okay. Rei nodded seriously, making the man do a double take. But Shinobi-san? Could you tell me why? Rei asked. Why what brat? Kilabi stopped twirling the kunai. Why are you so fine with your comrade's death? Rei asked curiously. Kilabi chuckled. These two idiots. I wanted to get rid of them eventually anyway. I enjoy having a female in the team more, if you know what I mean. Ah, you are just a common pervert. Rei screamed at him, his finger again pointing in accusation on the man. The kid was really making Kilabi mad. The respectable Chunin he was, decided to get this over with and gut the kid good. There was an entire village. He could perhaps choose a woman to enjoy there afterward. This shitty war had at least some advantages. He jumped at the kid, seeing his frightened widening eyes. Kilabi's smirk became bigger the closer he got. Rei knew he couldn't evade Kilabi. The Chunin was too fast for him. As he saw Kilabi approach, his eyes widened and he did the only thing he could. He flung himself to the ground. This momentarily stopped Kilabi as his kunai didn't stab the kid and instead hit the air. He tsked at the lucky evade and he aimed the kunai downwards about to skewer the annoying brat. Unfortunately, Rei had him at close range, and his chakra strings that could hurl human-sized boulders, yanked Kilabi forward, towards the bushes where Conan was hiding. The man couldn't avoid the 10 incredibly sharp slices of paper aiming at his throat as he was midair. His head was sent flying before he realized what happened. Conan quickly scurried towards Rei before Kilabi's body could even hit the ground. Are you alright? She shrieked as she looked all over him. Yes. We were lucky. Rei panted from the fear and killing intent he felt as the Chunin jumped him. He was fast. He stated a matter of fact. Way too fast. Conan nodded and hugged Rei tightly. We gotta get better. Yes, Rei. After they calmed down and enjoyed a few more reassuring warm hugs, they searched the bodies and scavenged a few kunais, shurikens, money, and storage scrolls. Kilabi even had 2 special papers that could gauge chakra nature. He was probably tasked to give them to the 2 dead genins. After gathering everything of value, Rei and Conan scrambled away. They wouldn't enjoy being attacked by another shinobi. Rei only thanked the god that their village was so out of hand and the chakra sensors were quite rare. Chapter 6, The Third Talent? In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Conan played with the pointy metal. This was the first time she had one in hand and it gave her an example of how sharp and hard her paper should be. She was excitedly waving it around while her other hand held a paper kunai, visibly changing to resemble the normal one. It was a cute sight since she nibbled her lower lip in concentration. Rei chuckled and returned to his own musings. He was sitting above the storage scroll. The scroll was empty and even Conan gawked when Rei just casually hit the trigger to empty it without even seeing a storage scroll previously. He grinned. His godly nature energy attunement talent is giving him sensing ability. For now, he actually can feel Senjutsu Chakra too but never tried to take it in. Too dangerous. Too little chakra in his system to balance it. While yes, he theoretically should have total control over it, but better safe than sorry. But, the talent worked wonders. As Rei saw the seal, his third and last talent he picked, worked wonders too. His last talent was Godly Sealing Talent. Rei didn't know what to exactly expect but the second he saw the seal, he somehow instinctively understood how to work with it. He could, maybe copy it but not tweak. He did not have the knowledge. But the storage seal provided an enormous amount of discoveries to him. He understood some underlying principles by reading the kanji and how they worked. He was so disappointed to explain simply what he found out. Rei did not have knowledge of the inner workings of the seal but he could still read the kanji that made the seal. Space. Withdraw, intent. Store, intent. And some equations alongside it. Correction. Some nonsensical equation alongside it that held it all together and described the parameters of the space. The trigger was obviously chakra and the space holder was the scroll. Rei put 1 and 1 together. He also brainstormed for any possible theory. Rei was not sure but his mind played with a theory. Quite idiotic theory. A theory that said that sealing is basically using a kanji, imbuing it with chakra, and waiting for the magical effect the intent in the chakra provides when it collides with the kanji. He also noticed that 2 of the storage scrolls had a different setup. It was as if they were written by a different. Oh. Rei opened his mouth into a silent oh. I see. They use different sealing languages. It made sense, kinda. Both scrolls were in kanji, but the way they were written was different, meaning a different maker and different language. Where one had space, another had storage, and so on. But then, why did they function almost the same? Rei took out a paper and let his instincts lead him. He wrote on the paper while pouring his chakra into the ink. He wrote space, withdraw, intent, store, intent, and added parameters. Exactly the same from the first scroll. The catch was, he did it in English. He took a rock and put it on the paper with his English storage seal. He took a distance while pulling Conan with him and with a chakra string activated the storing function. The rock disappeared in a puff of smoke. Phew. So it works that way too? Neat. I just discovered my own sealing language that this world won't be able to decipher. Rei almost jumped from giddiness as Conan looked at him in confusion. In the end, she just shrugged, sat down, and returned to her origami kunao. Rei then used his chakra string to activate the withdrawal function and imagined the rock. Needless to say, it worked. The problem though was the parameters. Rei groaned and promptly face-palmed. Imagine addition and subtraction in kanji. Now, this scroll was a quite standard one and Rei suspected it was a very simple piece of funjutsu. So, subtraction and addition didn't even need to be used as it only needed a definition of the created space. But, what about spatial funjutsu? Containment 1? Barriers? Heck. Baijuyu seals? The shit hits the fan and the seal is as long as an entire fucking scroll. Not to say ineffective as heck since this world was a feudal one. They had some electrical appliances and technology but higher mathematics? Shinobis were glad when they knew the multiplication table. It just wasn't needed for their job. Rei knew the shinobi probably developed the sealing arts in a way that mathematics were not needed, but unless he saw it. He really doubted it would be efficient though. At least these storage scrolls were definitely not. Rei could make one in English and better equations with 1/10 of the space that was needed for the one in kanji. Rei suddenly had a very nasty sinking feeling that Minato Namikaze actually did manage to create a teleportation seal with only addition and subtraction, moreover in kanji, and suddenly he wanted to puke blood. Rei decided to widen their arsenal. He started to experiment. It didn't take a week for him to create a working exploding tag, if it even can be called that, since one of Conan's small slices of paper was enough to hold it with a lot of free space. The point was, Rei could not create much of them and certainly not powerful enough. His best shot was only half as strong as the single explosion tag he found on Kilabi. That stuff really needed much more knowledge on seals and Rei was taping into it headfirst without having a book or teacher. It took time. Nevertheless, even if it was only half of the power of the generic shinobi exploding tag, it was enough to cause injuries. With Conan's ability, it was so worth it. To create even one tag capable of hurting somebody would cost him 50% of his chakra reserves. He now had the 3 idiots who attacked them as comparison, and he understood that while Conan was on the border of very, very low genin, he is a mid-level academy student when it came to reserves. She somehow overtook him while he was busying himself with funjutsu. Sigh, at least my control is much better than even Conan's, he thought. So far, he was capable of creating one small storage seal and exploding tag. He then spent the next few days developing a simple stasis seal. All of his experiments, of course, needed Conan, so neither of them made much progress in their own chakra practice, but they both knew this could give them the necessary edge to win their fights. The stasis seal was a very helpful thing, but they had to tweak, retweak, and then completely overhaul it so many times, even Conan was a bit fed up. The point was, if they wanted Conan's paper kunaos to keep their chakra sharpened or chakra hardened state while in the storage seal, they had to put them and the chakra affecting them in stasis until they were released. Otherwise, the chakra would run out in the storage scroll and the paper kunao would just turn into, albeit crumpled, still only a normal paper. They finally succeeded on the 5th day, and a few of Conan's small papers contained a new storage seal tweaked for battle. She could activate it whenever at will, since the activation needed only her chakra and the paper was literally soaked in her chakra. What it needed was only her intent to set off the seal. The seal was a storage one with an inbuilt stasis seal. Inside were contained hardened and sharpened paper shurikens, and the trigger had a feature that gave the projectiles a push, sending them flying in multiple directions when the seal triggered. Fast. The best part was that the speed and the directions were somewhat adjustable on triggering the seal, so it was a really nice surprise weapon. Rei kept some of these papers with this seal because even he could use it. But Conan? She had already 10 stashed away for emergencies and always bugged Rei to create more of them for her. Rei also made quite a lot of exploding tags, as every day before he went to sleep he was able to create 2, almost depleting his chakra. Conan had 7 and he had 3. It was not really a question. Conan could remotely activate them whenever she was, as long as she could feel them with her sensory ability. She was born to be a carrier for seals, damn it. Her paper manipulation is golden when in conjecture with a seal master. Chapter 7, Chakra Nature. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent, Conan took the chakra paper into her hand. You gotta push a small amount of chakra into it. Okay, REI. Conan did so and the paper was torn into 3 pieces. One of these pieces was over half of the entire chakra paper big and was promptly shredded to small pieces. Wind. One of the remaining pieces was completely soaked, signalizing water, while the other turned to dust. Earth. Conan looked at REI with an expectant and excited gaze at REI, who released a soft exasperated sigh. You have a main wind affinity. A strong one, at that? Well, figures, this is probably what helps your bloodline to fold the paper and sharpen it? Just my guess. Conan nodded attentively. Next you have earth affinity. I would say this is what makes your paper durable and capable of hardening? Maybe, maybe not. Conan only relocated her gaze to the soaked part. She looked kinda like a puppy, wide eyes pleading for an explanation. The last is water affinity. I must say I dunno, maybe it helps you keep the shape of your paper in the water? I mean it gets wet alright, but I never saw it soaked. It's as if it was made of something unable to absorb water or something. Can you even consciously control that? REI meant that. This was Aim no Kuni. Most of the year, the rain never stopped. Yet, Conan's paper stayed intact even under the rain when they ran through the forest. He always thought it was due to her chakra and looks like he was partially right. Conan took his words to heart and filled one of her papers with her chakra. She sunk it into a bucket full of water and watched as the paper held its form. Suddenly, she started to get ideas on how to exploit it in battle. She was, after all, in a water-filled country. If she could shoot her shurikens from water. After she was done contemplating the best way to murder someone, Conan tried to actually control this attribute of the paper and the paper got soaked. She stared at it, giddy at learning something new about her capabilities, and tried to unsoak the paper. REI could only stare in surprise as the paper expelled the water, still sunk deep in the bucket, and became yet again a properly flat form. A second later, he saw Conan start folding it into an origami under the water. I call bullshit, he thought. 3 main elements and all helping in her paper manipulation. REI knew what this was. It was obvious. No matter how much denial he was in, the girl didn't have a Kekii Genkai. No, she had yet unregistered Kekii Toda. Now, why the hell Jiraiya in the canon never noticed? Because it is bullshit. That's why. Kekii Toda is rare as fuck. In the entire world, only Oniki is supposed to have it at the moment, and it is very destructive. Even if you find somebody with 3 chakra natures, it could be called lucky, but wouldn't mean that person has Kekii Toda. Heck, it would not mean that person has Kekii Genkai. To have Kekii Genkai, one has to have 2 chakra natures capable of working in tandem to create a new, special type of chakra, in case of elemental Kekii Genkai, or a special type of chakra, mostly derived from elemental chakra, that does something, not elemental. And then there are dojutsu. Anyway, Conan is certainly in the second category, as it was proven that her chakra natures indeed do affect her paper manipulation. As for why REI called it bullshit, even he could fold paper with his chakra. He bet even Jiraiya could. That was most likely why Jiraiya disregarded it as a talent for chakra control when it came to making origami. But he cannot make the paper fly, sharpen, harden, cut, etc. unless he directly imbued the elemental chakra into it. Conan can. On instincts alone. Jiraiya surely just disregarded her the same as he disregarded Naruto. He saw Rinnegan, a candidate for the prophesied child, and anything else was a moot point for him. REI had problems with creating 2 exploding tags, yet Conan is able to divide her chakra and manipulate up to 50 paper shurikens so far, simultaneously at that. That's multitasking at its finest. If it was not instinctive, there is no way her mind would be able to do it. He called hacks. REI. Conan pulled him out of his reverie. Your turn. She pointed at the chakra paper in his hand and REI sighed, wishing for something good. Like, dunno, at least 2 natures would be nice. He casually pushed a sliver of his chakra into it. There was really no need to be tense. The result would not change anyway. What happened next made Conan and REI widen their eyes. The paper split into 5 identical parts. One was torn to shreds. One was turned to dust. One was soaked wet. One was crumpling with sparks. One was set on fire. Oh, I have all 5 chakra natures. REI stood there stunned, thinking about how it could happen while Conan was beaming. She was happy her friend had so much potential. Congratulations, REI. Conan excitedly jumped next to him and took his hands into hers as she expressed her happiness by spontaneously kissing him on the cheek and tightly hugging him. Thank you, REI sincerely told her as his arm snaked around her small frame and returned the hug. Let's play, Conan innocently asked, and REI didn't want to destroy the atmosphere between them. Sure. They then proceeded to spend the afternoon together, playing with each other. Either doing dodgeball with Kunao, a tag on the ceiling, or tug of war with a paper. Conan with her paper manipulation and REI with his chakra strings. It was only later that night when REI laid on the bed, Conan snuggled into his side, fast asleep. He thought about his chakra natures. His mind had a few solutions. His supreme chakra control talent or his godly nature energy talent. Or these two talents mixed together. He just had to know because it might be information capable of giving him an idea of how to exploit it further. A task for another time, perhaps. REI sighed as he felt very tired. Conan can be incredibly energetic when it comes to playing a tag. REI looked at the peaceful sleeping face of the girl and his hand rested on her head as a slight smile appeared on his face. He closed his eyes and focused on the natural energy around them, carefully pulling a strand into his own body, dissolving it in his muscles, bones, blood, and organs, feeling them get slightly stronger as his body felt as if it was just pampered and massaged. He then did the same for Conan, who melted into him with a satisfied expression because of that. Afterward, his consciousness was engulfed by the darkness. Night and exhaustion claimed him. Chapter 8, Leaving Home. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI and Conan stood in the woods, both clutching a slip of paper between their palms as they trained their nature transformation. Conan was trying to cut the paper in half while REI trained his sap ability first. But damn was it hard to make the paper wrinkled. They trained for months on this alone. REI really had no idea how the twerp of Uchiha learned Chidori in a month. Kakashi had to be a hell of a good teacher for that to happen. A pity that was only when he actually wanted to teach something to someone. After all, he was Umbu captain and did train new recruits. Saying he didn't know how to teach, yeah, sure. Alas, REI was in a severe lack of a teacher and had to wing it. Conan had similar problems, but REI's advice of try to make your chakra sharp helped, somewhat. She could already cut the leaf after 3 months, but now she wanted to learn to control her wind chakra and actually coat the paper in it instead of cutting it. It was still a work in progress. REI could actually create lightning chakra. It was no jutsu, alright. But he could numb, or give a slight jolt to others. He tried. He had a lot of unsuspecting test subjects in the marketplace. It was nothing much so far, but this was aim no kuni. There was water everywhere, so it would prove useful. Especially since he could conduct his lightning chakra through his chakra strings. REI mostly focused on his funjutsu. After these months, Conan had hundreds of exploding tags on her person and he had a few tens. Same with the storage seals filled with paper shurikens. He had 10 while Conan had around 100. REI was very curious why the seals work even though they have no real chakra sustaining them. Surely the seals should cease their function as the chakra dissipates, right? No way a seal could function years. He found the answer when he left one storage seal near his bed when he was about to fall asleep and focused on the natural energy to strengthen his and Conan's body. He spotted a very, very minuscule amount of natural energy sustaining the seal. It was so small it seemed like an occasional flicker, and even Sage Mode Naruto would have a hard time spotting it even if he was looking straight at it. But it was there. He once again thanked God for his godly nature energy attunement talent. The day after that, he started consciously putting natural energy into his seals the same way he did with his and Conan's body, and his exploding tags' effectiveness improved by a factor of 2. They were now slightly stronger than the tags stolen from the IWA shinobi. Considering Conan had more than 100 of them. Thanks to natural energy and being older, both their bodies improved tremendously. They didn't have any taijutsu style but often sparred together. REI's body was stronger though. Thanks to his talent, he could take much more senjutsu chakra into his system to passively boost his body over time, and it showed. He was faster, stronger, and more durable. It all became a moot point the second Conan started to use her paper. It really put into perspective just why bloodline clans and clan shinobi are so much more valued in shinobi villages. With the same amount of training and in the same conditions, Conan could trash him because he did not have anything special. No technique. No bloodline. The strength of his body could get him only so far. Thankfully he had his talents. He knew exactly how strong funjutsu and sage arts are in later stages. For now, he would endure and become stronger. REI, Conan suddenly called out to him, pulling him out of his thoughts. He looked at her, and instantly spotted her wary look. Check. His eyes widened. Conan could leave her paper around and use them as a kind of extension of her chakra sensing. The entire town and the woods had pieces of her paper scattered just in case. Check meant she discovered something wrong. House. Conan thinned her lips. REI quickly started sensing the area through senjutsu and froze. Fuck. 10 squads. 30 feels similar to genin. 15 shinin. 5 higher. REI used the shinobi from IWA as a measuring scale so he could at least feel amounts of chakra. They are slaughtering people. He cursed. This was not how he imagined his afternoon to go. Thankfully, their supplies were stashed in storage scrolls they had always on themselves. Orders. Conan looked at REI. while Rei thought it was cute how she started to act as a subordinate, especially since they both were 8-but. Activate the exploding tags scattered around the town when a shinobi comes into their vicinity. I will alert you when they get into the forest. We will do the same. We can't outrun them and we'll have to outsmart them and hide. For now, let's run in the opposite direction of the town. Rei didn't know if they had a chakra sensor or anyone who could track them, but he was not really inclined to find out. Both Conan and Rei started running away. The town was a mess. Blood, guts, and gore filled the streets as men, women, and children were being slaughtered left and right by Konoha shinobi. Why? Because it was a good place for an outpost. Surrounded by woods so rare in the aim. Konoha were used to woods. It was their home field. There was no way they would not try to acquire this town. Alas, the people were quite useless for them. Hey, Daiki! A woman screamed at a man nearby who was tearing clothes from a young teenage girl. No, she barked, showing her canines. Clearly an Inuzuka. The man grumbled but obeyed and instead slit the girl's throat in annoyance. He wanted to say fuck you to the Inuzuka bitch, but she was Jonin and he was still a genin. Misa Inuzuka looked around with a cold gaze. Deep down, she could sympathize with the people, but she had her orders. She could only watch in apathy as her subordinates kill children, women, and the elderly. She was long used to scenes like this. That's when it happened. Daiki was approaching her and out of sudden, he wasn't. A loud boom resounded through the town as the exploding tag tore Daiki to shreds, sending his torn limbs flying apart as his guts painted the ground red and shitty. Misa could only curse. This was a trap. Regro Desh. Before she could give that order, a series of other loud booming sounds resounded all over the village. The Konoha finally met with each other, uncaring about the people who were running away, as their orders were to leave nobody alive in the town. If somebody manages to outrun shinobi, no qualms there. Laughable thought. Who would believe it? Misa and her ninkin sat in the corner as she saw 3 of her Jonin-ranked colleagues. That's all of us. A man, a barame, told them, making them astonished. 4 Jonin, 9 shinin, and 18 genins. They lost 19 people so far. Misa couldn't help but curse. This mission was swiftly becoming one of those fabled troublesome rank UPS. Okay, Misa sighed as she heard the man who had the command. Seizo hey take. We will stay here and secure the place. Misa, you will take 5 shinin and go scout the forest. Mikuro, he nodded at the Abarame man. Says there is a chakra trail there. Be careful, we have no idea how the exploding tags are hidden from his bugs. Especially since there seems to be no delay between activation and explosion. If you find hostiles, kill them. Misa and her 5 shinin came to the edge of the forest, all feeling uneasy. That's when Ninkin barked at her, that he found the smell of humans. The group quietly hopped from tree to tree, keeping some distance between them. Akaro, a shinin, was about to spring himself away as his feet impacted the thick branch when, what? Were his last thoughts, as his mind didn't even manage to register the pain as he was literally slaughtered by a flurry of paper shurikens enhanced by wind chakra. Misa could only watch in horror as one of her chinin was made into a Swiss cheese instantly. She gestured to the group to stop. Guys, careful. I have no idea what this shit is, but obviously, we are against a very skilled Funjutsu master. The explosive tags have no delay and the traps are enhanced with elemental chakra. Rei didn't know that his stasis seal was a masterpiece in the eyes of the ninja. No stasis or storage seal was able to hold chakra infused into the weapons, much less if that chakra was elemental one. The group scattered, getting even more distance between themselves in fear of being caught up in the traps together. They hopped from tree to tree, following the Ninkin. Misa could swear she could occasionally see 2 running figures far away through the trees, but as she was about to focus more on them, Kira, the man in the position next to her, was sent flying to high heavens, and fell near bushes. Misa could only curse. Her instincts flared, and even if Kira was a slight distraction, surely intentional, she managed to jump backward, just in time to avoid another flurry of futon paper shurikens. She landed on the ground and noted that the branch was completely shredded. She cursed again. A powerful wind user. A groan tore through her throat. With the corner of her eyes, she could see shaken Rika staring at Kira, her fiancé, and Wobbly approach his corpse while tears streamed down her face. Misa was about to admonish the girl when she took the charred body of her man into her arms, but a whirl of papers flew out of the bushes, sticking onto terrified Rika. Misa will never forget the horror-filled eyes as the chinin under her command looked at her pleadingly just a split of second before the papers exploded, torn both her and her already deceased fiancé to shreds, leaving only a bloody smear and charred ground behind. Suddenly, Misa and the 2 remaining shinin didn't feel like correction. 1 remaining shinin. Mika watched as Kaguro fell prey to yet another storm of futon paper shuriken. Yes, Misa and Muko, the last shinin, really did not feel like following. Retreat. Misa ordered in apathy and Muko obeyed with a gulp. Chapter 9, Mistake? In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Misa entered the house that was chosen as a makeshift command center and found Teiko sitting behind a table. The man spotted Misa's distraught expression and suddenly had a sinking feeling. Jonin Misa, what's the situation? Teiko, Misa sadly shook her head. Kira, Rika, and Akaro are dead. The forest is packed with explosive tags and traps. All high quality without delay or any signs before activation. The enemy has a skilled futon user as the weapons were infused with futon chakra. We first. She proceeded to explain the entire situation to the slightest of detail. Any visuals? No, Misa denied. Only 2 running kids, but even then it was a fleeting thing from far away. I, however, don't think a kid would be able to dash. You would be surprised. Seizo interrupted her with narrowed eyes. Paper shurikens, you say? It may be some new Kekkai Genkai. We have to report it. He sighed and dragged his hand through his tired eyes. This is a disaster, Misa. Yes. Seizo. The two knew each other as both had a thing for Ninken. They just hated to let it be known. 22 casualties on a mission to take over a civilian town. It couldn't get any worse. Just then Conan's explosive tags in the forest, that was the entire reason the town was being taken over, went off. Misa and Seizo had to brace themselves as 100 explosions rattled the forest and created a small earthquake. Seizo hurriedly ran to the window and what he saw made him swear worse than a sailor. The forests around were burning. The sky was painted orange as the flames quickly spread through the trees, reaching far above the treetops, irreparably destroying the forest. Seizo could only bitterly watch as the strategic advantage of home field turned into dust. This mission was an utter failure. Both Conan and Rei panted from the long run as they saw the forest burn. Good. We managed to make the trackers turn around. Rei smiled slightly. Conan, hearing him, hugged his arm to her chest in relief as her forehead rested on his shoulder. They are alive. For now. The 2 kids proceeded to trek through the stony fields away from the edge of the forest. Their direction, unknown. Night fell and both Rei and Conan were shivering under a makeshift roof made of Conan's papers. The air was still shivering though, and even huddled together it was very cold. Rei sighed and took out a paper and started drawing with his chakra-infused ink. Warmth. He then made a few additional numeric parameters and activated the seal. Putting it on himself, he could feel warm again, as if he was under the sun. It was not hot, but it was incredibly pleasant. He swiftly made another seal for Conan, who smiled at him for it. Before he could smile in return, he found Conan's lips pressing into his for the first time in the time they lived together. Flushed, Conan flopped back into the spot next to him and meekly looked to the ground as she fumbled with her fingers. Rei also had red cheeks and he couldn't help but think. Girls really do mature sooner, don't they? He scratched his cheek with his left hand and with his right he cupped Conan's cheek, raising her head so her eyes would meet his. As the second their eyes met, Rei pressed his lips onto Conan's cheek. After a few seconds, he pulled away with a small smile. Thank you too. They slept, embracing each other, feeling warm and safe. The next few weeks gave Rei a hard lesson. Life without a home, on the run is not easy. Conan could take care of finding, or better said, creating a shelter, and he could create nifty runes to provide warmth. Water was abundant in the Aim no Kuni, but he still missed bed. A place he felt safe. Slightly, during these weeks, the meaning of home shifted in his mind. He no longer associated it with a building or village. He now associated it with Conan. He could feel at ease and protected when he was with her. The same could be said about Conan. The 2 kids quickly learned how to fend for themselves in the wild and avoid skirmishes of shinobi. Needless to say, Rei and Conan only stayed out of sight and range. They were getting more and more daring, learning by doing. As they came to witness more and more battles, scavenged battlefields for money, seals, and weapons, their chakra senses caught on many shinobi and the way they controlled their chakra. Rei could detect hiding shinobi easily thanks to his natural energy sensing, and through that, he managed to create chakra hiding technique. He found out that if he adds a sliver of natural energy on top of his chakra signature, he is basically invisible to chakra sensors as they were unable to sense it. At the end of the 3rd week, both Conan and Rei were bunking in a small cave, holding hands as Rei still thought about a method for teaching Conan the chakra hiding technique. No matter what, he was sure, the girl would be able to use natural energy for it. It was an external technique and as such, not dangerous. The problem was she could not sense the natural energy. If she could sense it, she could learn how to control it. Not entirely, but masking her chakra would be enough for now. He was racking his brain about it when suddenly Conan shook him. Are you thinking about a new seal? She asked with excited eyes. Rei quickly found out the girl loved it when he showed her his seals. Anything he showed her, really. By now, Rei knew that Conan was his for life. The girl would never even think about betraying him, and it warmed his heart. In only a slightly over a year, he managed to inspire enough loyalty in the girl as Yahiko did after 10 years of living with her. Of course, he was smug about it. He just didn't like her tendencies and her way of thinking. She would gladly be left behind if it meant REI would survive. That's the main reason why REI decided to make them stronger, subtler, invisible. He did not want to encounter such a situation. Conan was his and he would be damned if he let anyone take her from him. Ah, Seal. Conan expectantly bobbed her head up and down. But, Seal. REI thought as he was patting delighted Conan's head. The cute girl became his pillar of support in this dangerous world. He remembered how she alerted him of the shinobi and smiled to himself. He had to focus on sensing. Conan sensed in a limited way unconsciously and could channel it through her papers. It was a very useful thing. Her sense. An idea flashed through REI's head. Lately, any problem of his had one solution. Seals. So, why not this time too? He only had to make sure Conan was able to sense the natural energy for a bit until she learned how to control it to hide her chakra. He didn't need to make her into sage or something. REI whipped out sealing supplies and furiously started writing. Senses link time. He set parameters and the seal that would link his and Conan's senses for a few minutes was created. REI didn't even think much about it. He was too ignorant to think more in-depth about what linking senses would do to two people or even how exactly would it be accomplished, even if for a second. Alas, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. He gripped one side of the paper, where one end of the link was and smiled at Conan. Here. This should help me teach you how to hide your chakra. REI excitedly told Conan. The girl trusted REI with her very life and much more. She nodded excitedly and with a determination took a hold on the other side of the paper, right on the other end of the link. The two children instantly froze, their eyes wide as their mouth opened in a soundless scream. The seal did exactly what it was supposed to do. It linked, and their souls clashed. Chapter 10, The Consequences of Said Mistake. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI's and Conan's souls' clash started to intensify, but both children were far too gone. Pain, pleasure, senses. None of that reached their minds that were being overloaded, stretched. Their chakra flared up, swirling around them, sending blue wisps all around the cave. The two chakras started to get closer, push against each other until they started to entwine. Strands made of chakra started to merge as if being knitted together. Once a strand of two chakras was done, it snapped. But wisps of REI's chakra stayed in Conan's, similarly as some of Conan's stayed in REI's. And the process started all over again. Hundreds, thousands of strands were merging and snapping again and again until nobody could determine where Conan starts or where REI ends. And yet, they were both singular. Both, separated. On a deeper level, the change was even more insane. Their very souls were clashing against each other. Conan's 8 years old small quivering soul and REI's over 20 years old soul were forcefully pulled together, merging, exchanging something vital. They were creating a link. As REI's soul tore a chunk of Conan's soul absorbed a chunk of REI's of the same size. In multiple places were these two souls ripping apart the other and absorbing it, but not in one moment was one less than the other. They were getting in perfect sync, taking and ripping only as much as was taken and ripped from them. Conan and REI could only stare at each other in horror as they felt their entire existence being overhauled. They felt every rip in their soul. They felt every fulfilling absorption of a piece of the other's soul. They felt their chakra change, flare, grow. Their reserves were getting lower and lower as the chakra produced in their coils was getting denser and denser the more their souls exchanged matter. And when they were getting more and more tired, on the verge of chakra exhaustion, the timer ran out and the seal ceased to work. The chakras pulled away from each other. The souls stopped clashing. The final product was an amalgamation of both souls and chakras, and yet, both Conan and REI didn't become one entity. They were clearly still two separate beings with their respective bloodlines, skills, personalities, minds, souls. But their souls were no longer resembling a human. They were a patchwork of two, as was their chakra. Nobody will ever be able to find out where one started and the other ended. The second the seal ceased its action, both exhausted kids started falling forward. They gently fell into each other's embrace and their foreheads gently met. REI and Conan started shuddering in euphoria. Their very existence was happy at the touch. Their hearts fluttered and their souls couldn't help but shudder with their bodies as the two patchwork amalgamations connected, no longer fighting but somehow creating one bigger soul. At least, until the two children again separate. While REI and Conan blissfully slept in each other's embrace, their connected soul was unconsciously pressurizing their bodies, connecting their chakra in a similar way as their souls. Suddenly, their chakra coils had a need to widen. They had to contain this one connected amount of chakra and had no space. And that is what their bodies and chakra coils did. They started growing. Slowly, ever so slowly. But the chakra created was dense, heavy, compressed. The pressure on their bodies was barely being mitigated as the natural energy flooded their bodies, reinforcing them, soothing them, toughening them while keeping them alive. The destruction and recreation of the cells were faster than normal human eyes could process, and both Rei and Conan physically aged by 2 years. Their bodies looked like 10 years olds. As their minds started to be caressed by the energy, they started to increase in proficiency, processing speed, capacity. They gained something akin to perfect memory and enhanced mind. But for all the advantages, Conan and Rei could never separate. They now belonged to each other. This connection was far more severe than any magical marriage bond could be in a distant world of wizards. Unknowingly to them, no human being could survive such a clash of souls, chakra, and the flood of natural energy. The supreme chakra control talent and godly natural energy attunement talent barely managed to keep the kids alive, changing them irreversibly. Somewhere near a megacore, Hanzo's boss salamander summoned suddenly stopped as if struck. Its eyes wide and mouth agape. Only Hanzo recognized the shock of his old friend and got worried as he never saw him in such a state. The summoned animal was visibly shivering as a poisonous cloud was leaving its mouth. Hanzo decided it was not worth it to keep fighting if his summoned salamander was in such a state. He looked at the 3 idiots who challenged him and were now bloodied, messy, and barely standing while supporting each other. Sigh, youngsters these days. So rash. He sneered behind his mask at them, his eyes looking at them in contempt. The 2 men were alive only because the weak female was an extraordinary medic. Without her, they would be but a smear on the ground or keeling over from the poison in a minute. Exactly like their summoned animals. Heh, salamanders rocks? Manda and Gamabunta were both barely swaying from side to side, a little away from the battlefield as they had to put a supreme effort to stay on their feet, or belly, in Manda's case. Katsuyu was already out of it, but then again, she was the one without any damage as poison managed to only knock her out. It wouldn't hurt her in any other way. Tsunade felt despair. She knew exactly how much chakra she had left and it didn't look very promising. Hanzo was much stronger than her idiotic teammates thought. He was playing with them, 3-on-1, and he was standing on his salamander looking at their battered form with a raised eyebrow. It was a very painful wake-up call. But then she felt it and her head snapped to the east. The boundless energy coming from somewhere. She could only feel it on the corner of her senses. Not fully. But she knew where she felt something like this the last time. Hashiramaji. Her mind faltered. She didn't know it was Senjutsu Chakra, an amount large enough to topple boss summon, that she was sensing. But this feeling ingrained itself in her soul and will stay in her mind for years to come, making her unable to forget, unable to get it out of her mind, unable to focus on anything else. She was a Senju, and Senju had a peculiar body, connected to nature, sensitive. Tsunade was too close to not be affected. Jiraiya's mind was reeling even though his body could not move anymore as Tsunade supported him. He could feel the boundless nature energy, but he had more important things to think about. Tsunade? Boobs? Squishy? Ihihi? Orochimaru had only one thought as his eyes darted from side to side with a frown, playing cool despite his blood literally covering his body. No little boys anywhere. Me. I will now withdraw. Hanzo told them regally even though he was mentally rolling his eyes. The trio was happy they stood on their feet. What withdraw? If they will really believe such bullshit and lousy acting, they are Konohinen. Of course, they would believe it. You fought well, cough, weaklings, cough, younglings. Hanzo's eyebrow twitched as he impassively continued as if it was a rehearsed script in a bored tone. I will now bestow a title of 3 Ordner Ahem, Sunin. Yes. You are from now on Sunin of Konoha. Wear it as proudly as you stood today in front of me and entered a managed to fight me, The trio that was barely standing, happily flopped onto the ground, and Hanzo's sweat dropped. I am still here, you know? He thought awkwardly and then noted the white-haired man was already soundly sleeping while his hand was squeezing a boob of the ticked-off blonde female who was barely restraining herself from punching the idiot to his early grave. The black-haired girlish boy was sighing in disappointment. At least one smart man? Hanzo mentally praised, but then he saw the wide, disturbing perverse smile on Orochimaru's dreamy face and his long tongue rolling out of his mouth with drool as his eyes glazed over, dreaming about research, boy toys, and, ugh. Hanzo shuddered. Welp, better get the fuck outta here. And with that Hanzo turned around, disturbed, and ran. His mind conspiring, tears streaming down his face as he thanked it was raining. Maybe Konoha really did know what they were doing. Sending those 3 against me? I feel scarred for life. The huge spike of natural energy was forgotten by all but Tsunade who, in that instance, found a new life goal for herself. Chapter 11, New Connection. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Conan opened her eyes and groggily sat down. She felt Rei's hand in hers, squeezing it gently, and her cheeks reddened. She looked at REI and saw his peacefully sleeping face. His older face. She didn't know what gripped her, but her heart fluttered at the sight and she wanted to be with him. She wanted to. REI opened his eyes only to see an older form of Conan looking at him with an expectant, gentle, and loving gaze. He also saw a flicker of love in her eyes but wrote it off as his wishful thinking. Hello, Conan quietly whispered. Good morning, Conan. REI yawned and rubbed his tired eyes. It was then that both of them remembered what happened. How much did they sleep? Hour? Day? Week? The duo looked at each other awkwardly until REI shrugged. No need to worry about it anymore. It happened. Conan nodded and quickly pecked his lips, leaving him staring at her, completely flabbergasted. I love you, REI, she told him cheerfully. REI didn't even manage to process what he just heard, but his heart moved his lips for him. I love you too, Conan. They continued to smile at each other. Well, we should probably start training. REI rubbed the back of his head and redirected his stare to the ground. Beat red. Conan agreed, as she also couldn't help but look towards her fumbling hands with crimson cheeks. The duo distracted themselves with running, sparring, and training their chakra natures for the day. The evening quickly came and both REI's and Conan's feelings were already calm. They knew what they felt for each other. They also knew they would eventually end with each other. It was inevitable. That was what their minds and hearts were telling them. But neither of them was ready for anything more than a peck on the lips. No matter how explorative they felt, they instead channeled the energy into the training, and thankfully it helped. With a calm mind, REI remembered why he made the linking seal in the first place. It's such a pity the seal didn't help you feel the nature energy. Oh. Conan stopped nibbling on her jerky and gulped down what she had in her mouth. But I somehow sense the world differently now. What? REI looked at her bewildered, and then a theory appeared in his mind. What if? He started to conduct many tests and told Conan to do many things and tell him how she felt, and found out a very staggering result. Conan had a more diluted version of his godly nature attunement talent. She could sense nature chakra, but then, Conan? Quickly look at your chakra control. REI giddily jumped up and down. Conan nodded and a few seconds later, squealed. It's almost perfect. In the excitement, she smashed her lips to REI's, and the kids kissed for a few moments. As they separated, REI gently patted bashful Conan. Kissing is okay, he told her in a whisper. Conan raised her head hopefully, her eyes met his as she chewed on her lower lip. But nothing more than that. Conan nodded profusely in happiness and pecked REI again. Now, will you tell me what exactly changed with your chakra control? Conan's face morphed to seriousness. I need a lesser amount of chakra for better effect. I can better circle it. I became better at manipulating it. And I have 5 times the chakra I had before, but my control is even better than it was. Conan finished unsurely, and REI's eyes widened as he instantly felt his own chakra. He also had 5 times the amount of what he had before, and his control stayed the same. It was still perfect. A lopsided grin appeared on his face. Well, Conan-chan. Looks like we are on the level of Lochanan with chakra amount. REI exclaimed giddily, and Conan instantly hugged his torso in happiness. REI smiled at her and thought, guess that means a somewhat diluted version of his supreme chakra control. Check. After a few moments of relishing their fast growth by patting Conan's head, REI took a deep breath. Now, the last one. REI took the storage scroll he first learned on and gave it to Conan. Conan had slight problems with reading and kanji, but REI did his best to teach her during the year they were together. She knew enough. As she saw the seal and read through the kanji on it, Conan blinked at REI. I understand it, she whispered to herself. Conan tried to imitate REI and learn how to do exploding tags. Even with REI's help, she has still been dubbed a godly klutz talent when it came to seals by REI. It had nothing with her penmanship or knowledge. She had a natural problem or predisposition to fuck up infusing her intentions with her chakra. It was something that could not be taught by anyone to her. Conan already accepted she will never learn anything Fuinjutsu related unless she spends supreme effort, resources, and time. And even then she would need teachers, books. She just gave up and decided to focus on her futon. But now she looked at the seal and she knew what she did wrong previously. Her mind as if clicked, and she was able to. Oh, God. She was able to. She knew how to do seals. Conan shrieked in happiness, and REI found himself toppled to the ground as Conan rubbed her head on his chest. Sealing talent. Check. He mumbled as he tried to regain his breath. Well, now you will be able to produce your own explosion tags. He quipped and enjoyed the childish pout on Conan's face. REI pinched her cheek with a heartfelt laugh, making her pout more. With a long muyu, Conan nibbled her lower lip in embarrassment. Wait, you now feel nature energy, right? REI asked for a confirmation. Conan tilted her head in confusion. The energy that is not chakra in the air, plants, everywhere, really. Focus on it. Don't take any of it into your body but make her senses perceive it. Conan nodded and did as Rei told her. She smiled wide when she could feel the world around herself. It was just so beautiful. She never thought the dull, grey, and rainy world could be so gorgeous. Her hand squeezed Rei's. It's beautiful. Conan hugged Rei. Yes, I guess it is. He chuckled. Now, up to learn how to hide your chakra. Conan nodded enthusiastically. Rei started to explain the principles about coating yourself with nature energy, wearing it as clothes around your chakra, and Conan was nodding from time to time. Then her mind started focusing on the energy around her and she tried to manipulate it. Muyuo, I cannot move it, she complained. Haha, just keep trying. Rei encouraged her while making sure to move more nature energy closer to Conan to make it easier for her. His giddy mind had only one thought and it brought him joy from the future possibilities. Guess that really meant she had a lesser nature talent, attunement talent? Chapter 12, Tree, it's fake? Well, figures. In Naruto, Reborn with talent. It took Conan 3 days to learn how to move the nature energy around. In that time Rei found out their bodies were strengthened quite a bit and could now crack the bark of a tree with his punch. He also managed to coat a kunao in the lightning chakra, making the chakra vibrate at high speed for better sharpness and penetrability. He now trained with a Chokyuto Hiskaven dash, a hem, found lying on the ground without an owner. Correction, without an owner who would care. He could only slash and slash again since he knew nothing about Kenjutsu, but, slowly, he found out when and where to put more strength and how to handle the sword. Even if it was just waving it around. The second he added lightning chakra, it became a deadly weapon even without any skill with it. Rei. Conan approached Rei, a question all over her face. Do you know if I could coat my paper in the nature chakra to make them also invisible to chakra sensors? Rei's mind stilled. Possible, but he instantly held his Chokyuto in front of him and coated it in his lighting chakra. Conan, I am going to do something possibly stupid. Rei smiled brightly at her, making Conan want to smack him. Rei pulled the raw nature energy and fed it into the Raiden chakra without having it go through his body. The lightning instantly grew. The chirping sound was now ferociously reverberating through the woods and the ground under the blade of his Chokyuto was cracking every time a stray lightning bolt struck it. The most surprising was the color though. The lightning was pure abyssal black. Not like the one used by Third Raikage or Derui. That could be described as light black. This was the blackest of black and Rei had to gulp as he felt the danger from it. He instantly ceased channeling the nature energy and the lightning simmered back into a controlled blue coating around the blade. He nodded to himself. Yes, it is very possible, all right. He told Conan and praised her for the idea with a head pat. Kana smiled and put a paper on the ground, taking a few steps away from it in case it had a dangerous reaction. In hindsight, that's what I should have done. Rei thought with a sweat drop. Conan started channeling the raw nature energy into the paper. It was messy and half of her chakra mixed with the nature energy and was absorbed by the ground instead of the paper. But the paper was now simmering with the wind, pulsing with sharpness. It was no longer just a coating of blue futon chakra. It was a translucent wind-like coating that looked extremely sharp. Conan flung it into the nearby tree and both Rei and Conan were gaping. The paper was so fast it was hard to follow. Moreover, it didn't pierce through the tree as expected. It completely felled it into 2 pieces on impact and went on, felling 10 more trees behind it until the futon chakra dissipated, making the nature energy disperse. Rei looked at Conan and patted her head with a sigh. Demolition master, indeed. Then his eyes fell on the spot where Conan channeled the raw nature chakra mixed with her chakra into the paper. His jaws dropped again. He yanked Conan towards the place. Conan was confused. She was full of ideas on how to use her new findings to decimate Rei's enemies. What could be so important he had to interrupt her? She was on the verge of pouting, but when she saw a small budding sapling slowly growing out of the place the paper was previously on, she tilted her head. Mokiton. Rei watched the sapling stop growing when it reached 4 feet because of insufficient chakra. What did you do? His head snapped to Conan who nervously fumbled with her fingers. I mixed my chakra with the nature energy and wanted futon chakra. Conan trailed off, not knowing if she did something wrong. Of course. Rei slapped his forehead and started to laugh hysterically. You have wind prevalent with earth and water secondary? You just pushed your earth and water natured bits that were still mixed with raw nature energy to the ground while leaving the futon mixed with nature energy in the paper. He still chuckled as he explained what just happened and started to mix an entire fifth of his chakra with nature energy and pushed it deep into the ground. Conan and Rei had to jump away as a tall thick tree quickly rose from the ground. It was not a giant tree that could be found in Konoha, but it was still a full-grown tree. Oh, well, looks like I gained a Kekii Genkai too, even if it is a fake one. Well, figures the Mokuton is not really a Kekii Genkai of Senju. Instead, it is their attunement to the nature chakra, and Hashirama just mixed his elemental chakra with nature chakra. He was supposed to be an incredible sensor, after all. Rei chuckled. The only Mokuton reproduction is through his cells. Yup, it makes sense since his body would get used to channeling it. Rei? Conan asked, not understanding as he mumbled to himself. Listen, Conan. This. Rei explained. He explained about Hashirama Senju, the Senju clan, Konoha, and how dangerous it would be to show anyone this ability. Conan furiously nodded. She had no intention of going to Konoha. Konohinin killed her parents. She still held a grudge. That's why when she found out it was Konohinin attacking the town, she may or may not have used more exploding tags than she should and made sure lots died. But Conan was sure Rei noticed. After all, he was creating these tags. She was happy when he decided to say nothing about it. She really loved Rei. We will have to train earth and water manipulation. Rei sighed. Thankfully my absolute control means that unless I mean it, no tree will grow no matter how much chakra and nature energy I push into the ground. Really now, I would never know I could do this without a coincidence like this. Rei started chuckling again. It was quite hilarious. He wondered how many Senju actually were able to do Mokuton only to fail at the most basic of things. Intent. They unconsciously didn't believe they could since not once during childhood they unconsciously raised a tree. So, no tree was ever created by them. Conan never heard of Mokuton, so for her creating the tree was nothing extraordinary. It was a huge mind-opener for Rei if nothing else. Well, you Conan will have to train hard to not unconsciously call forth trees. Rei patted her head with a proud smile, making Conan happy. Your control is pretty much ironclad, but mistakes do happen. We will work on it, K. Rei kissed her cheek, determined to train water and earth control alongside Conan. A week later, Conan sat cross-legged with a serene smile on her lips and her hands outstretched to the sides, her elbows bent toward the ground, and above her palms, a paper floated. On her right one was a paper brown as earth, a clear site of mastered beginner exercise for earth nature, and on her left was a paper soaked, dripping cold water onto her palm. For 2 hours straight, the water didn't stop dripping from the still to the brim soaked paper, a clear sign of beginner-level mastery of water manipulation. Rei could only sigh as he sullenly watched the soaked paper in between his palms. Yes. I managed only one nature in 7 days. Fuck you too, he thought depressingly. He could not fault Conan though. He knew what his problem was. He might have all natures, but Conan was unconsciously using earth and water chakra since she learned how to harden her paper or make it not become soaked underwater. From there, it took only slight tweaks to master the first exercises of elemental mastery. Yet again, the superiority of the elemental Kekii Genkai holders was thrown into his face. They just could, so they did. They instinctively knew how to do this after using their Kekii Genkai long enough. No wonder they could reach far ahead of the normal ninja. Their minds were geared to master their own element in the quickest time possible. Rei was sure this was not the only time Conan would overtake him in wind, earth, or water, but he knew she had nothing on him in lightning and most likely fire too once he started to train it. Rei, on the other hand, had to do the entire process by ear from start to the end, and even then it was possible only due to his exceptional control. But if a normal ninja saw him complaining about mastering the first exercise of his element in a week, he would choke on his blood. People train years to do so, but Rei couldn't help but smile at his observations during these 3 days as his mind swirled in giddy thoughts. We now have Mokuton. The raw nature chakra leads our earth and water natured chakra to form the tree. It is the known pinnacle of earth and water chakra manipulation, and we can do it unconsciously? All we have to do is find out how our chakra does it and bam. Hehe. Oh, Rei was very excited about finally having an elemental Kekii Genkai holder advantage. Alright. Chapter 13, Tsunade Senju, the Sun in One. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Konoha Hospital, Tsunade's office. Tsunade reminisced with a bottle of sake about her recent time in Konoha, on the verge of a breakdown. Tsunade returned to Konoha a week ago and a lot of things have happened since then. First of all, she and her teammates were hailed as heroes for keeping Hanzo at bay during the clash of the AIM and Konoha army, leaving AIM's military in quite the precarious state. Tsunade could see the proud smug look of Jiraiya as he eyed big-breasted females with apparent lust as if he was about to choose which pouch is the right one to stick his kunao into. Tsunade found it gross. And they wonder why she never fell for such a gallant figure? Tsunade loved Jiraiya, as a friend. But a lover? She would rather commit seppuku. Oh, she couldn't even remember the number of times Jiraiya asked her to scratch the itch when they were in the field together. Tsunade had her urges too as every self-respecting 20-plus years old woman, but Jiraiya? Really? Blah. Her status as a kunoichi from the Senju clan made her shielded from receiving seduction missions, and she was not about to give her virginity to anyone, much less a pervert who sticks himself to every hole he finds on the road. Unlike the general population of shinobi who are informed that yes, chakra indeed does prevent them from getting a venereal disease, she was one of the best medic nin in Konoha. She knew better. Chakra was not omnipotent, but it was her pride. Most of her academy year classmates already lost their purity years ago, some of them as young as 12. It was a sad thing, but the current reality. Tsunade was pure. She just was not innocent. Not since she plunged a kunai through the throat of a bandit on her first C-rank mission. And she will never regret it. Not for a second. She had to sigh when she spotted that even Orochimaru's lip was twitching upwards at the praise they received. She was disappointed. She thought him smarter. To be honest, this was the first really big achievement for her teammates. Jiraiya is good at spying and sealing, and Orochimaru at research and jutsu. Not really something Konoha lacked or something that could bring them fame. This was the first time both orphans of her team were under the limelight since Sarutobi-sensei took them under his care. Her? Not so much. She was Senju. Always praised, coddled, where she went people treated her like a princess. And it was great. Until she was 6. Since then it has become utterly annoying. So, when she came from Suna front after she single-handedly pushed Konoha forces into a victory, and received the praise, Tsunade was apathetic to it. Instead, she remembered all the blood that flowed through her fingers. All the blood of her allies. Those she couldn't save. Sad sight, but the current reality indeed. The exact same thing as she was experiencing now. What? Heroes. What? Held Hanzo long enough to win? She was not a stupid idiot. She saw the man completely fine after the fight with them and their summons. He let them go and even gave them a disparaging title for it. Yet, her teammates took it as praise. Idiots. They couldn't even notice when they were being mocked. Tsunade couldn't, no, didn't even want to count how many times she had to use her experimental technique, creation rebirth, and how much life force she was forced to use. Tears streamed down her cheeks every time she realized that one fight cost her 50 years of her life. 50 years in exchange for saving her teammates and herself from a continuous lethal dose of salamander poison. No matter how she pleaded, her teammates refused to retreat. Were Jiraiya and Orochimaru even worth it? Jiraiya took 30 and Orochimaru took at least 12 years from her. Her body was freaking 70. Only her medical transformation and the vitality of Senju kept her looking the same or her performance from dropping. Nobody even realized. Sensei was too busy being Hokage. Orochimaru had his research and wanted recognition. He was already on a mission with her brother. And Jiraiya, he didn't care. He would soon leave again to aim in order to train 3 orphans. The idiot thought he finally found his chosen one. Oh, why does he have to sound so much like Orochimaru when he starts to talk about finding a prophesied little boy? Tsunade quietly sobbed into her arms, as the bottle fell onto the ground, spilling the contents. Unknown to the Sunin, their breakup was set in stone in the exact battle they received the title from Hanzo. Their medic was forced to do too much for the team. Too much sacrifice to keep 2 childish idiots alive. Neither Jiraiya or Orochimaru were yet the fabled incredible Sunin from canon. Tsunade just couldn't. 50 years. She was well aware of what that meant for her. It meant Nawake was the only one who could restore the Senju clan. She never cared for it. But this was one blow too many for Tsunade. Orochimaru may be a poison expert, but he was completely out of his league when it came to rare salamander's poison. She only had to use 8 years of her life to keep herself alive through the poison thanks to her medical expertise and various drugs in her system. 42 years were squandered through Katsuyu to a white-haired idiot who cared only about fucking whores, and to a research-addicted just a crazed smug bastard. Not even a single meaningless thank you. Tsunade was a realist. And the reality was, Hanzo could single-handedly fuck up the entirety of Konoha force. Tsunade really doubted even the god of shinobi Hiruzen Sarutobi would come out of that fight alive. Hanzo was indeed a ninja from the generation of her grandfather. It showed, all right. He could make a bloody smear out of the Konoha shinobi force and wouldn't even need to approach. His poison was better than anything Suna could ever come up with. It's just, he found it more amusing to play with the pupils of the current god of shinobi. They did not fight a war with IWA in aim. They were allowed to fight a war with IWA in aim. A very distinct difference. Tsunade only hoped a Megakure didn't join the fight. She had enough of meeting Hanzo for one lifetime. She would most likely not survive another. Tsunade snorted when she realized she was a 70-years-old virgin. It actually brought quite the humor into the entire situation. Her eyes trailed to Nawake's photo and a charming smile spread through her face. As long as Nawake survives, the clan can still go on. I am not needed anymore. She sadly noted, but was happy it was that way. No forced marriage to recreate the Senju clan. No political schemes. No, she was now supposed to live her remaining life in the hospital, helping the village. She chuckled as she remembered that discussion with her sensei, telling the man she was now physically older than him. Both had to get drunk under the table. Hiruzen because she was apparently his first choice as successor, and Tsunade because she just didn't want to have a mental breakdown in front of her sensei. Tsunade of course tore him a new one, spending her life in the hospital. Huh? As if. Tsunade remembered the spike of nature energy. Yes, she flipped through the books of her grandfather and was surprised when the sage arts, the thing Jiraiya Baka was so enamored with, were a chakra-diluted form of raw nature energy. Tsunade deeply desired the war to end so she could use her new privileges as one of the Sunin and retire due to old age, and start looking for the source of that spike. Her very own adventure. She didn't even know what for. She only knew, her instincts, her heart deeply longed for anything that was produced by that spike of energy. Illogical, but it was the first and truest feeling she held after her love for her brother. It was precious. Tsunade played with a bottle of sake, her head lying on the table, half drunk as she did kissy faces at the photo of her cute lil bro. Suddenly the door flew wide. Tsunade. Jiraiya shrieked. What Jiraiya? Tsunade screamed in annoyance. He was the very last idiot she wanted to see this fine alcohol-filled evening. I won't go on a date with you. Now go. Jiraiya quieted down, his face serious. Tsunade blinked as a really bad feeling sneaked into her heart. Tsunade, I am sorry. It's Nawake. Tsunade palled to ghost white and didn't even wait for him to finish. She rushed out of the room. Her heart, breaking. Chapter 14, Tsunade Senju, the Sunin 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Tsunade rushed through the hospital, heedless of the shrieking doctors or nurses, her mind focused only on her destination, the place where her brother was. She burst through the door and stopped in her tracks, her wide eyes wavering. Tears started pouring down as her wobbly steps finally reached the charred remains of her brother. She looked at the still body, and the completely intact necklace of her grandfather. She could only stare in shock at it, her mind blank. Orochimaru looked at his completely distraught teammate and couldn't help but to feel bad. It should have been a simple mission. He shouldn't have even been the leader. He was only a casual observer. But, they just had to be ambushed? The stupid Senju boy just had to get out of sight when he was admiring the other boy, the skill of the other boy in the team, and walk onto an exploding tag. As he watched what remained of the Senju clan, Orochimaru yet again couldn't help but ponder about his mortality. He knew the kid shouted about his dreams everywhere he went. But, he ended up as a corpse. Will I have the same fate? Somehow, that thought frightened him out of his wits. Tsunade, I am sorry. It was a trap. He stopped himself as he saw Tsunade completely non-responding with a horror-filled expression. She needed time. Orochimaru sadly nodded and left. His disgust for Konoha's higher UPS increased. It was they who sent them there for a common reconnaissance, even going as far as saying it was a completely safe thing. That they already checked with Umbu and are sending 3 Genins, 1 Senju, 1 Uchiha, and 1 Kurama, and him right under the ambush of 5 Jonin? This could have severely hurt his chances of becoming the Hokage. He sensed something smelly, and it was not Jiraiya for once. The funeral was a quick affair. Tsunade was used to those. She attended a few every year. Her clan was now only her. A shudder ran through her body. Only her. Only a woman who is utterly unable to recreate it. Only, God. The Senju clan is dead. A traitorous thought started to fill her mind. She mostly wondered why was Nawake personally requested for that mission right after she talked with her sensei about her inability to have children. Why wasn't the last fertile Senju kept inside the village? Why? But she waved them away. Her sensei would never. Stupid girl, she admonished herself. These days, she completely disregarded the hospital. All she had to do was sign off the dead at the end of the day. The dead that could survive if she could bring herself to look them over. But, she didn't care. She spent her days sitting in front of Nawake's grave, pondering what to do. In the end, it was all meaningless. Her life was meaningless. Then her eyes brightened as she remembered the energy spike. She promised to Nawake. She promised him she will look forward and fulfill her own dreams. With a broken smile and hitched sobs, Tsunade decided. She will find out what caused the spike, and she will find out why she was so drawn to it. Nawake would want her to live, to fulfill her dreams. The sadness in her mind cleared and she started to look forward. A new determination filling her. Tsunade suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder and barely restrained herself from killing whoever dared to touch her. Are you fine? Tsunade jerked her head toward the voice and found a light blue-haired man. Dan. She murmured, making the man astonished that she remembered him. What the heck is this annoyance doing here? He is stalking me again? Geez. Trying to approach me when I am at my lowest? Tsunade frowned. Canon Tsunade would be moved that someone cared. But then again, Canon Tsunade was emotionally so down she literally wouldn't mind dying. This Tsunade, however, had a goal. Determination to live. The man was trying to get closer to her for 2 years straight. She would understand if he had a crush, but he didn't. As a medic she could see his body reactions. Tsunade really didn't know what the man wanted from her. I am fine. She politely smiled, albeit a tad bit too forcedly for her taste. Ah, okay. Dan didn't think he would find her like this. Hokage told him to approach Tsunade and make sure she is feeling fine. He fancied himself a somewhat smart man and knew the underlying meaning of these words. If he got closer to her and got the support of the head of the Senju clan, meaning Tsunade, becoming a Hokage would be easier than ever. Hiruzen really wanted to desperately give someone the hat. Dan resisted the urge to chuckle in order to appear compassionate. What about? He tried to start a conversation. Tsunade stood up, ignoring him, and brushed past him before he could even finish the sentence. Dan could only look at her leaving back with his cold gaze as a loud colorful curse left his mouth, making the nearby grandmas look at him threateningly while raising their garden hose. Did I approach too abruptly? He asked himself quietly. Fuck. The bitch. 2 years and she still doesn't give me even a second of her time. The flowers in his hand were violently thrown onto the ground as he ruffled his hair in annoyance. If I ever get her I am going to fuck her silly until she won't be able to think about anything else than me. Dan calmed down as he stumped onto the flowers for a few times from the sheer frustration he felt. The worst part is that I really do start to like her. He sighed with a bitter grimace as he calmed down. I would probably desperately fall in love with her with enough time. Hiruzen, you sly fox. Dan muttered and shook his head as he decided to pay his respect to the deceased since he is already at the cemetery. Tsunade marched on into the Senju compound and entered the library. Her library. It all now solely belonged to her. She had money. She had knowledge. She had privileges. She lacked only family. They were all dead. Sigh. Now, if only the war ended and she could leave this hellhole of sad memories and self-imposed bastards who would never give money to save lives. Oh, she understood that Hiruzen-sensei was not to blame. Even though it was him who always rejected her medic per team proposal. It was the elders who always whispered into his ear. The trusted elders that were Hiruzen-sensei's teammates. The same greedy bastards that would rather people die than their pocket change to suffer. The same people he trusted more than his own pupils. Tsunade was fed up. Fed up with politics. Fed up with funerals. Fed up with Konoha. She wanted to leave and she will leave. She will find what caused the spike that is filling her mind and she will die happy, taking the Senju clan with her to an early grave. That was the plan. Nodding to herself, she approached the shelves. Now, let me see. Nature energy, nature energy. She browsed through the books, looking for anything even remotely helpful for her future endeavors. Sigh. If only I didn't take Shizun Kado as my apprentice. She mumbled, not even realizing that Dan was also called Kado. Ah, screw it. That girl can form medical chakra as 6 years old. I can take her with me when I leave and then deposit her back in Konoha after her training is finished. Tsunade ruffled her hair and within her decision was made. Chapter 15, Training in Mountains. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. A year passed since Rei and Conan found their Mokiton ability. They both decided to abuse the shit out of it and spammed trees whenever possible. Whenever they were sure that nobody watched. This also made them evade any and all towns or villages as they entered the Aim Mountains and didn't leave them for the entire year. It was a very quiet area. Nothing important. Nothing really advantageous. The shinobi didn't come here. They encountered one lone Kumo spy but Rei and Conan made the spy meet his maker swiftly. Surprisingly the loot was quite good. Most of their time was spent on affinity training though. As Rei thought, this tree spamming made them unconsciously better at water and earth affinity. They didn't know the exercises for the affinities other than the one with the paper so they trained what they found hard. Both Conan and Rei could float a boulder while sitting on it for 3 hours until their chakra depleted. This was what they found hardest when it came to earth affinity. They had to continuously mold earth chakra and supply the boulder with it to make it float through gravity. Rei started to seriously suspect that Oniki was not floating himself but the specks of dust on the soles of his feet and in his clothes that pushed him up. Or maybe he just used his rock-hard brain for it. Who knows? This exercise though, they could not do it with smaller rocks while sitting on them yet. Nor with something bigger and heavier than an adult human. That would take an enormous amount of chakra from them. They still needed more practice. More perfection. As for water release, they focused on the feeling of water in the atmosphere. Both Conan and Rei could even feel the water in the clouds. But pulling it out of them? Meh. Thankfully in Aim no Kuni water was supplied very frequently. Their first exercise that took them 3 whole months was all about standing in the rain and making sure the droplets evade them. They simply had to stay dry, which was a freaking chore when you are walking in a downpour. They had to always supply water chakra and coat themselves with it. It was like a human-shaped makeshift umbrella or aura around them. It was completely invisible but it worked. When they were both sure they could stay dry even under a waterfall, they tried something more challenging. They tried to pull water out of the surroundings. Easy, right? They were in a country where water always fell from the sky, but no. They tried to pull the water in the surroundings and add it to the clouds. It was a backbreaker, but their improved machinations reserves barely managed it. It was more about water chakra control anyway than the amount of their chakra. This made sure there was always a downpour in their location. But no worries, they had their umbrella no jutsu. The downpour was not the result, only a step. When they finally managed to make a downpour, they had to stop it. Make the rain in their location stop. Keep it in the clouds. Both Rei and Conan felt as if the heavens were pushing onto them during that exercise. The rain wanted to pour down onto the earth, but they held insane amounts of water in the sky, until the clouds started to get charged with lightning, and instead of downpour, a lightning storm started. Rei used this for his lightning chakra training, as he made sure to try and use his Raiden chakra to redirect the lightning strikes where he wanted to, mostly on the trees Conan was creating. She became incredibly proficient in it. No wonder though. Conan found a new cheat for herself. Rei was quite fed up with her Kekii Tota when he found out. It was yet another bullshit in his opinion. Conan could change the tree into slices of paper. They didn't even need to be made by Mokuton. Just Mokuton chakra supplied to a very normal tree and bam. One tree could be changed to thousands of slices of paper. The best part? The chakra used for that was actually minimal if she raised the tree herself via Mokuton. Conan now had always thousands of papers soaked in her chakra. She just had to grow them from the ground. Rei vowed he would train hard when he saw it. Fortunately, his water manipulation was a hell of a lot better than Conan's. As for earth, they were about the same. Rei always added nature chakra into the water, increasing its volume and density. His chakra nature manipulation was leaps and bounds above Conan, where she could potentially create a house-sized ball of water in 10 minutes. Rei could create an entire lake in 5. And then there was his lightning affinity. Zap zap. Their biggest problem was, they still had no jutsu, so they could not compare what they could do with actual ninjas. Rei found a few kenjutsu scrolls on the poor Kumo lad and he trained with his Chokito. Conan just shrugged them off and said her futon paper is enough for cutting power. But they both knew she was kinda behind in her futon. By now it was more effective to maul her enemies with Doton hardened paper than cut them with futon enhanced paper. The damned paper was hard as steel. If she stacked enough, she could even block her futon enhanced paper, and that was telling something since these could literally fly through 3 trees and then make a hole through a half of a boulder. Hell, the thickness of that paper shield was not even an inch. Yes, maybe they really overdid their Doton affinity training a little, considering they were 10 while their bodies looked 12 years old. Conan was actually able to completely soak up an entire lake with her papers and make them still look as if they didn't even have a drop of water on them. The more her water affinity improved, the more bullshit that aspect of her Kekii Tota became. Rei started to see why it was so rare and people were so amazed by it. Her papers may not have the destructibility of dust release, but the sheer utility? Conan was carrying a lake with her everywhere and it didn't even burden her. When she learns to change her body into paper like her canon counterpart, she will literally have a lake inside of her body and could potentially also harden it to the levels of her Doton hardened paper shield that blocked the futon shuriken. Rei shuddered at the future prospects. Rei on the other hand could not carry so much water with him. He compensated. He could pull enough water to create a ball of the size of a small house almost instantly. Most of the time it was enough, but he knew it was nowhere near Hoshigaki Kisame or the best water users. He also used Doton chakra on his clothes to make them harder to penetrate while retaining their flexibility. A trick learned from Conan. But his Doton enhanced with nature chakra was much tougher. His kenjutsu with Raiden chakra was getting better and better by the day, and he was even able to use a minuscule amount of nature chakra to make his lightning a shimmering grayish black. But nevertheless, it was much more powerful than the blue one. He barely controlled it as his lightning affinity was the least trained so far. A pity that his supreme chakra control talent worked perfectly only for regular chakra. In elemental chakra, it helped a whole lot, but it was still far from perfect. Rei was the proudest of his body strength. He left Conan completely in dust in this department. She was still very powerful in taijutsu, but Rei was even more so. The nature chakra he pulled into his body each night enhanced him leaps and bounds, making him faster, stronger, more durable. He was quite sad that Conan was having at most 1/3 of his enhancement, since her body was unable to use the nature chakra to its fullest extent. Alas, she just did not have the godly talent for it. Rei was shaping up to be quite the swordsman. It would certainly be helpful when he finally starts senjutsu training. But slowly, their training time ended and they decided they had enough of the mountains. It was time to leave and get some experience and loot. Chapter 16 Bandits? Really now? Rei and Conan were going down the mountains, hand in hand. Rei was leisure while Conan was outright skipping. She didn't really care where they were as long as she was with Rei. They were almost in the closest village to the mountain and finally reached a road frequented by merchants that want to avoid shinobi skirmishes. Conan suddenly stopped skipping and was about to raise her free hand, her papers about to burst from her sleeve, but Rei squeezed the hand he held. Conan looked at him questioningly only to find him minutely shaking his head. Shrugging, they continued. Suddenly a band of 10 men jumped out of the bushes. They barely scrambled out of them with scratches all around their bodies and barely managed to surround Rei and Conan in a very loose formation. They held weapons. More like gardening tools really. Their clothes were torn and their expressions distraught as they panted. The men weren't even burly. More like starving. The leader even had to catch his breath for a few seconds before he looked ready to let out a sound again. How underwhelming, thought Rei as he was deadpanning at the men. Tisk, thought Conan as she rolled her eyes, infusing her paper with Fudan Chakra. Only one gesture from Rei and she was ready to slaughter these nuisances. Why you? Surrender and I will not harm you. Har, hardly. Rei dryly uttered. The bandits looked at the 12-years-old looking boy as if he was an idiot. He was being threatened by a bunch of powerful men and was openly mocking them? Yo, you should know what's best for you, the leader shouted. He was getting more and more uneasy about these two kids by the second. Normal kids would be already pissing themselves, but these two looked at him as if he was insane. He chose them as a target because their clothes looked expensive? They looked wealthy? At worst he could probably ask for a ransom from some wealthy merchant who was most likely their father. But, look, man, Rei slowly but purposefully puffed his chokuto into existence, making the men freeze. We can do this your way, or, we can do it my way. The bandits froze. They have never seen a ninja in their life. Ninjas were rare. But they did hear about the might of theirs. After all, their country was ravaged by shinobi. The merchants sang the atrocities these things did. Whole towns disappearing. Yes, shinobis were a scary existence for the common folk. Especially during a war. I am sorry. The leader threw himself on his knees, straight into Doxa. We didn't mean to shinobi-sa, no, shinobi-sama. We didn't mean to. The rest of the bandits quickly followed. Rei almost did a double take. He could only awkwardly look at snickering Conan. Look, man. If you wanna play a bandit, at least get the mannerism right, kay? Now, lead us to your village. Rei rubbed his forehead in exasperation at these idiots while Conan slightly pouted that her paper shurikens won't be used. For now. Rei and Conan quickly found themselves sitting in the kitchen of the village elder who was coincidentally the father of the idiot playing a bandit. The bandit group was 10 farmers who thought to make their lives better by stealing. They never thought about the consequences, really. They were currently in Caesar as their spouses and parents were berating them while Rei only sat behind the table, his chin supported by his hands as his elbows were on the table. He happily watched, beaming every time one of these idiots was smacked. Serves them right? Haha. What were you thinking, you. With every you the wife of the leader delivered a painful swat on his forehead with a roll of paper. The man was growing quite a bruise on his forehead. I am sorry dear. He exclaimed with tears and snot streaming down his cheeks. The woman looked as if her anger was sated after beating the man, but Rei was a petty person, too petty to let it go. You know, if it was any other shinobi you would be all dead. He exclaimed cheerfully, attracting attention as he started to explain his reasoning. It was obvious they were not bandits but farmers from some village around. This is the only village around though. Hence, your actions could have cost this village its life. He told them with a fake cheerful eye smile, still beaming at them. The woman brokenly turned back to her husband, snarl on her face as she gripped the knife in her hand tighter. Oh shit. Rei excitedly thought as he used his chakra string to get the knife from the woman, making her turn to him. No butchering your husband. You can beat him senseless though. Rei smiled. With pleasure. She cracked her knuckles as the terrified man let out a manly high-pitched squeal. Rei just watched in amusement as the idiot suffered a beating or 2, or 10. After all, he was the mastermind and every man in his little group had a spouse, or mother, or father that wanted to tear him a new one. Ah, what a fine way to spend an afternoon. Nothing beats watching some well-deserved justified violence. Rei grinned from ear to ear. The village they were in was a very out-of-hand, peaceful if a bit too poor one. They didn't need the outer world much. They could make enough clothes, grow enough food, and even had some cattle. They were not affected by the war much except that more merchants were passing by their village in recent months, which was a good thing. The reason for banditry was that their crops for this year were very, very poor. This happened at least once per decade, so it was not a new situation. The men would just need to go to the town and find some work there for a few months in order to buy enough food for their household. Nothing new. The problem was the war. The towns would not let them get work. They were barely able to function as it was. They could not take new workers. The village would starve. It was an apparent and very distinct possibility for the village, and it was looming over their heads, getting closer by the day as their food supplies dwindled. But the villagers knew they indeed do have a way out. But the merchants who passed usually had enough money, and they more often than not looked for a companion on a cold night. If men could not make enough money, women could. That was what drove the man to try his hand on banditry. He just didn't want his wife to sell her body in order to ensure their daughter will have enough to eat. It was clear the villagers were mostly resigned, and one of them was rumored to even start offering his 3 daughters to the merchants for a night. Rei could believe it. The girls did not look happy when he saw them, gloomy and resigned. But this was the reality of this world. And yet, here they were, the villagers sharing their food with him and Conan. He couldn't do anything but shake his head at the kindness of these people. That's why he was now, in the middle of the night, standing with Conan on the edge of their field. They surprisingly grew potatoes. He and Conan connected their hands and focused on molding chakra. Apparently one could use chakra without molding. They could grow a tree without molding. But if one adds molding, it becomes a jutsu. Because molding gives the chakra a kind of a manual direction. It strengthens the effect exponentially and makes chakra possible to affect the world more. For example, Hashirama had a lot more chakra than Rei and Conan together. But even he would be able to raise at most 30 trees with his chakra supply alone. But when one added molding and made it into jutsu, he was suddenly able to raise forests and gigantic statues, capable of restraining a baijuya. That is why jutsus were so revered. The growth of strength rose exponentially while the cost decreased even more. That was what determined the rank of a jutsu. How much stronger it was comparable to its cost. Of course, higher rank needed higher destructibility. Also, one cannot spit the ocean like Hoshigaki same with water chakra alone. Oh, Rei tried. But after he produced only an ordinary spit over 100 times, he gave up. He could only gather water from his surroundings and affect it with his water chakra, like he and Conan did with the clouds. But once one creates the chakra in his throat and mold it, it suddenly became possible. Same with fire. Same with earth. Same with any element. It was almost laughable, and Rei understood that hand signs were nothing but pre-learned sets of molding. One of the IWA nin had a book about it, but it made no sense to Rei until he realized that simple single thing about molding. Kids are taught hand signs and how to mold their chakra instinctively according to these signs in the academy. Some are better, some worse. But if one wanted to be shinobi, he had to know how to mold his chakra. That's why some people could skip some hand signs. They just could mold the jutsu without them because they were very proficient in it. That's what Rei and Conan wanted to do. But it was hard, learning to mold their chakra without a crutch. But they persevered. By now, after an entire half-year of on and off of trying, they could still only instinctively mold chakra according to one hand sign. It was a long run, indeed. They molded the chakra, slowly, kneaded it, and interwove it into their jutsu. It took them 30 minutes of continuous molding and focusing, but finally, they had what they wanted. Mokiton, gift of Mother Nature. They quietly whispered together. A small tree rose in front of them, and as it reached 4 meters in height, it stopped growing. Instantly tendrils of wood burst from the ground around it and started to enwrap the tree in a spiral-like motion, leaving not even a bit of the original tree visible. When they were done, it looked like a weird thick tree with a spiral-like bark. This tree had enough density and the ability to channel nature energy. It did it in 2 ways. First, the outer shell strengthened itself with the energy. It would take at least B-ranked jutsu or chakra metal to penetrate the bark. Impossible for the villagers. It was a precaution from having the tree chopped down by some greedy schmuck. It also looked incredibly ordinary and was masked from the senses of a ninja. Unless it was a senju or sage in sage mode, both would have to be close. Nobody would be able to realize what it was. The inner tree, though, that was a masterpiece they were able to do only thanks to a year of continuous use of Mokiton and learning about it. It gathered nature chakra and dispersed it into the ground, revitalizing it and enriching it. The fields around the tree would grow crops at an insane rate, and it will be very healthy too. The harvest could be done once per 2 months all year long. Even the dreary weather or winter would not impede it. Ah, the wonders of chakra. Well, that done. Suddenly they heard leaves shuffling from the direction of the forest. They didn't need to be caught using Mokiton. They chose the night to not be, damn it. They quickly turned around and saw. Chapter 17, Conan's Feelings. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Conan stopped in their tracks as the small 7-year-old girl timidly walked out of the woods. What are you doing here? Conan coldly asked, her eyes narrowing. The girl just looked to the ground as she clenched her old battered plushie to her chest. I couldn't sleep, so I went on a walk. Rei raised his eyebrow. And do your parents know you went on a walk? The girl blushed and shook her head, making Rei chuckle. He came closer and patted her on the head, Neither he nor the girl noticing the murderous glare Conan gave the girl. What's your name? He smiled at the girl. Rina. Ah, Rina-chan, is it? Conan's glare intensified as her eyes narrowed. So, Rina-chan, we are helping your village, but for the magic to hold, you will have to keep this secret. Can you do that? Rei squatted in front of the girl and looked directly into her eyes. Rina timidly nodded. Ah, pinky promise. Ray reached his pinky to her. Pinky promise. Rina happily hooked her pinky around his. It will be our little secret, then. He stood up and patted her again. Good girl. Rei's body instantly stiffened as he felt the minuscule amount of killing intent from behind him. He slowly turned around and saw Conan with an impassive expression, only her eyebrows slightly twitching as her eyes were dangerously set on the girl. Ah. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Conan, let's go and take this girl home, shall we? Conan finally tore her eyes from the girl and looked at Rei with a pout but nodded. Later that night, they were in their room as Conan still sulked. Rei approached her and put his hand on her head, ruffling her hair. You should know that I intend to have more women. I already told you. He gently told her. I know. Conan hugged his torso. It's just. I won't allow you to take any useless girl. Useless. Rei tilted his head. Now you are just trying to be cute. Conan blushed and buried her face into his stomach as he laughed. If you want another woman, it will be kunoichi. A strong kunoichi or someone with potential. Conan mumbled. May I know why? Rei asked as he stroked her hair. Because I want to be special. Conan ashamedly whispered. Special. Yes. I want to be the only civilian girl you took under your care and nurtured from the scratch. I want to be special. Conan said with determination burning in her eyes. So, let me get this straight. Rei groaned. You don't mind I will make a harem as long as you are the only girl who joined it as a civilian? Seriously. It's dumb, I know. Conan bit her lower lip cutely. But it is my reason. You will be always special to me, Conan. Rei told her softly. I know. The connection through the seal is ironclad. Conan nodded. You don't even know how many times I wanted to have sex with you. She put her finger to Rei's lips, preventing him from interrupting. I can hold myself until we are at least 13. 3 more years. She said it with such longing and need. Rei almost faltered but his mouth spoke on instinct. 15. Conan pouted but gave a whiny reluctant nod before she continued. But I know we won't be able to separate anymore. You gave me something that day, and I was insufficient. That much I know. I stopped seeing other males as something desirable. They are but strangers. Just thought of kissing one of them disgusts me. I didn't know, Conan. Rei told her and got a weak smile in return. I know you don't feel that way. My soul, it was too small compared to yours. I took what I could take. Those, talents as you called them. And in exchange, I gave you the entirety of what I am. However insufficient it was compared to what I received from your soul. Conan looked to the ground. I am not complaining. I love it. I love you. I know you love me. That you will always love me. It is kind of freeing, really. Not having to doubt it since we are bound, even beyond death. Conan softly sighed but then her eyes went hard. But if you want another girl, she will join us in this bond. She will be a strong kunoichi. And due to my pettiness, she won't be a civilian. If you want a civilian to join, make her into kunoichi first and then, fine. Conan strongly told him. But in exchange, you have to agree that you are my master. She blushed and whispered quietly. Dan-sama. Rei rubbed his forehead in frustration. Shit. I knew telling you the story about Graphia Lucifuge was a bad idea. He mumbled to himself, making Conan snicker. Fine. He sighed in exasperation but then chuckled, bemused. Guess, these are acceptable terms, Conan-chan. Rei started patting Conan's head and saw her closing her eyes in delight as she put her head on his lap and enjoyed the care. Good girl. He whispered to her, making her shudder. He sat there for a few minutes, just enjoying Conan's silky hair, thinking about what he just heard. Yes, he had his suspicions. The small changes in their relationship after the mishap with the link seal were a big tell, especially since both vividly remembered what happened. He never thought it seemed like that to Conan. He knew they were linked, but he didn't know his soul took so much from Conan's. But it made sense. His soul was older and had even these talents. Hers? It had only itself. The most I could do, is to make her as happy as possible, he thought as he watched his almost purring girl. Why did you let the girl walk away? Conan suddenly asked, her eyes still closed. Yes, the girl. She saw our Mokutan. Conan's ambers softly opened and peered to Rei's emeralds. Ah, she is small. He moved his hand dismissively. Even if she started screaming about people growing trees. Civilians mostly do not know about Senju unless it is in a capital city or some very wealthy and knowledgeable merchant. Even then, nobody would believe her. There is also no proof, as the tree would need a senju or sage to be in close proximity to verify it. It would take either a very hopeful and determined person or a complete idiot to believe her. I see, you basically let her see important information without any danger to us even if she babbled. She is a child. I see. True. Nobody is as delusional as to believe another Mokuton user emerged. Much less two. And with that, Conan tackled Rei to the bed, cuddling with him as they both fell asleep. It will be only years later when the small girl, Rina, finally breaks her promise for the first time. Coincidentally, it will be, as Rei put it, a very hopeful and determined person. A very hopeful and determined person who was on the verge of despair, as for years she taped in the darkness, having no clue about the spike of nature energy she felt in AIM. That person will come to the tree, and her determination will grow exponentially as she will break down crying due to receiving the first clue in years. That person will be able to fully feel the overpowering life force permeating from the tree to the ground, because that person will be Senju, and since she felt the spike of nature energy, her feeling for nature energy started slowly growing. She will feel finally at home, feeling the chakra in that tree, and she will be completely aware of what kind of a powerful Mokuton technique this was, as the nature energy will engulf her senses. And as Conan put it, she will be delusional enough to believe two Mokuton users emerged, and Tsunade Senju will be damned to not find them. Without their knowledge, this small act of kindness toward the village will mark Rei and Conan as a target, no, an obsession for a very determined kunoichi who won't stop at anything to find them, even if she had to turn the elemental nations upside down, rock by rock. 4. The sensitivity of Senju works in both directions. As she could somewhat feel the nature energy, the nature energy could feel her too. While not sentient, it could carry intent. Tsunade was too close to the linking, and the intent clearly connected. It made her soul tremble as it felt the connection that was made. Even Tsunade didn't know why, but she wanted it. She craved it. And, unknown to her, a minuscule part of her soul was already not hers. Chapter 18, Offer. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Conan woke up at noon, cuddled together, only to find out that the village is teeming with life. A particularly big caravan arrived in the morning, and villagers were helping to unpack the tents, set a camp, and whatnot. Rei and Conan clothed themselves and went out with the intention to go to the woods to train. On their way, they were stopped by a man. One of the merchants. He was a burly, thuggish-looking man, a little under 2 meters, with shaggy black hair. He ogled Conan's body as if she was a piece of meat. "Girl, wanna earn something?" He grinned at her. The worried village elder was about to intervene when the man blinked and then froze. The tip of Rei's chokito was right under his neck, as Rei coldly said, "Try anything with my girl and your head will fly." Understood. The man started quivering. He might be strong, but the boy in front of him was fast. "I asked if we understand each other." Rei asked, his lips curling into a chilling, menacing smile as the tip of his chokito stabbed a little into the man's neck, just enough to draw blood. The man wanted to fervently nod his head from the sheer fear he was feeling, but then he remembered the sharp, pointy blade on his neck and gulped. "It hurt?" Yes. He shrieked. "Good." Rei smiled sweetly at the man. "And don't forget, this was your only chance. Next time I won't be so lenient." He took his chokito away from the man's throat, and the man nodded fervently. "Come on." Rei turned to Conan and gestured to her to follow with a slight, gentle smile. Rei and Conan returned to the village in the evening, exhausted from their training. They entered the house of the village elder, heading to the room that was given to them for 500 ryo a day. Their insistence. The man needed it, and they didn't plan to stay longer than 3 days. Tomorrow they will be off. As they neared the staircase, one of the merchants suddenly approached them. "Excuse me?" He smiled amiably. "May I talk to you for a while?" Conan looked at Rei, who noted with the corner of his eye that the merchant spotted their little exchange but didn't comment. Rei felt something fishy about the man, but he was clearly a civilian. Shrugging, Rei nodded and continued up the stairs with Conan. The merchant, getting the message, followed silently behind them. They entered their room and Conan quickly flopped onto the bed. They were exhausted, not dirty. When one learns to draw water from the atmosphere, creating a bath is easy. Conan was always giddy when they bathed. After all, both Conan and Rei long ago forsake the propriety and started bathing together, going as far as making out during it. They wouldn't have sex until their bodies were physically ready, and both were fine with that much intimacy. A bit of touching and kissing though. Rei, seeing that Conan was already in the world of her own as she hugged her pillow to her chest with a blissful smile and daydreamed, decided to entertain the merchant. He gestured to a chair in the corner and sat on the edge of his bed. "So, how can I help you?" The merchant rubbed the back of his head. "Ah, I am Caribou. Nice to meet you." "Rei Yatsuba." Rei smiled and nodded. "Actually, I wanted to ask if it would be possible to hire you to act as my bodyguards." I am actually heading out of the aim as my business is concluded, you see. I am afraid to meet bandits along the way. I saw you handle Munuro this morning and immediately decided to try. He laughed awkwardly. Rei pondered. The man was going out of aim. That meant, they may be able to cross the border if they will be checked as his bodyguards. Sure, they could cross it even without it, but it would be much more dangerous if they were caught by either the country they were leaving or the one they were entering. This basically gave Rei a valid and legal reason to do so. He smiled at the man and decided to ask more. I am tempted. But tell me more. How long would you need our service, the pay, you know, the usual. Rei told him casually. Caribou, seeing Rei basically agreed if the conditions are good enough, decided to be quite generous. I offer you 500 ryo each per day. Rei raised his eyebrow at that. While not much, all right. But if they accept, they would tag along at least half a month, and that's without crossing the border as the civilian speed is very slow. That would be 500 ryo for half a month. 500 ryo per day may seem a little insufficient, but it is quite generous in this day and age. Especially since there is no village backing him and Conan. This would be a classic C rank mission. Meaning they should get 50,000 ryo if they were from a shinobi village. Well, not really, since AIM is a war zone, but Rei doubted the merchant wanted to walk into a skirmish. Anyway, that amount would be divided between teammates and the village. Let's say, the village takes 10%, who was he kidding? It would be more. Anyway, hypothetically 10%. That is 5000 off. Assuming it is a standard Jonin, 3 Genin team from Konoha, the Jonin would get a lot more than Genin. 20,000? 15,000? Maybe. The Genin would be left with 10,000 each or less. More likely than not, less. So, Caribou's offer of 7,500 for each Rei and Conan was fair. Incredibly so. They looked like children but showed skill. Caribou probably didn't want to spend the entire 50,000 ryo for a proper team and wanted to save some money for himself. Now, if he wanted Rei and Conan to accompany him further, their paycheck would only get fatter, and if they left AIM, that would be considered a win in Rei's books. Okay. How long and to where would you need us to tag along? Rei asked carefully and observed the man's mannerisms. It would not do for him to lead Conan into a trap, after all. Caribou weakly smiled. I am going to Mizu no Kuni. If you prove to be good, I would like you to accompany me there. Rei froze. This was starting to sound fishy. Mizu no Kuni, fishy indeed. That would take them to cross multiple borders and at least 3 months of travel by land to reach a port town and another few days on a boat. The paycheck was also big, but most importantly, don't worry, you will be able to leave whenever you want. The man started nervously waving his arms around. Rei nodded. We can accompany you, but one of these days, you will tell me your real reason for approaching us. Rei told the man sharply, making him stiffen. Caribou could only stiffly nod with a broken smile. I promise it is nothing detrimental to you nor your companion, but I must know if you have skill first. If you don't, excuse me for my language, then it wouldn't matter. Rei could feel the seriousness in his voice and accepted the answer. Fair enough. We are setting out tomorrow at noon. We will be there. And with that, Caribou left, leaving Rei alone, thinking about this encounter. In the end, it is beneficial for him and Conan. If they manage to cross to other lands, especially one of the big 5 where almost no skirmishes were happening, they could let loose more in their training. Right now they always trained and slowed with one eye open to avoid ambush. Chapter 19, Bandits/Mercenaries/Idiots. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Conan was not very eager to travel with the caravan. She grumbled that her alone time with Rei was interrupted when Rei was not around. She could see the mocking gazes of other guards who didn't see Rei handle the big thuggish man. They were looking at them as if they were baggage. In the end, Conan didn't care about their opinion, but she thought it would be much better for her to travel with Rei alone. Not to say, faster. She didn't understand why Rei accepted the job since they had enough money from stealing. But she did not voice her complaints to Rei. She long ago decided to follow him. She would tell him only when she felt him doing something bad for his health. Rei, contrary to Conan's beliefs, knew well enough how she felt. He even told her that this would help them legally cross the border, but she didn't care. He knew Conan wouldn't mind blowing a few outposts to smithereens in order to cross the border with bang. He could just exasperatedly shrug and cease caring. Conan and Rei sat on Caribou's wagon, holding hands, and just relaxing. It was a week since they started their journey with Caribou, and so far, only a few bandits popped up that were handled by the other merchants' guards. But today, just an hour ago, they left the caravan as Caribou was heading towards the Land of River, as crossing to Land of Fire was easier through it. Caribou was humming a song when Conan's hand suddenly tensed. REI noticed it and instantly knew her papers were disturbed and activated his nature sensing. They were chased by a few people from the caravan, all of which were guards that looked at them mockingly. REI sighed and nodded wearily at Conan. He wanted to try his kenjutsu anyway, so this was a good thing. 20 men suddenly jumped out of the foliage. REI and Conan were watching them in complete disinterest since the men were as obvious as the sun in the sky as they tried to sneak around. Caribou, you better leave all your money here. A blond man with a katana shouted in a mocking and loud tone. Kaito, what is the meaning of this? My fath dash, ahem. Caribou blushed but continued after clearing his throat. Why are you doing this? Money, isn't it obvious? You made it so easy when you picked 2 children to protect you. Kaito laughed while his group of misfits followed and also started laughing. Boss. One man with a crooked nose pointed towards Conan and REI, making Kaito nod. Boy, we can let you leave unharmed. But the girl stays. She is old enough to entertain us, he condescendingly remarked. It only proved to make REI madder and his eyes grew cold. REI sighed as his cold eyes didn't leave Kaito and hopped down from the carriage. It was time to play with these guys. His hand held the chokito as he approached the men. He stood in front of the wagon, directly opposite Kaito and his goons, prepared for the fight. Will it be all right? Caribou leaned towards Conan and asked quietly. There are 20 of them. It's fine. She rolled her eyes as her feet excitedly dangled from the wagon. See that, boys? The twerp wants to cha-dash, Kaito taunted, but REI already disappeared from his previous spot. REI channeled Raiden Chakra into his body. Not much, but it helped to raise his speed. He appeared in the middle of the 20 thugs, his chokito at the ready as he swung it in a circular motion, slicing through 3 of them at once. The other thugs saw what happened and quickly jumped back warily. REI stood in the middle of their encirclement, holding his chokito leisurely in his hand with a bored expression. Those men were no shinobi. They were mercenaries. But even then, he sidestepped a sword swipe from the left and twisted his body to the left into a small jump as another sword approached him from the right side. As his feet touched the ground, he jumped up, raising his legs into crouch midair as weapons skewered the air where his torso previously was. His feet dropped onto the bunch of collided weapons and with a spin, 2 men lost their heads. The other 10 men who were holding the weapons, and therefore, in the range of his chokito, quickly let their weapons go and retreated backward, unsheathing their spare knives, katanas, or whatever they had. The weapons fell to the ground, but REI just lazily hopped down the second they were released from the hold of the thugs. Kaito and 4 of his best were looking at the remaining 10 of their subordinates, cursing that they already lost 5 to someone they called a child. Good. Let me handle this. Kaito sneered and took his katana out, charging at REI, who was looking at him in apathy. Does the idiot even realize, I am not even using any chakra except the initial Raiden dash? He thought as he saw the man approaching. Kaito saw REI frozen in his spot as a winning smile spread through his face. He had the little shit. He will. REI coated his sword in Raiden Chakra, and before Kaito could slash at him, he bisected both Kaito and his katana. And this is why you never fight against shinobi unless you are a skilled samurai or shinobi yourself. REI shook his head with a task. Tisk. Tisk noise. Shinobi. The remaining 14 men looked at their fallen leader and muttered, surprised at what just happened. REI dashed into the group of 4 men who were Kaito's best, and as he came closer, he swung his chokito, parrying a slash. His body was still advancing, and with a half-turn, it harmlessly passed the sword of his enemy and his chokito dislodged from the parry, getting inside the guard of the attacker, cleaving through him. REI didn't stop. As his sword went through the man, he took out a kunao, twirling it through his fingers until it was high enough and he grabbed it tightly, blocking the sword of another man. REI pushed his body towards that man, evading yet another slash from the third enemy, and as his body entered the personal space of the man whose sword he was blocking with his kunao, he pushed the sword aside, getting a clear path towards the man's neck with his kunao. The man didn't live long after that. REI stabbed the kunao up to the handle to the man's neck and let it go, grabbing the shoulder of the man, spinning his almost lifeless body into a slash, using it as a shield. The man who slashed was bewildered that he just killed a comrade, and REI's chokito found a quick purchase as it pierced his head through the eye, right over the shoulder of the man he used as a shield. REI's other hand snaked around the neck of the man, grabbing the handle of the kunao still embedded in his neck and ripped it out, letting blood gush like a waterfall. The man who was used as a shield finally died while REI flung the kunao to the forehead of the last man who was frozen from horror, killing him. 10 seconds passed since Kaito died and none of his 4 lieutenants were still standing. Conan. Rest is yours. He shrugged, not really interested in fighting common mercenaries. Conan nodded and 10 high-speed, thin paper slices flew right into the chests of the other 10 men, killing them. Caribou could only stare in bewilderment. He was expecting it, all right. He knew the power of shinobi. but to see 20 men felled in under 30 seconds was still something chilling, especially when done by kids around 12. Chapter 20, Caribou and his proposition. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Caribou, Rei, and Conan just exited the Land of Rain and entered the Land of River a day ago. Rei was at ease. He was out of the Land of Rain, the biggest battlefield in this conflict. While the Tsunade battlefield was vast, it was still smaller than the battles in AIM. It has to be noted, Tsunade was more straightforward as the two armies met and clashed. Tsunade tried to spread poison while Konoha wanted to rake up the kill count. Tsunade really saved Konoha there as her skills mitigated most of Tsunade's offensive when she found the antidote. Hence, Tsunade was out of the war already and at most did some guerrilla warfare to chase Konoha in and out of their territory. Kumo and Konoha. They didn't clash much during this war. Kumo was mostly tied up with Kiri in naval warfare. They did attack Konoha but it was more on the hit and run basis. No really big skirmishes happened. Rei was incredibly surprised at the amount of military knowledge Caribou, the utterly normal and not out-of-place merchant, had. His suspicion of the man only rose. But there they were. The man was willing to part with this knowledge. Both knew that this meant he was meaning well. There was no need to antagonize him over it. Kiri, they had it best. As the reason for the war was the forceful expansion of territory with force, Kiri as an island didn't have much surrounding land to force under their rule. Therefore, they only fought with Kumo over some islands in the Kaizoku Sea, and that led Rei to the last battlefield. AIM. Konoha vs Iwa. The ninja had no regard for civilians and made AIM their spanking boy. They ran rampant over the entire country while doing various guerrilla attacks, skirmishes in towns. It was a massacre at its finest. The tactic was foregone due to the hate between the two and the clashes were only intensifying. Medics were in short supply, corpses piled up, and most often than not, the civilians paid for it. The shinobi were way past the point of caring. Especially the Iwa as Iwa Kirikumo attacked Uzo at the start of the Second Shinobi War and thousands of theirs died. Konoha redirected their hate to Iwa and showered it upon innocent AIM. Iwa had insufficient forces so they employed brutal tactics to compensate. The sole reason the country was standing was Megakure forces and Hanzo that were looming over Iwa and Konoha in AIM like some Shinigami, occasionally killing out entire squads. Shinobi of both countries were understaffed. Simple as that. That was the sole reason why Iwa and Konoha did not raise AIM to the ground yet and employed at least some restraint. But Hanzo was far from a benevolent or even caring ruler. Caribou told Rei that he was being paid for providing a battlefield. He only acted when somebody was acting way over the top. Thankfully, Konoha vs Tsunade was fought exclusively on Tsunade territory and for the most part, it was over so the Land of River was quite peaceful. And damn, the daimyo of the Land of River had to pay a lot of ryo for that too. It was evening and the party sat around the fire as they cooked a few rabbits. Caribou, I think it is time to tell us your big secret, don't you agree? Conan asked impassively as she played with a paper crane. A paper crane that suddenly gained a bluish hue as she said it. She is way past amused and entered an annoyed mode. Rei mused inwardly. He was not about to intervene. Caribou should have told them while they were still in AIM but he always had some excuse. Rei just clasped his hands under his chin and listened with a soft innocent smile. Somehow, seeing Conan trying to threaten the man was making her look very sexy to Rei. Plus they were out of AIM. Caribou was no longer needed to vouch for them on the borders. It was time for him to start speaking. Caribou shifted nervously as his eyes carefully stayed on the paper crane. He saw how these things shredded people into pieces. He was not about to be the next. Understand that this is hard for me too. Hi. He stopped when from the ground, papers started to swirl around him and stick to his body. In under 2 seconds, all but his head was covered by Conan's paper. Understand, she glared at him. I had enough. Spill or die. Caribou gulped as he shook under Conan's killing intent. It was nothing extraordinary but for a civilian, especially when said civilian recognized he is covered from neck to toes in exploding tags. He started to spill like a broken glass. Why yes, I work for Kiri. He shrieked, making Conan stop. Kiri. Rei joined the conversation. Caribou started to fervently nod his head. I recruit bloodlines and unaffiliated ninjas to join Kiri. Rei almost face-faulted. Kiri, recruiting bloodlines. What? He mumbled, weirded out as it clashed with his knowledge of Kiri. Why? Conan though asked the million ryo question. Caribou only stumped down as he knew he was not in a position to refuse to answer. During the First War, Kiri employed civilian merchants to go through battle zones. Dangerous work, sure, but it paid well. They were told to recruit Kekkai Genkai clans or individuals willing to join Kiri. Many of these merchants died by the hand of those they tried to recruit. Hence my hesitation. He chuckled dryly. When Conan nodded in calmness and loosened slightly the papers, Caribou released a massive sigh of relief. At the very least, he was not going to die today. He continued the story with his newfound courage. The amount of Kekii Genkai in Kiri doubled during that time. Yuki from Snow Country, Hoshigaki from the Kaiju Ocean, Heron Clan from Wind Country, Kagaya from the border of the Land of Fang and the Land of Claw. We even managed to get shinobi from as far as Iwa. These merchant recruiters hired by the previous daimyo rose the shinobi forces of Kiri by 10% alone. Sure, Kiri had to be careful and screen all of them to discover any spies, but in the end, they were stronger for it. He chuckled in good humor. Konoha fancies itself heaven for Kekii Genkai users. Yet, it is Kiri that holds almost twice as many of them as Konoha does. 30% of Kiri forces have some Kekii Genkai when before this tactic at the start of the First War, not even 5% did, and the clans were sparse. Rei nodded. He somewhat understood where his understanding failed him. Kiri will hate Kekii Genkai in the future, but now, they adored and coveted them, it seemed. It was always suspicious how Kiri, an isolated island nation, had so many of them compared to the other, bigger lands, that they were able to actually have a civil war against them. It was also suspicious that Kekii Genkai holders and their forces won the civil war. Realistically, by looking at the numbers, that was utterly impossible. Most of the shinobi since the forming of shinobi villages were, after all, civilians born. The clans just did not have enough people to win. Even if some non-clan shinobi joined them, most would not. They were paid by the village, after all. Why would they join resistance when it would mean giving up their job, family, etc.? I joined because of my father. Caribou pulled Rei out of his reverie. He was the man who was solely responsible for forming the Terumi clan? Haha. He was assigned to Iwa and managed to smuggle a lava user from there. She was called Rumi. Caribou fondly reminisced. As they were on their way to Kiri, they passed the land of hot springs and managed to convince a family of 3 to come with them. They had boil release. He shook his head. My father was one lucky fella, I tell you. Anyway, Rumi fell in love with the boy from the family and they decided to create a clan together. And so, Taro and Rumi created the Terumi clan. It's so cringy. Caribou laughed boisterously as any nervousness fell from him. Conan just rolled her eyes with a chuckle at the man as she removed the paper from him and looked at Rei to decide what to do. Rei didn't have to think much. He only had to make sure he and Conan would be far, far away from Kiri by the time Obito decided to fuck things up. We will join Kiri. He nodded, making Caribou gleeful. Chapter 21, Kiri 1. In Naruto, Reborn with talent, the journey to Kiri was peaceful. With Conan and Rei masking their chakra with nature energy, no shinobi saw them as anything but normal children accompanying a merchant. As they entered the land of fire, the warlike atmosphere evaporated. The people were cheerful and lively. The streets were full of children playing with a ball. It was a nice sight. Except, Rei had to hold Conan's arm as he saw her clutching her fist hard, seeing it. He knew how hard it was for her as a child. He also knew she had enmity with Konoha for killing her parents. And while she didn't desire revenge, it must have been hard to see children happy and carefree in the land protected by Konoha when Konoha shinobi were killing and ravaging the country she was born in. Rei didn't try to console her. This was important for Conan to solve herself. The answers she will form may very well affect her entire life. He would not let her be some avenger, but he was not averse to let her horizon widen, to learn to look at things from different angles. Conan didn't feel hate for the children or civilians. She only felt disgusted. So much blood-flooded aim, and yet, it irked her immensely. But the second she felt Rei's arm, she didn't care anymore. She had a new life. She worked hard to have a new life, to become strong. Her priority was Rei. These people could burn or be happy, she had no care for them. But, she decided to become even stronger so the people she loves will be able to live like these children, carefree and happy, while her enemies will feel like herself during childhood, painful and miserable, that she promised to herself. Their journey continued towards the land of Noodle until they arrived in the capital. There, Caribou led both Conan and Rei to an abandoned warehouse. As they entered, they saw 2 people with Kiri Hitaiate, lounging on a chair, completely relaxed. When the men looked at who was approaching, they groaned. Caribou-san, kids? Seriously? A pale man with blue tear marks under his very tired-looking eyes asked the merchant. Well, as long as they are useful. Keek. Another man who was twirling kunao on his finger, trying to appear menacing, rolled his eyes while snickering. You kiddies wanna join Kiri? Huh? Are you of any use? He condescendingly asked. Spar then. Rei quipped before Caribou could interrupt, shrugging down the coat from his shoulders, coming forward. Oh, look at him. This one is spunky. Kid, sigh. The tired-looking man turned to his companion. Don't fight him too seriously. We finally became shinin. The Mizukage won't be thrilled if you beat the shit out of them. They are kids, Kiribaro. Ah, shut up, Mizuru. I will be gentle. The man, still playing with his kunao, stood up and walked leisurely towards Rei with a mocking expression. Rei could only sigh. These two idiots had as much chakra as the chinin, Kilabi. They killed in aim. To be honest, Rei had at least 5 times than them by now. He was already on low jonin reserves with Conan. But to be underestimated due to his age? He smiled widely. The tired-looking man, Mizuru, was observing the kids. One was an impassive girl. Very beautiful girl, he offhandedly noted. That one will definitely be a looker in the future. His uncaring eyes looked at the cocky boy and slightly widened. That smile. He saw it. On one of the Kiri 7 swordsmen right before. Bam. Kiribaro found himself thrown into the wall, cracking it as the kid appeared in front of him, his foot raised at the level of Kiribaro's stomach. You are just a chinin and you wanna compare notes with me? Seeking death. Rei shouted condescendingly as he was inwardly fanboying. He, always wanted to play big bad cultivator bully. He was mentally bouncing up and down. He wasn't in a war zone anymore and could let loose his more mischievous side. Conan snickered while covering her mouth with her gloved hand and walked forward. My turn. Her expression turned stoic as she impassively said, looking at Mizuru. Mizuru's sweat dropped as he felt the killing intent the girl was releasing straight at him. Ill pass. He gulped. Ah, Mizuru-san. I forgot to tell you. These two are from AIM. They are strong. Caribou sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Say so sooner, bastard. Mizuru's eyes twitched at him and Kiribaro groaned, still on the ground. From there it was smooth sailing. The men started asking questions. Name, former village, country, age. Say what now? Kiribaro asked, irritated at what he just heard. He was still holding his stomach as he sat on the chair, his head laid on the table. I said we are 10. Rei nonchalantly responded. Kid, you Ludash. Jutsu accident. Made us grow. Rei shrugged. Mizuru ever so slowly nodded. He was weirded out, all right, but he heard of weirder cases. As he was about to write it down, Rei suddenly added. Oh, don't forget to write that we are connected because of it. We can't separate otherwise it would be detrimental to our health. Conan nodded eagerly and Mizuru only sighed and nodded. He was not about to say no to a kid that could wipe the floor with him. Really now? Kiribaro grumbled. Then it came to any known diseases, living family, and finally skills. Caribou said the girl had some paper kekei genkai. Kiribaro stated, unsurely looking at Conan. No, she does not. Rei quickly attracted the attention and took a paper slice from his pocket, folding it with his chakra. It is a chakra control skill. She uses her chakra to fold it into shapes and her futon to make them fly. Rei was not about to let them know it was kekei genkai, much less kekei toda. Conan knew what she held and that was enough. Mizuru nodded. So, any affinities other than futon? He didn't miss that little tidbit. 10 years old proficient with futon? The kids in front of him were true monsters. Both of them. Rei and Conan looked at each other. Conan bit her lip and took a step back, letting Rei deal with it. She knew he didn't want to reveal the full scope of their skills, but she had no idea what she was allowed to reveal. Mizuru, seeing that little gesture, resisted a groan. He knew that he won't get a full account from the kids now. Alas, he was already used to something akin to this. Did not make it any less annoying though. Rei sighed as his head swirled with ideas about what to reveal. As for me, Raiden, Doton, and Suten plus Kenjutsu, well, somewhat. It's all self-taught. He told them. He was not about to tell them that Conan and he were able to enhance their attacks with nature energy, nor was he about to reveal his sealing arts. He made tens of seals that he would never reveal to someone who he didn't trust. Also, he didn't tell them just how good he was with the affinities nor that he was starting to train Cat on. Kiribaro almost dropped the documents when he heard the kid could do 3 elements. His jaw dropped. Did I hurt my ears when I impacted the wall? He mumbled, hitting his ears gently. Rei didn't care and just continued, gesturing at Conan. She is good at futon, doton, and suten. Trained the last ones together. Oh, and her specialty is origami. Again, Rei didn't tell them she could harden, sharpen, soak up water. Origami. That told them literally nothing of her real skills other than she uses paper. They had absolutely no clue that she could manipulate hundreds of paper slices at once. Plus Conan always had at least 1,000 explosive tags made by Rei in a storage scroll on a paper she had always in her body. She was starting to learn how to change herself into a paper. Plus she also started learning to draw explosive tags. And while her funjutsu was looking to be abysmal at best even with the talent, it improved very, very slowly. There was so much Rei didn't tell them. Oh okay, then. Mizuru nodded. Oi, are you sure you wanted the report to be like this? You know, you will have to prove it to Mizukage later on. Kiri barked out. I am sure. Rei smiled, making him groan and bang his head on the table. Whatever. Your funeral. The man grumbled sullenly. And with that, they were registered as immigrants. The second the Mizukage approved of their immigration, they would be taken as people of Land of Water. Sure, they would have a lot of scrutiny and it will take years until they get a promotion, but Rei wanted access to their water jutsu. He could bear with a few years of comfort in Shinobi Village while fending off any secret seekers if it meant access to Jutsu Library. Plus peace was coming. It would be much more beneficial to spend that time in a village than by themselves. Chapter 22, Kiri 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Conan arrived in Kirigakure. It was all shrouded in a thick mist on the outer parts, most likely due to seals. The closer to the village they got, the sparser the mist became. As Rei and Conan followed Caribou through the gates, giving their documents to the guards, they noted that no mist was inside the village. The air was very humid and the village looked militaristic. It was a dreary place with gloom in the air. Surprisingly, the merchants and civilians still bustled through the streets, happily trying to sell their wares. They didn't seem to fear shinobi. A healthy dose of respect could be spotted in their eyes every time a shinobi passed by. It was coexistence. The people here saw the shinobi as their protectors. Shinobi, on the other hand, were the reason for the gloomy atmosphere. They still attempted to look dangerous and stern-faced, but it was obvious their mood was down. The village probably lost in a skirmish, Rei surmised. None of his business though. The place was exactly as one would expect from a village full of killers. After all, Kiri took the most assassination request out of the Great Five. This was where hunter nin and assassins thrived. Rei and Conan stood in the office of the Mizukage, looking at a neat, pale man of 40 years old with black hair, brown eyes, and a mustache. He wore the Mizukage robes and the hat and watched them impassively. This was the third Mizukage. Rei and Conan slightly bowed in respect but didn't leave each other's side. You say you need to be together. He trailed off as he out of the bat pointed his problem with them. He would call bullshit, but then again, he was a leader of the village and had to keep appearances. Mizukage-sama, Rei calmly smiled. All you need is to have a sensor nin look at our chakra. Ah, yes. Mizukage drawled. Your chakra. He narrowed his eyes. The kids didn't have more than a civilian amount of chakra. Yet, his ninjas in the capital of Noodle were beaten by them. We will now loosen our chakra hiding, okay? Rei asked, making the Mizukage nod slowly. The Mizukage signaled the Umbu on standby and marveled as the chakra of the kids in front of him rose to the levels of Lochinin. He narrowed his eyes. You have more than this, right? Yes. Rei bluntly answered. You won't show how much, will you? The Mizukage stated. No. Rei nodded. The Umbu in the room were staring at the boy talking so bluntly to the Mizukage, but they saw the Mizukage was serious and was nodding in approval at the boy's answer. Would you be inclined in teaching that chakra hiding technique? Say, for money? Maybe, women. The Mizukage was amused. The kids in front of him were interesting. Boasting of 3 chakra natures at the tender age of 10? Monsters. If what they say was true, then he just acquired 2 potential future S-rank shinobi. Even if not, the chakra hiding technique was invaluable. Even he could not feel their chakra. Granted, he was not using his chakra sensing actively, but his passive senses should be enough to tell him their general reserves. It was mind-boggling for him. No. Rei's smile turned sheepish. Sorry, but that is not possible. The Mizukage's eyes narrowed further. Why not? He threateningly asked. When I tried to teach it to Conan, we ended up connected for life. The Mizukage frowned. He didn't believe in their so-called connection. A guy dash. Just have a sensor nin look at us, Mizukage-sama. The Umbu tensed. Interrupting Mizukage was not a good thing, but Rei saw that the man was too interested in him and Conan to do anything about it. Fine. I will look. Mizukage told them somewhat sullenly and activated his senses. He instantly blanched. What the fuck? He quietly swore to himself. What he saw was their chakras merging, intertwining, knitting together. It was as if there were 2 people sewn together in front of him. It was disturbing, to say the least. He had no idea what to think of it. You say you can't separate? He resignedly asked in the end. Oh, we can. Rei let Conan's hand go and the Mizukage could see their chakras disconnect. But not for long. The Mizukage slowly nodded. He had no idea what was going on, so he could not judge if the kid was telling the truth, but even disconnected their chakra was a patchwork of the 2. Honestly, he found the sight quite distasteful. Not because of its appearance. It looked like their aura was made of 2 colors to him. 2 colors forcefully kneaded together in the most brutal way. He shuddered at the image of that happening to him. The Mizukage had no idea that what he saw was the result of nature energy forcing the chakras and souls to merge. It was erratic, chaotic even. but it had no bad effects on Conan or REI. On the contrary, this provided them with a lot of benefits. It just didn't look prettiest in the senses of a chakra sensor. It didn't look like a human. That was what disturbed the Mizukage most. I suppose you will be marry in the future. Shit. I almost said breed. The Mizukage sweat dropped and was glad he had his hat on so he could cover his face. He would be a fool to not see the benefits of such a chakra hiding technique. They definitely had to produce offspring if it meant the technique would stay in the village. Yes. Conan nodded stoically. What are the chances of joining the clan creation act? The Mizukage carefully probed. He could force them, but that would be a fast track to create nuke nins. He tried to keep the force out of anything he could, but he would be damned if he didn't try to make a clan out of them, and for a clan they would need more members. The boy would have to get more wives. REI was stumped at the Mizukage. The Mizukage smiled knowingly. He couldn't help but mentally scold himself. The boy was just a kid, yet he was talking about giving him a harem to produce kids. He almost snorted at himself as he felt stupid. Only if the woman is suitable. Conan took the reins, surprising the Mizukage. Thankfully he prevented himself from gaping. And the conditions. He decided to entertain the girl. Kunoichi, strong, beautiful, and most importantly, REI must fall in love with her. The Mizukage was about to nod in approval when REI decided that enough was enough. Oi, stop trying to play a matchmaker for me. REI swatted Conan's shoulder with a scowl. Mizukage-sama, forget what she just said. REI turned to the third Mizukage. I will live here, and if a woman that I like is willing to join us, then why not? But that's only when I am older. REI petulantly and very childishly burst out while wildly gesturing. REI knew exactly who he would like to have in his harem from Narutoverse. But he wasn't about to woo a girl only because she was a canon character. He decided to first gauge the personality, and if he found it likable and they clicked, he would go for it. The third Mizukage smiled. He could work with that. He was Mizukage, and giving a few females a mission to woo the boy when he is older was of no consequence to him. Underhanded, maybe. But if the boy actually does sleep with them, then he would have no excuses. It's not like they would be ordered to genjutsu the shit out of him. Alas, that was still far away in the future. Okay, now, you said both of you are proficient in 3 chakra natures. The Mizukage was disbelieving of this fact, but when both of them took out 3 papers, making one wet by just a slight touch, the other crumbled into dust, and then REI wrinkled the last paper whereas Conan shredded hers. Fuck, the following years will be indeed a pain. He resisted the urge to groan as he realized the amount of effort he would have to exert to make these kids feel at home in Kiri. 3 trained affinities at the age of 10. No, 3 insanely proficient affinities. He knew what the speed which they showed meant. They were already masters at this exercise and most likely had a way to train their chakra natures further. He would actually call bullshit. And thought they were spies, except no idiot would let someone with such a potential do a spa work. And no idiot was ever made a cage. No matter how the rakage looked. Troublesome. He mentally whined. Mizukage was no fool. The kids either had to create their own clan or join already existing ones. Nobody would teach someone who was not family their every secret. A plan started forming in his head. A plan he decided to go with. A plan that will inevitably decide much of REI's future during his stay in Kiri. This will be a class secret from now on. He growled at his umbu, who straightened up. You will be provided a middle-class flat, free of charge. There were a lot of empty flats since many died in the war. Your rank will be genin, but you won't have a jonin supervising you. We can't spare anyone for that. Mizukage was not about to put these 2 through the genin test. If one of them died, the second would be most likely lost too. No, he would keep them in the village as much as possible, make them loyal, and then make sure they are strong enough before sending them on any mission. As for the instructor, the kids got this far by themselves. He was interested if they could improve further without one. Mizukage-sama, REI nodded. We would like access to genin and academy student areas in the library then. We will teach ourselves. Sure, sure. The Mizukage rubbed his forehead. You probably do not know kawarimi, henge, nor any regulations and things like that anyway. You will be given half year to learn it. Then you will be tested on your knowledge of regulations and the basic jutsu. REI nodded. That's all. If you have any problems, my secretary can relay it to me. And with that, they were ushered out of the office. Alas, REI didn't care what schemes the old man had. He would go through it at his own pace, and if not, there was always defection. Being hunted cannot be worse than living in the middle of a war zone, could it? Especially since he knew what will happen to Kiri in the future. Chapter 23, First 6 Study Months in Kiri. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI and Conan were shown their apartment. It was quite big with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and a toilet. It was obvious that the Mizukage really saw potential in them, otherwise they would never get such good accommodation for free. They even received a deed to the flat. Alas, the most important thing for REI was not the flat but the slip that would allow him into the library. He could access Academy, Genin, and Chunin rank material. Yet another show of trust. He was glad about that. This would push them forward quite a lot. The first month in Kiri, Conan and REI spent the time looking over Kawarimi and Henge and tweaking it. The Kawarimi was nice. Just reach with your chakra and swap. Alas, the mass had to be somewhat similar to yours for it to work. That's why logs. God, the shinobi were dunces. REI opted to learn Mizu Bunshin and use them for swapping. Especially one with at least 5 exploding tags on them that would go off during swap. Why destroy nature by chopping logs when you can just gather water into a clone? One of these days, the Lord of Logs would punish the insolent mortals by making them logged instead of the log. Using the water clone had many advantages. Not only was he basically quickly transporting water towards his enemy, water that could be used since he was good at Sudden. But really, these clones do not relay memories and are only 1/10 as strong as the original. Making them go all suicidal by bombing the enemy is a completely valid move. The same goes for playing Shikaku only, instead of sand, using water. All it would need was a horde of Mizu Bunshin surrounding the target and dissolving back into a water source for REI. As for Henge, he really didn't see the use against anything other than civilians. Oh, he knew why it was mandatory jutsu. It was a go-to tool for infiltration. There was nothing better than that to fool civilians. And to be honest, during missions, fooling civilians is quite a prevalent activity. Henge had various uses. None of them useful in a battle since an attentive enemy and puff, yeah dead. But when it came to performing missions, bandits come. Henge 30 clones, bandits run. Need to seduce a man? Kunoichi puts a henge of gorgeous courtesan and done. Need info from a merchant? Henge into his friend and bam, done. It was one of the most useful things ninjas ever learned, but it was utterly useless in battle. Genjutsu could have lasting effects on the affected. These effects could be discovered. It was much better to just use Henge when dealing with civilians. Conan also learned Kawarimi and Henge. Especially Kawarimi since she saw the merit of REI's idea. She saw a cloning technique for the first time when she opened the Bunshin scroll. A day after that, she was already able to form paper clones. Oh, Conan also liked having a blast with her clones. Literally at that, she even made REI teach her these seals in English. She didn't know any English other than the words and numbers needed to make the storage seals, stasis seals, and exploding tags, but for her, it was enough. She definitely made it into a deadly weapon. REI could only bitterly smile. He knew making these 3 kinds of seals was the limit for Conan. Teaching her just that took an incredible amount of time, and these were very elementary seals. She just didn't have the mentality for seals. Except exploding tags. That she could do. She was already devising her own exploding tags. Conan, in her sadistic streak, mixed clones with the storage seals filled to the brim with her futon paper shurikens. Then made a paper clone made purely out of exploding tags, and then whatever mix of the two. Not one of her paper clones lacked at least one exploding tag inside. The best part? Her paper clones could actually draw seals. REI used this insight and tweaked water clone technique to be able to do the same. Since then 2 Conans are drawing exploding tags, storage seals, and stasis scrolls out of real Conan's paper supply, and 5 Rees who were trying to come up with new more advanced seals. The second bedroom of their flat finally saw some use. The 2nd and 3rd months. REI also found a lot of funjutsu theory in the library. Nothing extraordinary but enough to push his knowledge forward. But he didn't dare to borrow these books and instead studied them in the corner, trying to be unassuming. He didn't want to tick off anyone that he could make seals. It was a slow process, as even if the knowledge was the basics of sealing at most, he was able to find some neat Uzumaki scrolls. This signified that Kiri indeed acquired some scrolls for Muzu. REI was mostly interested in Uzumaki battle funjutsu, but he only got an inkling. He would need a pass to Jonin Library if he wanted more. Conan. The more paper clones she made, the more her body became familiar with the prospect of pulling paper together to make a body. She unlocked her Logia powers and became a paper human? Well, in reality, she just learned how to make her body into paper and how to reverse it. But with the chakra control boost she got by connecting with REI, with focus, she could do something similar like Logia users in One Piece. She, however, had to prevent herself from being hit. But changing the middle of her stomach to paper and make it move out of the strike mid-fight? That was a nasty thing. Or changing herself into a flurry of paper and reforming elsewhere. Or making her torso disappear when she was about to be bisected. REI was so annoyed he devised a seal that would prevent her to use it by slightly messing up her chakra control. Nope. No one will pull crocodile on REI. The last 3 months. Conan's body-changing technique stopped being overpowered the second Rei learned how to mold Sudden Chakra into Jutsu. Apparently, her paper can soak up water but it cannot soak up water made with Sudden Jutsu unless her water chakra is more concentrated in it. Sucks to be her since Rei was the better one at Sudden from the two. Rei focused on making his own Sudden Jutsu rather than learning the Jutsu in the library. He learned only a few he found really useful. Conan on the other hand tried to make her Futon Chakra sharper by molding it in a similar way as some Futon Jutsu did. Both learned consciously molding Chakra for the monkey hand seal, to make Kirigaku no Jutsu sealless as their nature sensing gave them a clear view inside the mist. They both also managed to mold their Chakra in the way of dog hand seal, as this one was associated with water and most Sudden Jutsu needed it. It also helped that their Mokuton practice made it incredibly easy to learn it. As for the snake hand seal, they already knew it. It was the only molding of Chakra they learned without a hand sign in aim because it was mostly associated with earth and wood. They had tons of wood creation under their belt and molding their Chakra in the way this hand sign did was nothing hard for them. Conan focused on the bird hand sign next, for better futon while Rei started with the tiger hand sign, which went incredibly well as not only Katon, it was also used for Doton. But it would be months until both of them learn how to do these properly. Alas, they never learned Jutsu for that reason. They refused to learn hand signs. They knew that once they fix it in their brain that they need hand signs and learn to instinctively mold Chakra according to them, it would be hard to unlearn it. No matter how big of a crutch they were, Rei could compare them to a wand for wizards in Potterverse. It was easy to learn them and their bodies got quickly used to them. But it was insanely hard to start molding the Chakra consciously on your own once you did get used to them. It was better to choose the harder route. Their last week was spent reading various regulations to pass the test. When you are in the library full of Jutsu, you have no time to read these things. Chapter 24, Test. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The test was in front of the council of the village. Apparently, they have those here but it is really only advisory. Alas, the Mizukage deemed it fit to fulfill their desire to see kids with 3 chakra natures do the test. The first, written test was easy as their enhanced minds had a hold on the knowledge after reading the books and they passed. Then they were tasked to show Kawarimi and swapped with each other. Conan swapped with Rei first and then Rei did with Conan to end up in their starting position. The council was quite astonished as it was advanced to be able to swap with other humans. As for clones, they showed water and paper clones respectively which instantly caused murmuring and promises of training their clan prodigies more. And so, at the tender age of 11, both Conan and Rei earned their genin rank. The test was not over though. They relocated to the training ground covered by a thin mist. A spar with a jonin was scheduled as the council and the Mizukage wanted to gauge Rei's and Conan's strength. The Mizukage picked one of the 7 swordsmen to gauge Rei and Conan. Rei was inwardly cursing the petty man to hell. Conan only looked at her dark bluish nails while giggling. Since Rei complimented it yesterday, she vowed to never use other colors. Come at me whenever. A large man, holding Kubikaribasho smirked at them. It was 2 versus him and the man didn't feel like losing to 2 kids. Rei nudged Conan and nodded in the direction of the large man, Maduro, making her pay attention. She raised her eyes to the swordsman and scowled fiercely. She was almost past the date about to get into bed with Rei in her daydream. Maduro took the monkey position. Kirigaku no Jutsu. He was a typical wielder of Kubikaribasho, silent assassin of the mist. The third Mizukage watched the relaxed figures of Conan and Rei. What made him frown though was not their careless posture. It was the sealless Kirigaku no Jutsu they both employed, making the mist so dense, seeing even an inch was a problem. It was definitely a complete overkill as normal Kirigaku no Jutsu provides at least some limited visibility. But this? Even Hyuga would be as blind as mole. He could see the council members asking those with chakra sensing abilities to tell them what's going on but, the Mizukage knew that out of the sensors present, only him and Hymen Oyuki were able to see or rather sense what was going on in such thick, chakra-heavy mist. His plan for being a matchmaker for Rei and one orphan from one extinct clan was becoming even more important in his mind as he saw the mist. I wonder. How will they fight the master of silent assassination? They surely won't be able to see even an in-dash. His mind froze. Fuck. These kids must be sensors too. Why the fuck did I not think about that? Hiding chakra and sensing on the level where they can perceive things in such a mist? Damn, jackpot. Ha, see that Oniki. My village is still better. The third Mizukage wanted to jump from happiness at the realization. Mizukage-sama. Hymen Oyuki, the ever-loving cutie, worriedly glanced at him. He was aware she was miffed with him for having the kids fight with Maduro. Sigh, women. Ah, Hymen Ochi. He nodded to his childhood friend and his mind reacted the same as ever. He ducked under her punch. Wow, busty. Maybe I really should retire dash. No, bad boy, stop ogling her, damn it. You have two prodigies fighting a skilled killer? Focus? Are you a man asked worriedly. Yes. The Mizukage straightened. The Mizukage suddenly went rigid. He felt, tens, hundreds even, of chakra signatures in the mist. Clones? Neat. That might work on someone with less experience. He praised mentally. But he was still able to sense which ones were real as they had more chakra. Until, shit, did they just lower their chakra signature to be on the level of their clones? Damn. I wouldn't want to face these two when they gain really lethal techniques. His sweat dropped. He could not differentiate between clones and the originals anymore. He could only differentiate between the clones of Conan and REI as Conan's clones packed a slightly more chakra. What he didn't know was that as REI and Conan mixed into the swirl of the chakra signatures, they did not only lower their signature, they completely covered it with nature energy, making it utterly invisible as they retreated. They were no longer in the mist. In the mist, Maduro focused his hearing as he could hear hundreds of sounds. He was used to seeing white. A thicker mist, that didn't bother him at all. Oh, clever. Making clones. I should praise them later. Now, let's kill these pests one by one. Sigh. I just hope I won't kill the originals. Mizukage would be pissed. Did you really think this would stop me? You are naive. Maduro's voice resounded through the mist. He swiftly set on killing the clones, one by one. The Mizukage felt the biggest chakra signature, Maduro on the move. He sensed him approach the closest clones, one of REI's. Well, Maduro is too experienced to freak out from being surrounded by clones. But nice tr dash. As the Mizukage felt Maduro's blade approach the head of the clone, a loud boom resounded through the clearing, and Maduro's body was flung backward like a ragdoll due to the explosion. Mizukage and Himeno's jaw dropped. This, are they all? Himeno asked wide-eyed as she looked at the Mizukage. He knew Maduro was fine, but his body was uncontrollably flying in the direction of another chakra signature. This time it was one of Conan's. The Mizukage could feel Maduro twist in the air and aim a slash at the girl when, boom. An even louder boom reverberated through the clearing, making Mizukage wince. The kids were using Maduro's sense of hearing against him. He could sense Maduro's body being yet again flung away as the explosion impacted him. I think, that answers it, Himeno-chan. The Mizukage answered as his eyebrow twitch. Fuck. Since when was this life and death battle? To bring hundreds of exploding tags. Crazy bastards. He inwardly cursed. In the mist, Maduro was mad. Only his Doton, rock body saved him from injuries. He kicked towards the ground mid-flight, sending his body uncontrollably stumbling across the ground. He rolled to his feet and tried to focus his hearing when he heard loud whistling sounds. His eyes widened and he barely managed to duck. The Mizukage facepalmed as Himeno cheerfully explained what was happening in the dense mist. Maduro is evading. Evading tens of futon-enhanced things looking like shurikens. He just botted into the leg. Ouch. His arm. Oh, that was close to the crotch. He almost lost a chance at daddyhood. Damn, lucky him for having that rock body technique, or he would be a Swiss cheese without it. Finally. He started to block the projectiles with his blade. Dunce, I tell you. The Mizukage almost face-faulted. He could only groan in exasperation. Two 11-year-olds were totally wrecking one of the 7 swordsmen in his own home field, using his own senses against him. Maduro was panting. His leg was useless and one of his hands was injured too. His body looked like one of his training dummies. Fucking cut up. He gained control over his breathing as he killed another clone by kicking it away as it was about to explode. He quickly shielded with his Caribou, but the clone of the boy didn't explode. It changed to water, making him confused. He stopped for a moment and instantly cursed himself for that. When through the water the clone dissolved to. Suddenly a water jet shot at him at insane speeds from the mist behind it. He barely managed to duck but his sword. The Caribou. Himeno exclaimed suddenly. What, Lady Yuki? One of the clan heads asked impatiently. It kinda broke. Himeno tilted her head. The Mizukage's eyebrow was twitching. A strongly pressurized water jet, gathered from the mist itself, cleaved through the Caribou like a knife through butter while someone focused on strengthening the mist, ensuring it won't lose density. Their teamwork was seamless, Mizukage happily noted. That's when his eyes widened. He could see all chakra signatures stop and start running in the direction of Maduro's injured body. Maduro was gaping at his SWO- correction, at the half of his sword he held in his hand when suddenly he heard sounds of multiple footsteps closing in on him. He quickly. As the clones were close to Maduro, the Mizukage and Himeno widened their head and quickly started weaving hand seals. Sudden, water wall. Hyaton, freezing. Third Mizukage created a wall of water and Himeno quickly froze it solid as both could feel all clones explode. Even though the wall, they could still feel the whiplash of the wind as it sailed around its sides, sending their hair flailing from side to side. The shockwaves were hitting the ice wall as it trembled under the pressure, while Mizukage and his council had to brace themselves as a small earthquake shook the ground. The mist long ago dispersed due to the wind created by the explosion. Mad kids. The Mizukage's mind trailed off as he had to remove a strand of his hair from his face since the wind messed up his hairdo and his face was full of hair that should be on the other side of his head. He heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed Maduro still alive. Maduro barely managed to use Doton, Iron Rock Dome, his strongest omnidirectional defensive jutsu, and used Doton, Iron Rock Body to harden his skin to weather the raging concentrated explosions of over 100 clones. As the aftereffects ceased, the Mizukage and the council could only see Maduro flop on his knees and slowly fall down face first into the ground, unconscious. The gaping audience was interrupted as a bitter-looking Mizukage who didn't know if he should jump from joy or facepalm at one of his strongest jonin being bested by 2 genins. So, did we pass? Ari's cheerful voice sounded from behind them. Do you even need to ask, twerp? The Mizukage thought, completely fed up. Chapter 25, First Mission. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The war finally ended. There were still some occasional skirmishes, but the full-blown war was finally over. This increased the influx of escort missions as the number of people trying to profit from the conflict by turning to banditry was high even in the land of water. And so, Rei and Conan found themselves on their very first mission. D rank, escort to a merchant, heading to the capital of the land of water. The ranking was different than when Rei remembered from canon. There were very little chore missions. Most of these were not approved since it was after war and ninja were in low supply, stretched thin. Hurry up, load it. A pudgy man hurried Rei and Conan as they entered his warehouse. He was pointing at a pile of goods he wanted to be loaded onto the cart. Rei looked at the man with a raised eyebrow. Hurry? I didn't hire you to lose my time. The man stomped his foot to the ground. Rei shook his head in disbelief. The merchant saw it and was about to deliver a proper verbal thrashing to what he perceived as lowly genin when Rei disappeared. Enhancing his body with Raiden Chakra, Rei appeared behind the man with a burst of speed, holding a kunai to his throat. The companions of the merchant froze with their eyes bulging out. You hired us to protect you from bandits. Not as an errand boy, Rei coldly stated, pressing the kunai deeper to his throat, drawing blood. I could slit your throat and be done with it. So, you will shut up and stop ordering us around. The merchant quickly understood his position. This was not Konoha that put civilians first. Clients were important, but even Konoha, the gentler of the big five, had fail-safes in case the clients were too unruly. Merchants could be grumpy, mocking, even condescending. Ninja would bear with it. But every ninja had his limit that when reached, he could say fuck it. For example, no merchant could sexually harass or ask for sex unless it was a part of the mission. After all, merchants were merchants, not nobles. Unless they were connected with daimyo, which would most likely be a B-rank mission done by jonin or high-rank shinin. But even then the village had a list of willing kunoichi if the man was known for desiring entertainment during the mission. After all, these missions paid a lot more than the standard. But unless it were these merchants, then it didn't matter even if they completely bombed a D-rank. All it would do was a black mark in their records that nobody would care about. Not even a fine would be administered. D-ranks are for those that can't pay. It shows the low social status and nobody important would pay for one unless that person ceased to be important and wealthy. Hell, some nobles even pay C ranks for babysitting, all to show their importance. Next time you want to ask something of us, you will ask it nicely. Are we clear? Rei asked with steel in his voice. He may be young but no 2-bit barely above average merchant is going to boss him around. He survived in a war zone and he didn't do it only to be looked down upon. It was not that he had something against the menial work. It was the attitude of the merchant that irked Rei. Yes. The merchant fearfully admitted as sweat was flowing down his forehead, his legs shaking. Rei's killing intent made the man see himself die numerous times already, and it was the worst experience of his life. Rei put the kunai away from the merchant's throat, making him flop down onto the ground with his eyes shaking and teary. Rei casually walked closer to Conan as she was floating the goods with her paper and put it on the wagons. They sat on the edge of one wagon, Conan's head leaning onto Rei's shoulder as she sat in his lap, both on guard. Needless to say, the journey was mostly quiet after the little show in the warehouse. The journey was boring. Rei just created 20 water clones who killed off any bandit in the vicinity. He didn't even need to care if they are guilty or not. The peasants were poor, but they were not so poor as to not be able to afford food. The current daimyo was selfish and greedy, but he was not as bad as to make his subjects starve. The capital of the land of water was unexpected. It showed the wealth of the country. This country was in the exact same situation as AIM before the war, just bigger. The capital was rich while anything else was poor. Both situations were created due to the leaders. While yes, Daimyo of Water would gladly pay for recruitment of new ninja and Kekii Genkai by hiring merchants and promising a hefty sum for it, that just meant he valued the safety of his country, his safety. As for the peasants, it was obvious he didn't see the need to care. Only the capital had electricity. Only the capital had a massive, luxurious-looking port. Only the capital had proper marble roads. Only the capital had marble statues. Only the capital had a. Simply put, it was not yet the canon time. It really hammered down the point that this was a past of what Rei remembered from the Naruto series. Rei was actually quite awkward about all the wealth he was shown. In the years in this world, he got used to living practically in the wilderness. When he came to a city that actually had electricity, he could only wryly laugh. Conan was indifferent. She didn't care either way if the people around her had happy or miserable lives. She looked at Rei's face, smiled, and sprang up, kissing him fully on the lips while licking them, getting his mind away from whatever plagued it. Only when she felt Rei's gentle hand on her head did she pull back and gave a death glare at the gawking merchants they were supposed to protect. The wagon stopped in front of a warehouse for goods. It was different from the one in Kirigakure. This one was bigger and clearly made of expensive wood. Could you please help us with unloading it? The merchant asked politely and Rei looked at him impassively. Flinching, he added quietly, "Please." Conan nodded and the paper yet again floated the goods to the warehouses, stacking them. The confirmation. Rei asked and the merchant nodded, signing off his name on the paper confirming the mission was fulfilled. Rei and Conan had 2 days to spend in the capital of Mizunokuni. They decided to enjoy them. Chapter 26, Easy Money. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent the next morning, Rei made breakfast for Conan. They both enjoyed it alongside some light morning kissing. Rei had a plan for his visit to the capital. As a Kiri shinobi, he won't be able to come to this place often. Thankfully, he had Conan and his superb ability with seals. They left their hitaiade in their pockets and left the hotel room. "Is this it?" Conan asked, bewildered as she stared at the rundown building on the edge of the capital. Both her and Rei were in a henge of their adult forms. "Yes." Rei trailed off. "Anyway, let's go in." He reached for the door and they broke. Sighing in exasperation, Rei just went past the now doorless frame and entered the building. Who are you? An old man suddenly shouted, trying to sound confident but the stutter didn't help it much. "You are Mikado Biribiri?" Rei asked, trying to sound polite. "Why yes." The man nodded, looking at him in suspicion. What do you want? Rei heard the guy was basically Hinata MK predecessor but this was really going to be a long talk, wasn't it? "I came to offer you a business deal." Bulletin bussy bussin dash. "Yes." Rei clicked his tongue as Conan snickered behind her palm. Bulletin dash. "I know." Rei told the man with a groan. "Now, sit." He was aware that the man had a brilliantly inventive mind but was utter crap at social skills. It was utterly obvious. "You want to spread your electric bulbs, street light, and electric appliances." The man nodded, his back straight, and his hands perched on his knees. "But you lack a stable power source and social skills." The man nodded again, a little more enthusiastically. "I can give you this." Rei took out a seal matrix consisting of 2 seals. He pointed at one of the seals. "This draws a minuscule amount of nature energy into the seal which produces Raiden Chakra." He saw the utter look of incomprehension but didn't care and continued. His finger trailed towards the second seal as he continued his explanation. "This Raiden Chakra is conducted into the second seal, where it is made to power up the seal to create electricity out of it." Mikado's eyes shone as he somewhat realized how it worked. If this was the truth then his power source problem would be solved. But, "Iiicaca can td s dash." "Yes," Rei patiently nodded. "That's why a clone of Conan here will assist you and create these seals for you. A merchant, Caribou, will come in a few days to act as people's person for this little project. I only want 50% of profits for me and 15% for Caribou." Mikado blinked with his jaws hanging at the proposition. "Why you, half?" he shrieked and for the first time, didn't stutter. "Yes," Rei calmly replied. "You will receive 35% and be able to focus on inventing while Caribou does the merchant work for you." Mikado was conflicted as he gazed into the emerald eyes of the pale blonde man. On one hand, his life's work would spread. On another, they asked for more than half of the profits? "Oh okay." He grimaced but he knew he had no other choice. Kakuzu Incorporated made him pauper when they introduced their own power source and appliances. And even if it broke more often than not, they were regarded better even though his never broke. It was all in their talking skills. Rei signed a contract with the man and left a paper clone of grown-up Conan behind. The clone had 6 seals, 1 in the head, 1 in heart, and 4 in limbs, that continuously absorbed nature energy and resupplied its chakra reserves, making it able to sustain itself indefinitely. It could even create more paper clones on its own that could make seals. A perfect factory? Rei loved that these clones of Conan were like shadow clones only without the memory transfer function. He trusted Conan to do her best for his endeavors even if it was only a clone of hers. He wasn't dense. He knew she would kill the entirety of Mizu no Kuni if he asked her. Or at least, she would try to. As for why he didn't use his own clones? How the heck would he stick seals made of ink onto a water clone? It was really depressing when he tried. They left Mikado's house after they agreed the company would be called Biri, and that Rei's profits would go to his account. Caribou was already convinced to go along with it for 15%, so that was not a problem. Rei and Conan spent the rest of their time in the capital visiting tourist spots, holding hands, trying out restaurants, and enjoying life. After their frantic survival arc in AIM, this seemed almost like heaven to Conan. She got to eat good food, kiss Rei, and he would even piggyback her through the city. She couldn't help but have a barely noticeable smile on her lips the entire time. For Rei, that smile was very telling. He made sure to kiss her a lot during their date. He knew she loved it, and he could also say that her lips were one of his favorite places. That's why when they came back to their hotel room and Conan attacked him the second the door closed, he didn't protest. Her lips trailed along his neck, chin, and cheeks until they finally reached his lips. Conan didn't stop. She fully leaned on him, deepening her kisses as they reached the bed. Rei ended up sitting on the edge as Conan straddled him, her hands on the back of his head, pushing his lips closer to his. Her tongue started lashing at his lips, trying to find an in. Rei allowed her entrance and the two made out while Conan tried to make her body melt into his while moaning into the kisses as she could feel Rei's hands squeezing her posterior. It took them 5 minutes to separate, and as they did, Conan's eyes flashed. She wanted more than just kisses. She felt ready. She was ready. Her hand started to reach towards Rei's crotch. Rei stopped her hand from getting into his pants, holding it tightly, breaking the tender atmosphere in the room. Conan pleadingly looked at him. They were 11 but their bodies were 13. They had heat. She wanted to make him feel good. Rei gave her a harsh look that told her what he thought about it. Their bodies were not yet mature enough. Maybe it was a remnant of his morals from the modern age, but it was still there in his mind. He just could not switch it off and fuck an 11-year-old girl. But when he saw her sad, longing, and loving gaze, showing hopelessness and need, sigh, the nature energy just had to mess up with our hormones when it made our bodies older. He cursed. His body wanted it too. It was an almost overpowering urge to become one, to connect. There was nothing that he wanted more than to have sex with Conan. Oddly enough, it was only Conan that evoked it. With an exasperated groan, his free hand went to Conan's nether area. He, at least, could give her the satisfaction. Channeling his fine-controlled Raiden Chakra, he pushed it into her. Conan curiously watched his hand in expectation. But then her eyes bulged as she felt the chakra. She couldn't hold herself as she shrieked in ecstasy for a full 30 seconds. The Raiden Chakra stimulated every nerve ending in her nether region. She felt a tingling sensation deep inside herself and it was unbearable. Conan, for the first time in her life, climaxed, wetting the spot under herself. Her powerless twitching body flopped onto Rei's as her eyes started to droop in exhaustion as she cuddled to him, falling asleep. Rei looked at her satisfied smile with happiness. Sigh, such a difficult girl. He licked his wet fingers and his smile widened. At least she tastes incredible. He tenderly kissed her forehead. I will have to teach you how to let your carnal desires wash over you and disperse into the nature energy. It will alleviate at least some of this uncontrollable need. He whispered lovingly to sleeping Conan, falling asleep himself. Chapter 27, Apprentice 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Conan did D and occasional C-ranked missions for 2 years until they were eligible for promotion to Chunin. During this time, they traveled most of the Land of Waters as the Mizukage tried to keep them outside the village but never allowing them to leave the Land of Water. They were the only duo genin team and sending them could free one team, so they were run-ragged these years. Well, they would be if they did not make free time whenever possible on their way back. Their list of dates in various locations was almost as extensive as their mission record. After all, Rei made sure he had enough of his private Conan time to refill his Conan reserves after every mission with Conan. Since he taught her how to get rid of her desires, she got quite tame. Rei knew it was not a solution, only temporary help. Her desires were still building up. But, only 2 more years and he would feel okay with it. On the other hand, since he pushed his lightning chakra into Conan, she demanded some attention every other day. Her taste was almost addictive to him. He couldn't but feel right at that. Conan quickly put a stop to these feelings though. One day, he woke up with Conan's tongue working its way up and down his morning wood. Rei could only take a firm hold of her messy bed hair and enjoy it. Since then, he also received the tender care of her mouth and silky tongue every other day. Conan seemed to get almost addicted to his cum. She tasted heavenly to him, so he surmised that it was the same for her too. Both knew that what they felt for the other was in no way normal. They loved each other for years, sure, but they were aware that these intense insatiable feelings for the other dated to the mishap with linking and that they only grew stronger by the day. It got so serious that Rei even started to develop a special seal, soul-affecting seal to bind them together completely. He felt their bond was somewhat incomplete, open, and that was slowly driving them nuts. They needed some kind of control, and if that pushed them beyond the proverbial line and made them desire the other with their very being, why not? He was even adding some special benefits. 2 years. That was the minimum period for a foreign shinobi to be trusted. Rei felt that the third Mizukage was really pushing for their integration with Kiri. In these 2 years, he and Conan didn't fail any mission. They had the best record out of all genins, which was a big embarrassment for them since they were solid elite jonin level already. They often sparred with the 7 swordsmen, more often than not beating them. It brought only increasing depression to the third Mizukage seeing them beating his best. Alternatively, he jumped from sheer joy when Rei or Conan was defeated. But then again, neither of them actually showed their full skill in these spars. Rei often limited himself to Raiden and Kenjutsu while going blow for blow, bettering his Kenjutsu in these spars, and Conan preferred her paper clones and explosive tags while employing more of a hit-and-run tactic. To be honest, most fights, she was not even on the battlefield. Instead, she ate snacks in the treetops as her clones did the work. It was driving Maduro sparse and the current wielder of Kiba, that man hated Conan with passion, especially since she took a sick pleasure of always cancelling his Raiden coating on the blades with her futon. Always finding a different way to do it too. Rei mostly sparred with same Hada and Nuiberi wielders. Same Hada wielder. It was some unknown dude with spiky white hair. Rei didn't care enough to remember his name. All the guy had was a large chakra pool, speed, and compliance of same Hada. His skills were good only at waving the chakra sucker around. But fighting him was really a good exercise for dodging. Nuiberi was dangerous. Even Rei received a few holes in his body when sparring with the woman wielding that sword. She was insanely skilled and fast with it. No matter the edge he had as someone who was strengthening his body with nature energy for years. No matter that his senses were incredibly developed. The woman always found just the right hole in his defense to put the needle in. It really showed Rei that he was not yet invincible. Rei found a new respect for shinobi by fighting her. She was the prime example that it was not all in pure unadulterated power and that precision and skill could kill too. A pity the woman will be killed by her student, Kushimera. It was the day of their promotion to Chunin when the Mizukage called for them. Rei, expecting another mission, came leisurely into Mizukage's office and with a slight bow, waiting for instructions. By now, the secretary was not even stopping him as his team frequented the office the most. The benefits of being able to fly on a platform made out of Conan's paper, enhanced by Rei's Raiden Chakra. Their traveling speed was insanely fast. They are able to have 2 days off after every long-distance mission and be in Kiri 3 days before their expected return. To this day, Mizukage didn't know how they did it and always grumbled about that feat. Alas, sooner returns meant more missions. Pissing off Mizukage with even sooner returns from them, made for even more missions too, which made for more free time with Conan outside the village and a bigger paycheck. Rei thought it was a win-win? Ah, Rei-kun. The Mizukage cheerily shouted, making Rei scowl. You made Chunin, I see. Rei's scowl deepened. The man pulled all pretenses with Rei and Conan a year ago. He no longer was that stern serious leader, but he was now more of a goofy idiotic and annoying shit. Of course, you know I am Chunin. You approved of it, Baka? Who do you think signed the library slip to Jonin section right before my eyes? Rei mentally raged. Anyway, I have something special for you, you see. The Mizukage trailed off. Call her in. Into the room walked a 9-year-old girl with a hitayate on her forehead. She was small, but her eyes were sharp, used to fending for herself. Instantly darting all around the room, checking for ways to run, just in case. Her eyes instantly snapped to Mizukage and she bowed. Mizukage-sama. Ah, Ringo-chan? You will be given to Rei-kun, alright. The girl, Ringo, instantly looked at Rei with a conflicted but kinda disappointed gaze. After all, he looked 15 at most and not that strong either. She was too. The girl blushed and looked to the ground. As a disciple, Rei finished for Mizukage in deadpan, making Ringo blink and nod slowly as her blush deepened for that misunderstanding. Of course, as a disciple. The Mizukage repeated with a smile. How perceptive of you, Rei-kun. REI would forever remember the day he doomed himself and allowed the Mizukage to call him REI-kun. The twat used it against him in every single instance he could. Mizukage's jovial mood suddenly disappeared as he deflated. That said, Genin Amarai, he sternly uttered, making the girl straighten up. Your affinity for Kenjutsu and Raiden was duly noted. That's why you are getting the best teacher for Raiden and one of the best swordsmen of Kiri. Any questions? The girl at first hesitated, but then her eyes flashed in resolve. I thought the best was the wielder of Kiba. REI couldn't help but smile. The girl had guts to speak like that to Mizukage. Ah, spunky one, aren't you? The Mizukage chuckled. Maybe, maybe not. REI-kun is not a dual wielder, therefore, Kiba is not for him. The Mizukage knew REI would steamroll the current wielder of Kiba. He saw it happen quite a lot too. But to actually admit it to a girl whose dream is to be Kiba wielder? He was not so cruel. It would crush her dreams? That would not do for his plans. Not at all. Ringo observed REI. He had long pale blonde hair in one massive braid, starting from the back of his head, flowing over his shoulder and lazily laying on his chest, reaching the middle of his abdomen. His eyes were piercing of shiny emerald green color and his face had high cheeks with some aristocratic features. He was pale and lean, unassuming in his loose white long-sleeved kimono, reaching only a slightly above mid-thigh, and black pants. Ringo would peg him for a noble rather than ninja. Nothing like the badass muscled swordsman of Kiri. Ringo also noted his casual posture and annoyed expression as he stood 5 meters away from her. She then turned to Mizukage. Where the heck is my muscled piece of a hunk? Is this lanky dude going to be my sensei? But, no muscles? Ringo mentally whined. Mizukage-sama, are you sure this ma dash? She didn't finish it as she felt a powerful swat to the back of her head, sending her face first to the floor. That was not nice, REI-kun. The Mizukage half-heartedly rebuked REI, who was now standing straight, a few inches behind Ringo's form, sprawled on the ground with one of his hands outstretched in swatting motion and the other behind his back. Is that any way to talk to your master, Bakudeshi Ringo? Look how I will beat you to death. He ignored Mizukage as he scolded Ringo. Ringo wasn't that new in Raiden manipulation. She felt the slight buzzing and then bam! She was hit. She sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling like stars as she looked straight at REI with admiration in her gaze. Yes, master, she exclaimed, awe filling her eyes. REI blinked at her, then blinked at the gawking Mizukage. Did I break her? He pointed at Ringo, who was still looking at him like a fangirl. Congratulations REI-kun, you just gained your first admirer. Make me proud. The Mizukage wiped a mock tear from the corner of his eye. Come with me, girl. REI decided that a swift retreat was in order and left with Ringo. It was not like in Konoha. He was given an apprentice and that was that. If he didn't want her, he could find someone who did, or let her self-study, or provide an accident. She was an orphan and it was a viable opinion. But he could not reject her appointment as his apprentice. But that basically meant, her skill will reflect on him and his resume. It was a nifty way to keep jonins in line and make them pass on at least some of their skills. As the door closed, Mizukage's expression changed from jovial and goofy to complete seriousness. He clasped his hands in front of his mouth that twitched upward. Ha, consider this a test run. REI-kun. Chapter 28, Apprentice 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Ringo followed her new sensei, REI, to the training ground 66. The only training ground with a lake in the middle. She could see a clearing bordering a lake and tilted her head when she saw a gorgeous 15-looking girl with neck-long blue hair with an origami rose stuck in them, reading a book, sitting cross-legged on the lake as she held the book in one hand. She was clothed in a pure black long-sleeved kimono with dark blue roses pattern all over, also reaching only mid-thighs as REI's. She wore black skirt with the same rose pattern and her hands had black fingerless gloves on them. The girl raised her head and her amber eyes pierced Ringo as they narrowed, clearly showing her purplish eyeshadow. They observed every nook and cranny of Ringo's body, while the girl's crimson lips set themselves in a frown. Ringo shuddered at the intense scrutiny that gaze held and felt like a prey stalked by a predator. The girl promptly snapped the book shut with her fingers, making it go puff. Ringo was baffled. She didn't see any storage scroll anywhere. Conan saw the small skinny redhead and with a sigh, approached REI. Who is the girl? She asked uncaringly. Apparently, this is my new apprentice. Ringo, her name. REI rolled his eyes. Oh, so? What are we gonna do with her? Conan's eye twitched. She valued her alone time with REI. Having an apprentice was ruining that time. Now she had to find out if REI was up for some good old-fashioned accident in the field for the girl. We will teach her. REI shrugged, dashing Conan's hopes. Obviously. Conan clicked her tongue but nodded nevertheless. REI decided, she would follow. But the second the girl tried something. Kukiku. Ringo could only shudder at the look the blue-haired girl gave her. She was not like those naive retards in the academy. She knew the girl was asking if they should off her. A chill passed through her spine at the dismissive, uncaring way the girl said it too. Unconsciously, Ringo moved closer to Rei. He at least wasn't out for her blood. Rei took out a slice of paper and handed it to shaken Ringo. She looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Show me how far you are with Raiden." Ringo nodded and focused. The paper slowly started wrinkling. It took her 2 minutes to get it all wrinkled. Rei nodded at her, not praising, nor admonishing her. "Good enough for your age," he said aloofly at her look and shrugged. "You have a natural talent for it and all you need is practice. I didn't see any bad habit in your Raiden Chakra creation." Ringo saw Rei take out 2 swords and throw one to her. She barely managed to catch it, looking at her sensei. "Okay, show me your kenjutsu." Ringo didn't need to be told twice. She loved sword fighting. She ran at her sensei, slashing towards his abdomen, but Rei saw Ringo's eyes trail to his leg even though the slash was aimed at his stomach. He sighed at the obvious tell and simply stepped back, letting her sword sail harmlessly in front of him and promptly hit her head with the blunt side of his sword. "There. Dead," he said and removed his sword from her head, waiting for her reaction. Ringo pouted. But then she raised her sword, rushing at Rei again. Rei smiled at that and sidestepped her swipe. She was determined. He swatted her head as her body was about to pass his, making her face ground. "There. Dead," he said in amusement, but noted that she did not let go of her sword. That was nice. As long as she was alive and held her sword, there was hope for her as a swordsman. Rei crouched down to the sprawled form of Ringo. "Your eyes. You are looking where you are going to strike," he told her lazily. Ringo sat down and mulled over his words. Then she slowly nodded. Not long after that, they were again standing opposite each other with their swords in their hands. This time though Rei threw his sword at her, handle first. Ringo caught it in her free hand, bewildered. "Dual wielding. Your dream is Kiba, isn't it? So you have to start learning." Rei smiled at the girl who beamed at him in happiness. The girl ran at him, slashing her right sword at his chest. He sidestepped. Ringo's left sword was instantly in his face. He leaned his head to the left, making the blade miss. Ringo didn't wait as her foot was instantly aimed at his stomach. He caught it and threw Ringo away. "No kicks until you are older and stronger, kid." Ringo nodded but wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and rushed at him again, heedless of the big bruise on her cheek she gained when she fell on the ground. His swords were a flurry of swipes but Rei weaved through them with apparent ease. After a few minutes, Ringo started to get tired but more vicious. Rei quickly dragged his foot back as Ringo's left sword aimed to pierce it, instead, piercing the ground. He had to relocate his other leg more to the right to dodge another slash of Ringo, making the space between his legs wider. That was when Ringo forcefully slashed the sword piercing the ground upwards, right towards Rei's crotch. She was getting closer, and closer, her heart jumping at being able to hit. But then Ringo felt a chill through her spine as Rei appeared behind her, his hand reaching over her shoulder and clasping a slice of paper glimmering in bluish futon chakra, an inch from her throat. She gulped. Ringo was aware where her head would fly if that even nicked her throat. Sweat started to flow down her forehead. "Conan." Rei sighed. "What? She aimed at your crotch? Your crotch belongs to me? She deserves punishment." The girl, Conan, pouted childishly but her eyes still glared at Ringo. Ringo vowed to never aim at the crotch when sparring with her new sensei. That was a fair trade for keeping her head on her shoulders. Unknowingly, the respect Ringo held for the blue-haired girl, Conan, rose high, as did the fear she felt towards the impassive girl who was deliberately looking for a reason to take her head off. Rei only sighed and gave Conan a look. Both him and Conan knew that he could dodge the slash whenever he felt like it as he was strengthening his body for years with nature chakra in preparation for sage mode. His body strength and speed were far above the norm. Even if Ringo's sword hit his crotch, shuddering thought, and he would never let it hit, it wouldn't do much. His body was too strong for that. A non-chakra metal sword wielded by a 9-year-old girl without any chakra in it? It wouldn't do anything. 2 hours later, Ringo was glad the kenjutsu spar was over. She was drenched in sweat, panting on the ground as she still clutched the 2 swords. Ringo felt miserable. Sure, she was very tired. But most of her sweat was due to resisting the killing intent Conan showered her in. Ringo knew Conan was training her with it. At least partially. She really hoped it was not real. Conan put the girl under enough pressure that she managed to move and get used to it. Then, she increased it. Rei decided to train the girl, so she will be trained. Conan wouldn't be satisfied with anything less than Jonin level strength in 2 years. Not when the girl has so many resources at her disposal. Even as an orphan, just coming to the Kiri library means better knowledge than what Conan had and she managed. It was only due to Rei but she did learn. Conan decided she would observe the girl very, very closely. She was sure the old coot Mizukage had some plans for REI and the girl just might figure in them. But plots and schemes aside, if the girl has REI to help her and the shinobi library to boot, then she will either learn or be discarded. No waste of time will be tolerated. Not when that time could be used for more meaningful things. Like snogging? REI knew the look on Conan's face. He could only wryly chuckle at it. Just seeing it, he was sure the following years would be rough for Ringo. Conan, as a dutiful wife, had no patience for someone wasting the time of her Danasama, especially since Ringo was heavily intruding in their alone time. REI could only sigh and pray Ringo would survive it. Chapter 29, Nice Morning, Annoyed Ringo, and Schemes of Old Coot. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI woke up and saw Conan's sleeping face in front of him. She had a small smile and cutely furrowed brows, most likely from a pleasant dream. He couldn't help himself and his hand quickly landed on her cheek, softly and gently caressing it. Conan slowly opened her sleepy eyes while her head unconsciously leaned towards REI's hand. Her smile widened as her vision cleared and the first sight that greeted her was REI's eyes, intently staring at her face, enamored with it. Conan moved before she could even realize it and suddenly rolled REI on his back. She sat on his belly, straddling him, letting him see her very naked and very sensitive body while smiling at him gently. She lowered her upper body, laying her chest on his as her mouth claimed his in a very slow and deliberate kiss. REI's hands snaked around her torso, softly embracing her naked back. He started to slowly stroke it while making sure to apply Raiden Chakra to make her feel pleasant tingling in her entire back. He could instantly feel her legs clamping hard on his hips as her crotch instinctively pressed harder into his stomach. He could feel Conan's nipples hardening, poking his chest. Conan ended the slow soft kiss and pulled her head slightly away before her head lowered again, towards his ear. That was not nice. Now I am all horny. She seductively purred into his ear and started to kiss his neck. That makes two of us. REI returned the favor by releasing a hot breath into her ear that was conveniently close. His left hand raised from her back, taking hold of the nape of her neck as his right hand reached across her back, gripping her hip. Conan only managed to yelp as she suddenly found herself lying on her back when REI twisted their bodies. She blinked in momentary confusion at the ceiling. Tilting her head she was about to talk when REI's lips smashed into hers, his body leaning into her. Conan felt her body loosen, happy from the close proximity. She melted into the kiss and her eyes glazed over in want as her legs that were still around REI's hips, tightly locked behind his back, refusing to let go. They passionately made out, laying on top of each other and the time lost the meaning for them. Minute, 5, 10, they had no idea. Out of sudden, REI withdrew from the kiss. Sorry, Conan. He kissed her cheek as she stared at him, biting her lower lip. We have a mission today. Conan slowly nodded, her greater than massive reluctance apparent. REI could only smile wryly. Conan, your legs. Conan looked at him innocently, but her legs stayed firmly locked around his back, the same as her hands still held his shoulders. REI chuckled and stood up, making Conan yelp and tightly clung to him like a koala. You difficult girl. He kissed her forehead, enjoying her pout and her accusing stare. Well, then, shower first. He said but Conan could feel his hands squeezing her bum. That instant she knew it would take a long time for them to leave the shower. Her eyes quickly morphed into joy, claiming his lips as he carried her to the bathroom. Annoyed Ringo was leaning on the gate as she sat cross-legged on the ground. The swords that she received from REI were on her lap. She took great care of them. After all, not even half of the Jonin were capable of having a weapon from Chakra metal. Even if only as big as Kunao, it would cost a fortune. Only the most skilled and successful ninjas could afford one, or the wealthiest clans. Yet, REI-sensei gave her not one but two. It was half a year since she started her apprenticeship and she could never really put her head around where her sensei got the money for two short swords. Even the Mizukage dropped his jaw when she reported it. It really showed how big it was. She was tasked with reporting anything suspicious about her sensei to the Mizukage. She wasn't very comfortable with it but she was a kunoichi of Kiri and Mizukage was her boss. She was very aware that her REI-sensei knew but didn't care. Ringo didn't understand why it was important to have her of all people spy on REI-sensei. He could have killed her off in the middle of the village and make it seem like an accident. That much she knew from their training. It made her that much more glad she was given to REI-sensei. She learned a lot about Kenjutsu and Raiden. She started to like her sensei, even his cold teammate was kinda bearable, she guessed. Now, if only REI-sensei and Conan-san showed up. Ringo grumbled under her nose, not noticing the Umbu and gate guards snickering at her, knowing full well. This was the first official out of the village mission for Ringo and she was excited. Well, before she was forced to wait half an hour for her sensei? Poor Ringo had no idea that REI and Conan were pulling their inner Kakashi on her. It would be hours before they showed up. The third Mizukage stood in his office, looking out of the window. Sigh, if my clan knew. A womanly voice resounded from within the office as the shuffling of dressing up could be heard. Himeno, Mizukage chuckled as with the corner of his eye he observed his childhood friend sluggishly pulling her clothes back on her body. Your grandfather knows about us. Humph. I know. She averted her eyes, making him snicker. They have been sleeping together since they were teenagers. Himeno never married. Always beaten her suitor to an inch of his life to dissolve any arranged marriage. She was to be the next clan head, and yet by now there was nobody in the Yuki clan who dared to propose. No matter the benefits. The Mizukage came closer to Himeno and kissed her on the lips. How is our daughter? He softly asked her, making her wryly smile. Still forbidden from any shinobi training. The elders are forcing her to be a civilian. The only civilian in the entire clan. Himeno shook her head sadly. It's not that bad. She clearly has Yuki Kekkei Genkai and is treated like princess. She elaborated when she saw Mizukage getting angry. She is only forbidden to train. They don't want someone with impure blood to be the next leader of the clan. The Mizukage held back a sneer. Sigh. It was hard enough when I came back home pregnant, unwilling to tell who the father was. Himeno shook her head. Only my grandpa supported me. The Mizukage nodded and continued for her. That was the only reason why no repercussions were enforced. He sighed but then bitterly grimaced. I know. He asked for a hefty price for that too. I am planning to retire soon. Unless a war comes, in 5 to 7 years I will be all yours. The Mizukage hugged her and whispered to her ear. Then, I can stop this politicking and we can make many more daughters together. He kissed her near the ear, making her giggle. Himeno pushed him away. We just had sex. She pouted at him, making him chuckle. As she looked down, blushing hard, she found a file pushed to the side of the table they just used for their lovemaking. She took it to her hand and started reading. The more she read the higher her eyebrows rose. You. Himeno looked at her lover with wide eyes. The Mizukage saw the file she was holding and let out an insufferable sigh. Yes. You want that orphan, Ringo, do what? Himeno shrieked. Are you sure? Himeno quieted down and seriously stared at him. I doubt Conan will let Ringo sleep with Rei. The Mizukage nodded. You never know, but she is only a trial. Anyway, I doubt she would manage it. I am sure Rei knows well what my game is and Conan will never accept Ringo because of that. Because both know. The Mizukage smiled deviously. But that will be their undoing. You see, I did account for my retirement into the plan, and I am counting on their cleverness too. Ringo is a cover. Himeno stated dryly. She knew that smile, it instantly became apparent. Read ahead. The Mizukage told her simply and Himeno did. You. Himeno could only gape as her mind stopped. You betrothed him. He. Your man is a master at manipulation, after all. He proudly stated with his hands on his hips. As Mizukage, I am legally able to do it? Kukiku. The girl is barely 4. The Mizukage nodded again. That's why it will work. The girl is 4. Too young to predict it. At first glance, I won't have any influence over her situation too. Rei and Conan will never see her as a threat, not when the exact same thing already failed with Ringo. They would think me too smart to go at it in the exact same way only without my own influence. The girl won't even know it was all planned. And then, when they got close to the girl, I will spring the spiel at them, either accept the betrothal or let the girl go into Cra where she would be used. Well, you know. Himeno could only stare at him. It was a cruel plan. But she knew him. He always acted only after he got his facts straight. The Cra clause for a female was not activated, ever. Yet if this fails the girl will suffer. You are sure they will take her in, right? I know Rei and Conan are loyal only to each other. The Mizukage waved dismissively. I am giving them an incentive to be loyal to Kiri. Sure, it will take years but I observed them enough. With my plan, they will take the girl. A girl raised by Kiri. A girl whose inheritance is in Kiri. A girl who will receive her clan properties when she is of age. That will tie them to Kiri indefinitely. It can backfire. Himeno hummed. I know. The Mizukage sighed. But Rei is reasonable. Conan would probably make the Kiri go kaboom but Rei. That's why I am doing my best to accommodate them. I would probably want Rei as my successor if he was born in Kiri. You know, I am a very good judge of character. I judged you to be a pervert, after all. He giggled perversely. You. Himeno swatted his shoulders in good humor with a scowl. The previous topic already forgotten. Chapter 30, First Mission with Apprentice 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Ringo glared at the approaching forms of her sensei and his teammate. They still looked like white and black smudge in the distance to her, but she recognized they were happily holding hands as they leisurely walked towards the gate. She wanted to strangle them? 6 hours. That's how long it took them to finally decide to show up? By the end, she was sure she knew every location of every hidden umbu as she heard them laughing at her. She could only bitterly grimace. Rei was her superior first and sensei second. It was time to stand up and greet him while holding back her bitter tears. Sniff. Rei held Conan's hand and could feel the soothing sensation of her gentle water chakra coursing through his entire body through his hand, making him feel as if it was devotedly massaged. He returned the favor by sending his water chakra into her body, making her pleasantly shiver and chew on her lower lip. As if she could win in a fight of Sudden chakra with him, he snorted. It was so tempting to just spin her and kiss those seductive quivering crimson lips as her amber orbs were narrowed in delight, showing her light purple eyeshadow. Unfortunately, Ringo was already served double kakashi for today. It was time to get going. Hello, Bakadeshi Ringo, Rei joked. At first, he did it to satisfy his pettiness. Wanted to feel like those whimsical wuxia masters who were sending their disciples on brainless adventures to satisfy their pride. But after a while, he stopped, and now it was just a recurring joke. Master. Ringo bowed mockingly, making Rei chuckle and Conan roll her eyes at the girl. Well, the mission is simple enough. We are to assassinate a noble in the land of Marsh. Ringo looked bewildered at her first mission being something only a jonin would do. Don't worry. The mission is more for us than you. Conan joined. You are here to observe and learn and... She stopped. And to kill my first human in the field. Ringo nodded. Geez, they really teach them well in the academy, don't they? Rei muttered. Both Conan and him knew the academy curriculum and this was a tradition of sorts. They kill each other during the genin exam, reducing the class to half. But that's only for civilian-born. The clans would never stand it. The clan children usually only show that they are ready to be shinobi and be forced to kill a bound prisoner to blood themselves. Hence, the first mission served to properly have a first kill in the field, against someone who fights back. It was Rei's responsibility to provide such a person, either on the way to, during, or the way from the mission. Ringo will kill someone and they won't return until she does. If she won't be able to kill a man in a month, she will be deemed useless and, hence, the high mortality rate of the Kiri genin. But then again, Kiri has the best assassins and in a war, they clearly keep up even with their lesser, more trigger-happy, military force and stay deeply rooted in the Big Five. It is said the losses were almost the same on both Kumo and Kiri during the Second War. But that is only statistically. Both lost around 15% of their force while another 20 were out of commission due to injuries. But Kiri had a lot less shinobi than Kumo, therefore Kumo lost more. Pre-canon Kiri was strong power, indeed. Nevertheless, Rei still didn't see a reason to cull Kiri's young genin due to a weak stomach. They were barely 10. Ah, blast it. Sigh. Idiotic traditions. Rei shook his head. He could always just report she indeed did kill someone and be done with it. He really didn't understand the hype. Let's go. They left the village. It took them a few hours, but when they were sufficiently distanced and checked that nobody followed them, Conan made her paper platform. Come on, Ringo. Rei gestured to her to get on it. Ringo was staring in confusion at it. What could it do? She indeed stepped on it and, she shrieked and shrieked some more when she was yanked at high speed towards their destination. 20 minutes passed and Ringo was finally calm, observing the landscape from above as they flew around the clouds. She suddenly saw a glimmering blue mass of water and sandy beaches. They reached the sea. It was mesmerizing for her to watch as the waves crashed into other waves. This tranquil sight, she will never forget. Ringo, Rei, and Conan stood on a paper platform, marshes all around them. Before them, a majestic Japanese castle stood proudly on the only hill, a solid mass of earth, around. It was the depiction of the unconquerable. The marshes would stop any sizable army and the castle was positioned well. It would take a lot of effort for an army to breach it. But, Ringo, I want you to tell me, what would you do first in this kind of situation? Rei squatted near the girl, quizzing her. Infiltrate. Ringo tilted her head. She knew she was not the smartest tool in the shed, but, wasn't that obvious? How? Rei smiled while Conan giggled and Ringo felt her answer was not what he wanted to hear. I need to kill the Lord, yeah. Seeing Rei nod, Ringo continued sure of herself. I would pretend to be a courtesan, then, a henge into a beauty, perhaps. Rei chuckled. A textbook answer, all right. Ringo heard his soft amused chuckle and beamed, thinking she was right. Until, her face impacted the softened paper of the platform as Rei swatted the back of her head. Wrong, Bakadeshi? What if the guards won't leave the room and you will have to have sex with him to keep your cover? Your henge would dissolve and the Lord would find himself sticking into a 10-year-old girl, or in the case of another kunoichi, a different person than he paid for. He will either be amused and continue. Then you just might survive it, as he might not call his shinobi guards to deal with you, as he will fuck you, humiliate you, and then when you are sufficiently broken, throw you to his guards. Rei sighed in exasperation and continued. Leave honey trap missions to kunoichi who chose that kind of life and are trained for it. You want to be a combatant, not honey trap, bakadeshi. Back to the situation, or, he will not be amused since he is not a pedophile. Most nobles that we are tasked to assassinate are tyrants. Not all, but most. You do not want to be caught by these people. That's why every honey trap kunoichi can request an implant of a cyanide capsule into her mouth. It is much better death than what she would have to go through otherwise. Anyway, these requests are only made by the daimyos themselves, as if a civilian or other noble could request a hidden village to assassinate a noble, the entire system would eventually collapse by daimyos being assassinated left and right. Any idiot who tries is promptly executed. Anyway, if the target was not amused, you would be thrown to guards where you would be their toy for a day before your throat is slit. Game over. Try again. He gestured with his hand in come on motion. Ringo heard the impassive voice of her sensei as he lectured her while pouting as she sat up. Then what? She petulantly crossed her arms, looking to the side. I dunno. Charge and kill, she muttered, making Rei laugh. Pinpon. Ringo-chan. Correct. Ringo looked at him with wide eyes. Did her sensei just tell her they were going to massacre the entire castle? Remember this, Ringo. Every client is asked specifications when he submits the mission. There is always a clause about the preferred approach. Force? They send an assault team, depending on the location, enemy, and the type of the mission. Assassination? They send an assassin or someone from the seduction corps depending on time, the personality of the target, and so on. It is not an easy process to pick who to send. The mission passes various evaluations before it is delivered to the shinobi. That's why the village takes 20% off your paycheck. They check if it is all legit. At least, for missions above B rank such as this. Rei explained. Conan continued before Ringo could do more than a nod. And even with all the checking, the missions are dangerous. If you suspect that something will go wrong, then it most likely will go wrong. That's why you always ask about the desired approach by the client. When you can kill everything with a jutsu, you do not go dancing inside in a weak henge, possibly getting fucked. We are an assault team, so assault is what we do. Rei took the reins and added his input. Some teams only take missions they can steamroll through, like us. If the approach is not to your tastes, you are free to refuse. Only S-rank missions are not rejectable. But, nobody asked me if I accept this mission. Ringo muttered in confusion. Ah, they only ask the leader of the team. Even Jonin-only teams have one leader who speaks for the entire team in these matters. In this case, it is me, Bakadeshi. He coolly smiled at Ringo. Conan nodded and continued. And even then, refusing is not a hard matter. The village has at least 5 potential teams who could be sent prepared. If they ask you to go, that means somebody refused or you were first in the line. You are in no way special, you see. And if somebody requests specifically you for a mission, you are always told beforehand. It prevents a lot of backstabbing, since more often than not when somebody requests you and you do not know that person personally, it is a trap. Ringo nodded and silently waited for instructions. She understood Rei-sensei didn't want a battle plan for her but only wanted to make her say something wrong so he could explain. He always did it. Ask questions. Swat her for the wrong answer. And then explain. The lesson stuck. That Ringo could not refute. Even if it hurt her pride. Well, Ringo, I choose this mission exactly because it is an entire castle. I wanted to show you what a proper ninjutsu technique could do. Ringo started to get excited when Rei-sensei said that. His Raiden techniques were amazing, and he was going to show her a large-scale technique. She bounced up and down with sparkling eyes. Let's go. Rei chuckled. Chapter 31, First Mission with Apprentice 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Conan, if you will. Rei asked Conan. Ringo's cheerful mood dropped. She wanted to see some of Rei's Raiden, not some paper techniques. Rei saw Ringo's dimming excitement and smirked. A half year might have passed but they never showed her their Soten or Doton. It was time to show the girl. Conan nodded at Rei and put her hand in front of her chest, her index and middle fingers outstretched, showing her dark blue nail polish and her perfect nails. Ringo knew Conan did it to mock her. She always gritted her teeth because her nails were always chipped or cracked from sword practice. It was only when Rei showed her a way to reinforce and protect them with Chakra, her nails finally stopped being damaged. Conan laughed for 2 months straight at her for being dumb and not asking instructors in the academy about it. Ringo was jealous, all right. Even the beauties in the seduction corps didn't look half as good as Conan. They even invited her there. Well, granted, that didn't go well for them. Conan almost skinned them alive, if not for the Mizukage. Swat. Rei again swatted Ringo for not paying attention. Ringo's face planted again into the softened paper that Conan prepared under her exactly for this occasion. She pouted and focused on Conan as her sensei wanted. Conan only watched the young girl with an amused smirk. She noted the girl was looking intently at her hands and shook her head. The hand sign she was using was exactly that. Just a useless gesture without any meaning. She was using it to fool anyone who was looking. Conan knew how to mold her chakra internally without the signs. 2 years was enough to learn it and be in complete control. Hence, Sudden, Thunder Hail Waterfall. She pushed her created Sudden chakra and released the hold on her molding to start the jutsu she held semi-finished until Ringo started paying attention. She was happy for that distraction as it provided her the 5 minutes she needed to mold her chakra into the massive technique she was about to unleash. It was easy to create your own jutsu once you could consciously mold chakra however you wanted. Yes, it still took time to fine-tune it, but at least it was possible and manageable. Most ninjas took years to create a completely new jutsu when REI would need a month, and even then it would be for fine-tuning. Conan could do it in 2 months, much to her dismay. REI was just better at these academic things. All thanks to the inner knowledge of chakra molding and how exactly the jutsu were made from that point all the way to the flashy effects. That's why sealless jutsu were so revered. Ringo tilted her head as she heard Conan exclaim the name of the technique. Nothing happened. She was about to open her mouth when a droplet of water landed on her nose. She looked up and her eyes instantly widened as she crouched down and curled into a ball. Her face snapped towards the ground and her hands covered it protectively while quivering from fear. It was only then a thick rain fell on the castle and its surroundings. It was so dense, it was more of a waterfall from the sky rather than rain. The water level rose, the marshes became small lakes, sweeping everything in the hailstorm of water. The greenery disappeared under the water in a moment as more and more water unceasingly fell from the sky. Ringo peeked at her sensei when she didn't feel herself being crushed by the torrent of water and found that a dome of translucent futon chakra was around the still dry paper platform. She saw Conan looking at her mirthfully and her sensei raised an eyebrow at her reaction. Ringo grimaced but relaxed and straightened up. She marveled at the gorgeous sight as she spun and looked around. She couldn't see the castle anymore. She couldn't see even the surroundings. It was like a thick mist surrounded them, only, it was made of densely falling water from the sky instead of fog. Ripples were continuously appearing on the futon dome as the water impacted it and flowed down while more water and more fell into the never-ending stream. It was as if Ringo was looking at multiple rivers flowing into each other, battling for superiority all around her. The only thing she could hear was the loud fizzing and cracking sound the water produced as it impacted the dome. Any other sound was quickly absorbed by the waterfall's own symphony. To be honest, the technique was terrific to Ringo. She was sure that just the initial torrent of water was enough to crush a human to death. Such an amount of water falling on somebody at once? Ringo shuddered from the thought. But here she was. It was a minute and the heavy waterfall of water still fell from the clouds. Ringo heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Conan stop doing the hand sign and the absolute downpour started weakening. It took 3 more minutes until it stopped completely. Ringo looked around, at the newly made lake. Trees were crushed as their broken forms barely peeked from the surface. Everything was only clear water all around them. Only the hill and the castle stood proudly, but even then water flowed out of the castle's drainage as a violent river, down the hill into the newly made lake. Ringo's thought about how many people were crushed to death by the technique as she saw the slight reddish color of the water flowing out of the castle. Don't worry. Every person in that castle was a mercenary who helped the Lord suppress the locals. The Lord didn't allow them to bring prostitutes into the castle. Nobody innocent died. REI chuckled at Ringo's pondering expression. Well, Conan interrupted before Ringo could speak. That took 3/4 of my chakra. She rolled her shoulders as if mockingly showing how tiring was leveling the surroundings. REI, your turn. Ringo's jaw dropped. Sensei, you are going to use a technique. Well, the castle is still standing, after all. He smiled and ruffled Ringo's hair. Then he pointed up with his index finger. And this is a combination technique, anyway. I couldn't in good conscience waste all that effort Conan put into it. He grinned as he already started molding his chakra ever since the water started pouring down. He couldn't let that effort and chakra be put to waste, indeed. Ringo looked up again and froze. The clouds were completely black. Massive bluish sparks could be seen raging in them, just waiting to be released onto the ground in a flurry of destruction. Ringo suddenly got a very bad premonition about what's to come. REI did the exact same hand sign as Conan. Raiden, Thunder Hail Waterfall. It was another downpour as Ringo stared in awe. The downpour of lightning. The roars of lightning impacting the ground reverberated through the land as the ground trembled from continuous lightning strikes, the thunderous roars completely deafening everything around. In a way, it was worse than its predecessor, the water. Ringo could clearly see the castle being continuously destroyed by the thick lightning beams as they thundered down onto it, destroying towers, walls, the hill itself. The water all around them got agitated as the lightning impacted it. Loud crashing waves started to form and swirl around, reaching meters into the sky as they completely bypassed the hill and washed around the castle's wall, getting inside through the damage done by the lightning. Ringo thanked that they were on the paper platform, 20 meters above the land, as she was sure these 10 meters waves would crush even the Mizu fleet without much resistance. She was sure that the people who won't die of lightning will drown in the castle as the water was slowly flooding it. It was 10 minutes later that the lightning still danced all around in a furious symphony of destruction, tearing down the landscape and making the newly formed lake rage under the unceasing thunderstorm. For 10 minutes straight, Ringo's world was filled only with deafening thunders, as with gritted teeth and her hands on her ears, she dearly wished the painful sound to stop. Finally, it ceased as Rei put his hand down, and the hill and the castle were no more. Only a clear glittering lake was left behind. The world regained its serenity. Chapter 32, Bingo Book. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. This is pathetic, Ringo thought as she cut down yet another bandit who was leering at her 10-years-old form. She could see the lust in their eyes. It disgusted her to have these eyes aimed at her. So, she cut and cut and cut, trying to make it so there was nothing more in need of cutting down. This was the real trial. Her first mission. They were on the way from the mission of her sensei, and she was told this C-rank mission was for her alone. She was to massacre a camp full of bandits and save town women held there as pleasure slaves. She was to be brutal. Show the men fear and the wrongness of their path. They had to despair before finally dying. That's why the screams all around. Ringo was chopping their limbs off instead of outright killing them. It was her mission, and killing didn't bother her. Not since she killed the homeless man trying to molest her when she was 6. And the kids in the orphanage always wondered why she was different. She was not. She only understood the world much sooner than them. She evaded an agonizingly slow slash and relieved a thug of his hands at the wrists. She wondered if this is how Rei-sensei feels when sparring with her. This dull feeling. It sent chills through her spine, thinking she could be in the place of the thugs. That there indeed were monsters who would see her effort only as agonizingly slow or dull. Not worth a mention. Ringo gained another eye-opener in this mission. She really thought that she had enough of them for this month. The killing was easy. Coping with it was surprisingly easy. Witnessing an entire landscape being reformed with a single jutsu was not. Coping with that was not easy. Seeing what real power means was not easy for Ringo. But she would cope. She would always cope. She had to. With another angry battle shout, Ringo charged at yet another bandit, making it as bloody and gruesome as possible. She had a job. Distractions were unneeded. Not now. Rei, Conan, and Ringo stood in front of the Mizukage after their report. He nodded at them. You may go. Thank you for the job well done. The Mizukage told them. Ringo, stay please. Rei shrugged at Conan and they left. The Mizukage turned to Ringo with a serious expression. Genin Amarai. His expression somewhat softened. So, you saw. I dash. Ringo didn't know what to say to the man. You saw the might an S-rank shinobi can hold. Ringo nodded mutely, mulling over the words. Indeed. She saw that might makes right. That was exactly what she saw. That was the power that could level entire villages. The Mizukage gravely stated. Yes. Ringo croaked with difficulty. She wanted to be the best Raiden user of Kiri. But now she saw what exactly that meant. She couldn't see herself in the place of her sensei. Not yet. How do you feel about it? The Mizukage asked, making Ringo take a shuddering breath. I am weak. Ringo looked towards the ground sullenly. Yes, that you are. Mizukage finally smiled. You are a bright young woman. Tell me, why do you think I assigned you to Rei? Ringo stiffened. Why indeed? Rei was still a Chunin. He should not have had an apprentice. No matter if his prowess were S-rank. Certainly not an orphan like her. He was fit for clan children. Those with status? As she mulled over it, Mizukage threw her a book. She caught it. Bingo book. Ringo tilted her head. She of course knew what the book was. Page 34 and 35. Mizukage told her. Ringo opened it on page 34. Her eyes widened as she stared at the page without any photo. Rei of Kiri. Affiliation, Kiri. Prowess, S-rank. Bounty, none. Identity, unknown other than the name. Power, Kirigaku no jutsu capable of blinding even Hyuga. Always fights in dense mist or uses powerful landscape-changing Suten cooperation ninjutsu with Conan of Kiri. Known Chakra nature, Raiden, Suten. Nickname, Downpour, Rei of Kiri, Conan of Kiri. Ringo's eyes looked towards Mizukage. Yes. Rei's identity is still secret. Not even most Jonin of Kiri know that Rei-kun is Rei of Kiri. At least those that don't know him and Conan as more than passing acquaintances don't. I am keeping a tight lid on it, you see. But his reputation is solid among clients. What, you really thought I would assign an important search and destroy mission from a daimyo to an unproved Chunin? Please. The Mizukage snorted. Read the next page. Ringo turned to page 35. Another page without a photo. Conan of Kiri. Affiliation, Kiri. Prowess, S rank. Bounty, none. Identity, unknown other than the name. Power, Kirigaku no jutsu capable of blinding even Hyuga. Always fights in dense mist or use powerful landscape-changing Sudden cooperation ninjutsu with Rei of Kiri. Known chakra nature, Futon, Sudden. Nickname, Downpour, Rei of Kiri, Conan of Kiri. Nobody knows about Rei's Kenjutsu as nobody ever survived him using it in his mist. Nobody knows of Conan's real deadliness, her paper jutsus as nobody ever saw her using it in the mist. Most actually suspect she is proficient in shurikenjutsu or something. 2.5 years of missions and their real prowess and identity are still mostly hidden. But they are the boogeyman of this generation. The Mizukage shook his head and sighed. The other countries are starting to notice. The unnatural, utterly impossible feats of Sudden ninjutsu they still couldn't help but desperately hope is cooperation ninjutsu. It's not a dash. Ringo mumbled out of it, wide-eyed. I know. The Mizukage sighed. I know too well, child. And when they used heavy crushing rain that would not fall even in aim to devastate a rebel outpost in the land of wind with a rain of all things. Some people there never saw rain in their entire lives, Ringo. The Mizukage rubbed his forehead. I sent them on that mission to see if the dry environment somehow hampers their bullshit Sudden. But, blast it, they actually flooded an entire area in the land of wind and created a lake. And diplomatically, it was not a pleasant thing. Cautious approach for them means dumping a disgusting amount of mist all around and just cutting through anyone to get to their target without being seen. Seen by anyone left alive, that is. Quite frankly, the only missions I am assigning them are heavy assault ones since they pulled a stunt like that and managed to actually justify it. The Mizukage chuckled. Why are you showing me this, Mizukage-sama? Ringo respectfully asked as she came closer and put the book on the table. The Mizukage gently smiled and made a hand gesture. Ringo could only widen her eyes as 4 Umbu appeared and rushed out of the room. The Mizukage took a scroll from his table, handing it to Ringo. She read it and went rigid. You want me to get pregnant with Rei? She stated breathlessly, but then her talk about missions flashed through her mind. I refuse, Mizukage-sama. Ringo bowed and stayed in bow even though her body quivered at the consequences. She only heard a cheerful laugh. You are 10, Ringo. This was a plan for later, of course. A plan I discarded. It is not a viable opinion. It would not be right to force you, he told her with a soft expression. Even he was cringing inwardly. He knew to piss off Rei by forcing this mission on Ringo wasn't something he wanted to see during his lifetime. But he could still word it right to make Ringo more loyal. That's why the scroll is yours. You can burn it or keep it, your choice. I would rather have you learn as much under Rei and when the time comes, claim Kiba to become one of the 7, child. And most importantly, make Kiri proud. Ringo's eyes watered. The Mizukage was telling her he would like her to reach her dream. Her. An orphan? She deeply bowed again, this time out of sheer respect. Thank you, she exclaimed as she sniffed. Now go, Ringo Amarai. Get stronger for Kiri. The Mizukage smiled at her. The second Ringo left the office, his cheery attitude evaporated. He sighed. Nurturing loyal and powerful people is such a hassle. He whined out loud and got back to his blasted paperwork. Chapter 33, Wonders of Focused Minds. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. So, what did you find? Rei looked at the source of the voice, Conan. Conan laid naked on the bed, on her tummy was the small square paper with the seal that connected them together. Rei sat next to her body, studying the seal while touching Conan all over her body. On his hand was a seal that allowed him to inspect the soul of the person he touched. Of course, the soul was connected with the entirety of the body, so he had to, molest Conan. Other than that, one should not mess with the soul. Rei quipped, making Conan roll her eyes at him. I found out we are going to do it again. Rei exclaimed and took the small paper from her belly, putting it on the table near the sealing matrix he was working on. Conan sat down, looking at Rei to scribble down more seals. The complicated seals were no longer only words with a few numbers. She just wasn't able to put her head around them even though she learned English. Shaking her head, she dragged her body across the bed, putting her chin on Rei's shoulder as her arm snaked around his neck. Closing her eyes, she relished the closeness. Rei could feel Conan's breasts on his back and smiled. Through the years he got used to working on seals in this position. He kinda started to miss it when he was trying to think of a seal and Conan was not hanging on his shoulders. What exactly are you trying to do? Conan's quiet whisper entered Rei's ears. He hummed as his pen stopped momentarily. I am making a soul detection seal geared towards our souls. Rei could feel Conan tilting her head. It was more like she leaned it into himself, but the meaning got across. You know my theory that seals are capable of creating dimensions, right? Conan hummed in affirmative. A far-fetched theory, but REI was very convincing. After all, these storage seals must find the space to store all these things somewhere. I want to create our own place. Only for us. REI told her, making her heart flutter. For now, I am working on a mechanism to allow entry only to us. REI. Conan opened her embers with a smile. I love you. REI smiled and softly bopped her head with his. I love you, too. REI and Conan entered a vast clearing. It took REI 2 months to create the keys, but he finally managed it. Whoa. Conan spun, bewildered, taking a proper look around. You created this with seals. The clearing was huge. Enough to fit the entirety of Kirigakure with its training fields. But it ended with blackness. There was nothing following at the end. Just solid darkness. Even the sky was all black, and Conan wasn't sure how she managed to see without the sun. REI told her the sight is dependent on the rays from stars and sun. Yet here were none and she could see. REI saw her looking at the sky with a confused expression and smiled. It's due to seals. There are light-absorbing and air-absorbing seals. They suck air and light from outside, trapping it here. It is then sent from the sky down, making you able to see. I am sure I could get a better design sometime later, but for now, it is enough. Conan nodded and approached Ri, kissing him. So, the ground is made with jutsu then? Yes. REI softly laughed as he returned her kiss. It is Dodon producing jutsu. It actually worked? And the grass was an experiment to see if the plants can grow here. Where are we? Conan asked curiously. I don't really know, actually. My theory is we are outside of the space. I think I may be able to define this little dimension to be outside of the time as well, but it will take years. REI bitterly smiled. Conan just kissed the tip of his nose. We have all the time in the world, my genius. That we do, my love. REI nodded and kissed her cheek as both felt the nature energy of their dimension increase by the second the more they were inside. It started to affect the grass near them, which was getting greener and greener. REI got many ideas seeing it, but he shrugged them off. He had to fulfill his boyfriend's duties first. So, up for a picnic. He raised the basket he was holding, making Conan giggle and hug him. A month later, REI and Conan stood in the middle of their dimension. They joined their hands. Ready, Conan? Ready, REI? Both smiled as the chakra and nature energy surged from their bodies, affecting the surroundings. The ground soaked up every bit of it and the world stilled for a second. All was peaceful and quiet until the world trembled. The ground started sending pulses like a heartbeat, sending earthquakes that clashed with each other, making the entire dimension violently shudder. Only REI and Conan, standing in the center, and the ground under them was completely still, not moving even an inch. The ground was twisting, raising, lowering, mixing. It took 20 minutes until Conan and REI stopped supplying chakra for the jutsu that will change their dimension forevermore. The ground stilled, and then one last pulse could be felt like a shockwave under the Earth's surface slightly raised the ground before it promptly fell back and started to lower itself, creating a perfectly flat surface. No longer was it a grassy plain. Instead, the grass completely disappeared as a hard brown ground replaced it. But not for long. The ground started cracking all around as if a bud of a new plant was about to rise. The only difference was that these cracks were a few meters large, cracking the ground in the entire dimension except a circle with a few meters radius around REI and Conan. Both REI and Conan knelt down and slammed both of their palms to the ground, sending a pulse through it, pushing air away from themselves, creating shockwaves. Mokiton, ever-growing evergreen. Their voices reverberated through the entire dimension as vines as thick as buildings started to cover the ground, snaking their way, intertwining, smashing, and pushing each other. When the vines finally covered the entire dimension except for a circle of a few hundred meters around REI and Conan, they stopped. Instead of ground, the dimension was full of massive vines. Then the vines started creaking as if in pain when massive trees thrice as thick as the vines started forcefully pushing their way through them from the ground, reaching the sky almost touching the ceiling of the artificial dimension. Leaves started to slowly but at a visible rate grow from the branches, painting the dimension green. These trees were all special, all having the power to gather the natural energy and saturate the ground and the air with it. REI and Conan could feel the nature energy being gathered from the space beyond their dimension. Space around, space below, or space above. It just all started to hurtle and oversaturate their dimension. The more nature energy the trees gathered, the faster their leaves grew until they started falling down, touching the ground, dissolving there, gifting the ground with energy. As the energy filled the ground, the earth surged according to the intent of REI and Conan, covering the vines, swirling like a whirlpool with the center around the space with REI and Conan, mixing the nature energy as if it was in a pot of boiling water being mixed by a spoon. But slowly, the energy started snapping, transforming. And then, everything changed. The trees stopped sucking nature energy from the surrounding space and instead started to produce their own nature energy. Completely different nature energy. Nature energy, tailored for Conan and Rei and their chakra, their souls. Both Rei and Conan powerlessly fell onto the ground, unable to move as they felt their chakra stores completely drained almost as much as they felt the immense drain in their mind. Their focus. Told ya it would work. Rei dryly chuckled. You and your theories. Conan mumbled with a giggle. If there can be two different nature energies in two different worlds. Rei started. Then we can create our own nature energy suited only for us. Conan finished. We did it, love. Rei tenderly whispered, still in disbelief. We did it. We created a self-sustaining demon. That we did. Both fell asleep mid-sentence from the sheer exhaustion. Chapter 34, Conan training Ringo? Oh. In Naruto, Reborn with talent. Rei sat on the lake in their training ground. The Mizukage made sure to permanently book it for Conan and Rei. Rei knew it was yet another of his moves to show them that Kiri was cherishing them, showing them they are deemed important to the village, and for that Rei would help Kiri in need. But he won't do it until there will be a profit to be had for him. He was still a shinobi, and as a shinobi acting for the good of others was just not in the guidebook. Rei's hands were on the surface of the water. He channeled Katon Chakra into the center of the lake, deep under the surface, and kept trying to keep it there despite it being inside of its polar opposite, water. It was not easy, but he found out it was the best control exercise for Katon Chakra. He neglected it for years as he was busy, but as Conan decided she would train Ringo, he finally found a peaceful time to practice it. He watched as Ringo swung her sword at Conan, only to be blocked by brown paper, signalizing it was hardened. Rei sighed. Conan was even showing Ringo which papers were hardened, which had water, and which were sharpened by coloring them brown, blue, and green. Yet, Ringo somewhat managed to always evade futon papers only to hit Dodon ones, unable to bypass the second layer of Conan's protective paper barrier. He shook his head as he saw her charge again, her double swords coated in lightning. Ringo charged at Conan. She knew her speed was solid Jonin level after 2 years of training with Rei. He taught her how to raise it with her Raiden Chakra and put her through literal hell to raise her natural speed. With Raiden Chakra, she was finally able to reach the threshold to Jonin speed. She parried a futon paper and jumped to the right to evade another. As she landed, she spun, making 2 futon papers bypass her by an inch while her swords deflected 2 other paper slices. Ringo was sure that if her swords didn't have concentrated Raiden Chakra, Conan's papers would damage the expensive blade made out of chakra metal. As her spin ended, Ringo could see then more futon papers fly at her and she crouched down, jumping over them, twisting her body mid-air while channeling her Raiden Chakra into a jutsu. Raiden, depth charge. Her body was enveloped in very concentrated Raiden Chakra, sending bolts of energy from her body to avert the futon paper slices away from her. It worked and she landed on the ground, unharmed. Springing up, she again started running at Conan, who motionlessly stood in the same place for over 4 hours now, as Ringo tried to reach her. The game was simple. 3 areas. First futon, second Doton, third Sudan. So far, Ringo reached only Doton area before she was pushed back to the futon one and then had to disengage completely as she was getting winded. As she ran forward, Ringo was happy when she saw she crossed the edge of the futon area. From now on, she didn't have to worry about sharpened slices of paper. Only the Doton hardened ones were in this area. It really hammered down the difference between her and Conan when she realized she was happy to face only one type of Conan's attack and even then had a hard time to reach her. For Conan as a ranged fighter, that was a real show of strength. Ringo braced herself. She knew this area was designed to test her strength. Something she lacked. In the futon area, she could pass with speed alone. This one, however, lightning was supposed to be strong against earth, but Ringo's blade coated in Raiden Chakra parried the first Doton paper, making Ringo's feet slid a foot on the grass until she managed to brace herself and put her weight behind her parry. She twisted her arm, sending the paper to the side. She took a stance, one arm outstretched forward, holding her sword across her body while the other was behind her, holding her second sword in a reverse grip. Tens of papers flew at her, and Ringo spun on her heel, forcing her Raiden Chakra to quicken her spinning rate. The coating on her swords was pulsing as she was molding Raiden Chakra for a jutsu, something she herself developed with the help of Rei sensei. Raiden, heavenly rotation. Her sensei told her the name was a slap to the Hyuaga's face and she really liked it. Her spinning created a dome that spun at very high speed, vibrating and repulsed anything that came into contact with it. The papers were being flung backward as they impacted the dome, but Ringo wanted to puke blood from the sheer force employed in them. She felt as if she was being crushed by just blocking them. She deflected the last and her focus slipped, only for her eyes to widen. Another paper impacted her dissipating dome, flinging her body to the right side. She landed on her feet into a crouch, coughing slightly. That hurt. She grumbled as she started running towards impassive Conan again. Ringo breathed hard when she was forced to deflect multiple Dodon papers at high speed while jumping from side to side as she tried to advance. Inch by inch. She was not about to give up. Her panting intensified, but she finally deflected everything close to her. She smirked right into Conan's face. Ha, did it, Hugh. Ringo was gulping air greedily. It was not over yet? She would reach the thair. Her eyes only registered the minuscule upturn of the corner of Conan's lips when she felt as if Truck-kun, as Rei-sensei tried to say, impacted her back. Aka? That's game over if I see one. Rei chuckled as he saw Ringo's body sail through the Doton area, passing Sutton area, and flying way past Conan's figure only to impact the ground, which sent Ringo's body into a forceful roll for tens of meters until it finally stopped. It was only her Raiden Chakra still in her system that made it possible to leave only with a few nasty bruises after such a display of kinetic roller coaster. Sigh. That Bakadeshi. She once again managed to piss Conan off with her cheek. Then again. Rei turned to the right where the real Conan was sitting not far from him, reading a book. Did you really have to put enough force to break 10 trees into that paper? Conan calmly raised her head and her amber eyes impassively stared at the sprawled form of twitching Ringo. Yes. Chapter 35, Conan and Rei. Finally won. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei was mulling over a missing part in his funjutsu when he heard the door to the room open. He raised his head and froze, his throat going dry, making him gulp. He just realized, today, both him and Conan are 15. Conan walked inside, swaying her hips as her privates were covered in underwear made of paper. Her steps were purposeful, slow, focused to give him show and emphasize her curves. Conan wore her typical makeup as she stopped 3 meters in front of Rei and leaned forward, giving him a look at her cleavage, her hands behind her back. Rei could see her eyes sparkling, expecting his reaction as both stared at each other. Rei stared at her with his mouth open. Conan stared at him, her lips curling up. Paper, seriously. Rei deadpanned, making her face fault. She sprang up to her feet. What? It appeared the most natural. Conan shouted while pouting sullenly. I am sure. Rei snorted, averting his gaze, trying to hide his snickers. Conan sat on the edge of the bed with a huff, crossing her arms. Rei chuckled and approached her. He put his knee between her legs and cupped her chin, dragging her face to meet his as he embraced her. Rei looked at the small woman in his arms. She was barely 5 feet 3 inches tall, and while he was not that tall either, her head was barely reaching his chin. He smiled and put his chin on the crown of her head, his hands on her hips. How are you feeling? He asked tenderly. I love you. She blurted out, somewhat helplessly, but then her body relaxed as she somehow found amusement in the situation and released a small giggle. And here we are. I wanted to seduce you, yet it is you who are doing the seducing. Well, at least you are cute. Rei told her, making her widen her eyes, and before she could give some cheeky reply, he claimed her crimson lips. Their lips separated as Rei pulled his head away from her. He gave her an eye smile, only to feel his long braid be grabbed by Conan and pull him towards her as she started trailing pecks on his lips while her hands snaked around his neck, pulling him closer to her. Conan jerked her body backward, making her back fall onto the bed while pulling Rei with her. Rei smiled at her as he stored his clothes into a storage seal on the bracelet around his wrist. Are you sure you want this now? He quietly asked Conan. He knew she was prone to be hasty when it came to these things. Be gentle, okay? She timidly nodded and spoke in a mouse-like voice. I wanted nothing else for years. Conan whispered with a longing, desire-filled voice. She started kissing the crook of Rei's neck, and her hands started slowly scratching his bare back. Rei was momentarily distracted until he felt her teeth nibble on his collarbone. He was now assured that Conan really wanted this and wasn't about to let her be in the lead. Rei pulled his body backward, into a sitting position while Conan's hands instantly tightened her hold around his neck, pulling her body upwards, trying to get into his lap. Rei held her around her waist with one hand, helping her body rise as his second hand made the girl yelp when it took a handful of her ass to help her up. Conan didn't hesitate and her legs ended locked behind his back. They made out until Conan decided she had enough as she felt Rei's stiff member pressing on her butt. She raised her body and lowered herself, stopping only when she felt the tip of his penis slightly spreading her slit. KO dash. Before Rei could continue, Conan pushed his entire length into herself, her embrace tightening as she felt the pain of losing her virginity. She took a deep breath and started moving up and down. She was kunoichi. Small sting like that won't stop her? Not when she waited years for this? Rei was bewildered. Conan just took his virginity so fast he didn't even manage to blink? He bit back a laugh and decided, if she wanted to play it this way, then sure, he will oblige. His left hand touched her lower back, pushing Raiden Chakra into it, sending a jolt of pleasure through her spine, making Conan straighten up with a squeal. She glared at Rei for that and her hands grabbed Rei's hips, sending her Suten Chakra, making his body instantly relax. He didn't lose control, but with his body loosened like this, it was hard to move and Conan was in the charge. Conan pushed his upper body back, making it fall onto the bed as she straddled him, rocking her body back and forth while panting. Rei felt her wet and warm walls as her body begged for release. Releasing his own Suten Chakra into his system, he regained the control and quickened the pace, putting his hands on Conan's thighs, sending his lightning chakra to her nerve endings, up her thighs, making them all tingle with pleasure. He could see Conan's body stiffening, coiling, as instead of continuous panting she was now releasing sharp breaths. She was almost there. Rei continued. His chakra was climbing up her thigh through her nervous system, flaring every nerve ending it encountered, and when it finally reached her nether regions, the nerve endings in her pussy, Conan squealed in a high-pitched girlish tone as her slit started gushing out juices while Conan's body was continuously shuddering in delight. Rei felt himself being gripped in crushing fleshy walls, feeling Conan's warmth. He couldn't resist and released a hot moan as he climaxed inside of Conan. He felt Conan's body fall onto his, still shivering in ecstasy. They laid there for 5 minutes like that when Conan started moving again and Rei pulled her head up, kissing her. Their night only started. They had much more chakra and energy to spare for this much-awaited night. They were at it for 6 hours straight, until all lust was filtered out of their system by sheer tiredness and the wetness around them. The sheets were drenched in their mutual juices, mixing together. Conan looked at Rei's head that rested on her chest. She was proud. She made her man exhaust himself so much, he was unable to move. It made her giggle as her fingers coursed through his hair. She loved his long hair as her fingers could swim in them, feeling the silkiness. At times, it made her jealous, but Rei always made sure to compliment how he absolutely loved her neck-long hair. Conan was looking at Rei's drooping eyes and sighed in absolute satisfaction as she could still feel his seeds deep inside of herself. It made her so glad that Rei made that anti-pregnancy seal. She wouldn't want to lose this feeling due to caution. Rei felt proud. No, really? How many men could say they went orgasm for orgasm with the girl of their dreams? His cheek was sinking in Conan's modest but very comfortable chest as he felt Conan's fingers massage his scalp. Conan hummed as she cared for him. He could feel how much of a warm goo her body became and was actually impressed she could move her hand through his hair. He could still feel on his belly how wet her crotch was and how her muscles were relaxed. He wondered if either of them would be able to move tomorrow as their muscles reached their limit in the 3rd hour of their lovemaking due to the excessive use of fine-controlled elemental chakra they pushed through themselves. But, as with explosives, if it ain't working, you ain't using enough. Conan just pushed more Suten Chakra into Rei's muscles, relaxing them to keep going in her desire-driven pursuit for his body while Rei pumped her nerves with his Raiden Chakra as he didn't want her to stop looking at him with such a loving devotion in her eyes. They knew well this was not the smartest approach. When your muscles are about to give up, you probably should not force them to continue for hours. Rei was sure their bodies gave out somewhere between the 5th and 6th hour and neither could move anymore. Conan's nervous system was screaming in pleasure at her to not put more Raiden Chakra through it and Rei's muscles stopped working no matter how much he wanted them to continue. Their minds were far too gone long ago. Somehow, neither wanted to lose this connection. They could feel their souls embracing each other as they had sex and it brought them to new heights of mental high. Conan just used her paper to move while Rei used his fabled chakra strings. In the end, they stopped at the end of the 6th hour as even their chakra gave out. Their bodies completely numb as a slight pleasurable ache ran through their entire beings. Neither regretted taking this step as both knew they desired it greatly for years. Now, they were finally one. Chapter 36, Emergency Mission 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Conan came into Mizukage's office as they were called. The Mizukage noticed Conan's quite obvious limp and smirked widely. Era, I see you had quite a funny weekend, Rei-kun. I wonder, how did young Conan end up in that state? He wiggled his eyebrows at them, making 3 Umbu snicker, revealing their positions as the 4th female Umbu groaned and glared at the males. Too much lightning chakra through my nerve endings. Conan deadpanned, making the people in the room freeze. Suddenly the female Umbu fell from the ceiling to the ground, a trail of blood flowing from underneath her mask as she giggled perversely. The 3 Umbu were giving Rei an Elfman-patented stare of Otoko, with thumbs up while the Mizukage was gaping. His mouth continuously opened and closed in speechlessness as his mind was deciding if he should continue with his previous attitude and go all men at Rei or actually do what he wanted and promptly bang his head on the table as he groaned before he started facepalming. The elemental chakra was aggressive. To push it to the body of another person and not damage something was hard as hell. That's why medics needed superb control, yet using it during sex? Mizukage shuddered as his lower part was getting uncomfortable and he was glad there was a table in front of him. A luxury his umbu guards didn't have, he noted with his trained eye. If only they didn't shed all these manly tears. He mused as he tipped the cage hat down, ashamed of his umbu. Rei saw the conflict on Mizukage's face and was about to say something, completely ignoring the twitching female umbu between them, but then the Mizukage's face split into a lecherous smile. Oh ho, you are quite skilled, aren't you, Rei-kun? With your skills, the smile on Mizukage's smile widened as he smiled and continued. Can poor Conan-chan even keep up with you by her lonesome self? Of course, she is very skilled with Sutan Chakra. Rei cheerfully exclaimed, ignoring the 3 thuds all around the room as the 3 remaining umbu fell to the ground, only masks hiding their elated, dreamy expressions. And they say the security in Cage's office is the best one could find. Rei mentally deadpanned, but his face was still smiling as even the Mizukage planted his face on his hard table with a groan. I win. Rei's smile got positively Cheshire. The Mizukage finally raised his head again and his expression twisted into seriousness. I called you here for a mission. It is an emergency. The daimyo's son was kidnapped. Rei stared at Mizukage in exasperation. Conan dreamily stared at Rei while the Mizukage stared at his 4 umbu, quite irked at the groans they released. Since when do we employ perverts? He thought, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Poor him, he forgot the golden rule of Narutoverse. All chakra users were perverts? Even Kaguya was slugged into her face due to reverse harem no jutsu? You are certainly taking your time, then. Rei uttered boredly. The Mizukage understood what Rei meant and just waved his hand from side to side in a dismissive motion. It's the son of the daimyo. If that boy died, the Mizukage shrugged. Who cares? Bring his bow him back, will you? We were already paid for at least attempting it. Oh, you may consider taking 1 day off before you depart? That little shit said my mustache looks ugly. 1 day with kidnappers regretfully won't kill him? I am positive. The Mizukage's face was beaming and Rei knew that day off was more of an order than a suggestion. He shrugged as a smile tugged on his face as they left the office. Kakuzu sat in the chair in the room where he and his little band of misfits momentarily hid after they kidnapped the scum of the daimyo of water. To be perfectly honest, even he was disgruntled by the things the boy did. Sure, he was shinobi and for money he would do anything. But he felt that the boy took the candle. His morals were so skewed that he would make a fine shinobi, if only he was not a pampered little shit. But alas, the survival of the little prince all came down to one thing only. Money. No money, no life. No sweet 5 billion ryo, no more privilege of keeping his head on his shoulders. That was Kakuzu's motto when dealing with things like kidnapping a target that could potentially start another shinobi war. The woes of Nukenin life. Kakuzu, despite everything, fancied himself a reasonable man. Unlike everybody surmised, money was not his hobby. Money was his priority. His lifeblood. His soul force. His bra for all purposes, but not his hobby. His hobby was simple. Knitting? Oh, how he like. Creak, creak, creak. And oh, how he hated annoying little shits, especially when they woke up. Kakuzu stood up with a grunt, alerting the swordsman in the corner. He gestured to him to not worry and proceeded upstairs into the room they held their prisoner. He opened the door and entered only to see the reason for the creaking sound. The little shit was naked on the bed, moaning heatedly as a woman rode him with passion. Kakuzu blinked. Why would she? Did the boy perhaps offer her money? Sure he too wow dash. No, bad Kakuzu, don't be blinded by money. Then he blinked again and a light bulb went on in his head. He put his hands into a hand sign. Kai. The genjutsu dissolved and the boy became quickly clothed. Still writhing and moaning as he still saw himself enjoying the ethereal beauty on top of him. Kakuzu turned to the corner to his right. Why do you make him believe you're fucking him? He exasperatedly asked the woman sitting there while boredly cleaning her kunao set. She was not nearly as pretty as the one he saw on the boy but with a striking resemblance. Kurumi, the genjutsu mistress he picked up on his travels after she massacred the team from her village and unfortunately got caught, making her nuke nin, just raised her head disinterestedly. Well, if this fails, I can still become one of his courtesans. These have a nice life, I heard. She shrugged and looked at the boy in disgust. Not like I would have to do much. Money. Kakuzu nodded in understanding. Maro won't be happy. He liked doing you. Kakuzu grunted. Maro didn't ask for much money. As long as Kurumi pretended to like him. And since when do you care? Kurumi rolled her eyes. Money. Kakuzu grumbled. We can always find someone else. Kurumi shrugged with her left shoulder. But money. Kakuzu gave her a meaningful look. I already tasted Maro. He's bland. Average in the sack and in fights. All he has going for him is that special kenjutsu of his. Kurumi defended her cause. Money. Kakuzu spelled it for her. Why the heck couldn't the girl understand his plight? He was talking in the intergalactic language after all. Was she that dumb? Fine. I will do it with Maro. Sigh, I hate that he is too strong for genjutsu. But you will raise my pay. Kurumi glared at Kakuzu. She knew the life of a nuke nin wasn't that great. But, surprisingly, it wasn't that different than work in the village. Go there, sleep with that guy, slit his throat, that noble wants a taste of kunoichi. Ah, the life of the seduction core. Why the heck did she become shinobi again? Oh, Tara Mokuro, the last of the Mokuro clan. I wanted to cure his heart. Kurumi thought in depression when she remembered her fangirl phase and where it led her. Money. Kakuzu simply grunted as he shook his head in dismissal. Before Kurumi could argue more, Kakuzu was already out of the room, leaving her gaping at his back, only heated moans of the noble shit and the creaking of the bed accompanying her. It was official. Her life sucked. Chapter 37, Emergency Mission 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakuzu came down and sat into his rocking chair. He took into his hands 2 knitting needles and giddily thought. What should I make? Socks? No, those are bland. What about a pink scarf? These sell well? His body was bouncing up and down in giddiness as Maro, the swordsman, interrupted him. Kakuzu Dano, did your Sudden heart perhaps discover who they sent after us? Kakuzu grumbled under his nose about time-wasting idiots of teammates but answered. No, it is lurking around Kiri but nothing yet. A knocking sound resounded through the room, making both of them tense. I will go and check. Maro politely told Kakuzu. Kakuzu shrugged, slightly loosening his strands, in preparation for a fight. Sighing, he took 1 knitting needle into his hand as he sadly pondered about the futility of it all. Suddenly he heard a buzzing sound, but before he could warn Maro, he saw a sword enhanced with Raiden piercing through the wall, decapitating the useless idiot. Damn, he was not worth his money. Kakuzu grumbled mentally as he stood up. The door fell down, revealing a man in white kimono and a plain white umbu-style mask holding a chokito gleaming with Raiden chakra. As the door stopped obstructing the way, a dense white mist rushed past the man, shrouding him in itself as it started filling the house. Kakuzu didn't hesitate. Futon, at Shugai. The pressurized wind blew the entire front of the house away as it dispersed most of the mist in front of it for a whole kilometer. Kakuzu groaned as he saw it. As the air hit the masked man, he changed into water. It was a water clone? Kakuzu grumbled at the humiliation of having his hired sword killed off by a water clone. Maybe it was time to spend to invest? Yes, to invest some money into a proper fighter? Perish the thought, his money? Kakuzu didn't have much time to ponder as he clicked his tongue. The mist war returning. As he saw the density of the mist, he realized who he was fighting. Rei of Kiri, leave. You have no bounty. You are worthless. He impassively stated. Shit. Why must my luck be so bad? If I am to be attacked, at least make it someone who can shit gold? Kakuzu internally cried. As he got no reaction from the mist, he frowned and with a resigned sigh, boom. He jerked as he heard the explosion coming from the room with Kurumi and their hostage. He would pull his hair if it helped. His money was running away. He pulled out his fire and wind mask from his back in anger. So be it. The mask suddenly surged with an incredible amount of chakra as they did a combination jutsu of Futon, Atsugai and Katon, intelligent hard work. The world burned. A few moments after Kakuzu left the room with the son of Daimyo, Kurumi sighed as she watched her body moan from pleasure. Genjutsu it may be, but it made her incredibly annoyed to keep it up. But this was her chance. She would never get so close to the son of Daimyo. If she showed her good points to him and he got interested, she would be a winner. Her expression slacked as she imagined the dreamy lifestyle of a noble concubine, but then she froze for a second before instantly weaving hand signs. You are good. But I am not the partner of Kakuzu for my incredible looks alone. She smirked, seeing a female figure with neck-long bluish hair and plain white mask appear near the window, standing there without moving. Ha, genjutsu success. Kurumi snorted. She put the woman under a nasty genjutsu of losing all 5 senses. Kurumi boredly flung a kunao into the forehead area of the unmoving figure after she looked over the curves of the figure, giddily noting she was not losing. She saw the kunao get stabbed up to the handle through the mask into the forehead of the figure. Why would they send someone so weak? Kurumi was saying while shaking her head when her eyes got wide as the figure started bloating. Boom. Kurumi managed to cover her face with her arms to prevent damage, but her body was still flung into the wall behind her due to the explosion. It impacted the wall and slid down as Kurumi ended on her ass. She groaned and blinked a few times to get a clear view. It took her at most 4 seconds to get her mind back into the fighting condition, but all she could do was gape as the moaning and writhing noble's body was pulled via chakra strings from the bed, dragging it through the newly made hole in the wall the explosion caused. She just lost her hostage? Shit, shit, shit. Kakuzu will kill me? No, he will whore me for money and then kill me. Kurumi's mind was panicking. She lost 5 billion ticket? This was bad bad bad. Poor Kurumi was unaware that Kakuzu already knew as he led a few strands of his in the room, connected to his body. She suddenly felt an incredible surge of chakra. Shit. Was the only thing her terrified mind could produce before. Pain. Rei and Conan watched from a nearby hill as the madman produced a combination of Katon and Futon jutsu, creating a firestorm engulfing the entire area. Damn, that must have burned half of the forest. Rei exclaimed as he sat on the groaning noble prick they were hired to save. The prince ceiling was all dirty from mud and dust, not to say his sweat, as Rei's strings dragged him a few kilometers on the ground in a few seconds. Only his protective layer of Dodon chakra made the civilian survive the ordeal. Yes, he certainly didn't pull punches. Conan nodded boredly. Well, let's go. No need to stick with him here. We have a delivery. Rei kicked the boy he was sitting on with his heel. To finish. Yes, I will leave a few clones to play with the guy. Conan smiled and 10 paper clones formed around them, rushing at Kakuzu as Rei and Conan turned around and walked away. Their mission half accomplished. Kakuzu growled. Sure, he killed Kurumi, but the bitch deserved it. He looked at the scorched newly made clearing as his Katon/Futon completely burned the cottage to ash. He was about to rejoin the masks when he was forced to lean back as Futon-enhanced paper almost hit his shoulder. His growl intensified. Chapter 38, Emergency Mission 3. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakuzu suddenly jumped up while lifting his legs to his chest, evading 3 Doton papers that crashed into the ground, spreading cracks through it. His left hand was sent flying towards the ground where it buried into it, flinging his entire body to the side to evade sharp Futon paper shurikens while his 2 masks started blasting Futon, Atsugai and Katon. Intelligent hard work all around. The whole field was full of flames, pressurized wind, and incredibly durable paper, creating a hailstorm of danger. Kakuzu sped up towards a silhouette of a person and engaged it in a bout of taijutsu. He was winning, kicking that person around like a rag doll. It was a woman, he noted. She was good at technique and speed, but her body lacked power compared to his. It was as if she were made of. His eyes widened when he was about to deliver a punch to her face, only for his arm to bury into her head up to his elbow. He didn't even have a chance to hear any sizzling sound before. Boom. The paper clone made solely of exploding tags blasted a crater of the size of a small lake into the ground. Kakuzu wobbly stood up, noting his arm ripped to shreds from the explosion. He at least managed to harden his body with Doton, iron skin. He was shaking his head to get his ears into working condition again when he spat blood from his mouth. He looked down, only to see a womanly hand with blue, very cared for, nails covered in his blood as his thigh was sticking from his chest, holding his heart that painted these blue nails bloody red. Kakuzu snarled as his threads made short work of the Wuma dash. He cursed. Of the clone, he noted as he saw it dissolve into paper. He lost 1 heart to a clone. His Raiden won. He felt ashamed. He who survived Hashirama. Fuck this shit. He still had his Doton heart in his body. He decided to get serious. His body parts fall apart, the black threads coming out of it. He noted his Futon and Katon masks killed 4 paper clones so far. 4 assailants remained. You are a lucky girl? 6 out of 10, all clones. But now I have a 25% chance to hit the original. Kakuzu stated as the threads expanded all around him, trying to appear threatening while the threads from his feet entered underground, approaching his opponents. It has a brain. It can talk. It can count. It can do the math. The clones dryly uttered one after another and jumped to the side, evading the threads shooting from the ground, pissing Kakuzu off even more, making him focus on them. They were supposed to stall. So, stall they would. Kakuzu could only hopelessly watch as his enemy took the defensive approach and swapped to ranged tactics. He understood. These 2 clones that injured him were there to slow his body, and the 4 clones his masks destroyed were to observe his attack pattern. The 4 in front of him were only a nuisance to stall him. He understood. He lost his 5 billion Ryo hostage for good. With a snarling fury, he jumped into the battle. And while Kakuzu fought, Rei looked at the rapist who was being dragged in his chakra strings. He was mulling if it wasn't better to do the world a favor and kill the guy off, suffering the first failed mission in his career. He could understand Reikage ordering kidnappings of Kekii Genkai girls. Not condone it and certainly not approve, but understand the reason. He could. It was all politics and for the village. Disgusting, but it worked in the long run. Maybe cruel, but it was efficient. The women were miserable. But males? For those more informed, the Reikage, at least the third, actually preferred to kidnap males and showered them with literal harems of kunoichi to pamper the shit out of them in any way conceivable. They got wealth. They got any woman they pointed at, if she didn't belong to someone else, and was agreeable to the disgustingly high pay procuring a kid with Kekii Genkai would give her. They lived in heaven on earth, and after their usability was finished, they were allowed to keep 3 of their favorite kunoichi. They just could not complain. Rei could also understand Mizukage trying to manipulate him to have sex with the women of Kiri to produce babies. Conan had to chase these away on a weekly basis. It would first, tie him down to Kiri, and second, create a future shinobi with good potential. Not to say, shinobi who would be raised in Kiri, and shinobi Rei would actually teach everything he knew as they would be his kids. If they revealed to Mizukage that Conan had Kekii Toda, Rei was sure even Mizukage would pull Reikage on Rei, drowning him in money and women. He would at least not think of putting hands on Conan, as he was aware she could blow Kiri to high heavens if she was so inclined. He was manipulative. Not stupid. He knew even restrained and bound, Conan could still use her paper. Rei also understood the idiotic way Hiruzen tried, or will try, to manipulate Naruto. It was stupid, to say the least, as it could have backfired in any conceivable way possible. But it was a solid attempt at manipulation for the good of the village. Heck, Rei could even understand Danzo. He hated how he treated and mind-fucked the orphans, all to make them a tool for himself. He was very put off when he read about it in his old world. After he actually became a shinobi and saw a bit of the Narutoverse, he didn't quite admire the man, more like felt disgust but grudging respect. Not everybody would be a monster enough to do what Danzo did, and wholeheartedly believed it was for the greater good of his village. It really put things into a perspective. Rei had no delusions. If Hiruzen stayed Hokage for 10 more years, little Naruto would spend days in the eager care of many Konoha kunoichi to recreate the Uzumaki clan in Konoha and make sure Yondaime had some grandkids that could inherit Hiraishin. Oh, Naruto was never meant to inherit that jutsu. Scorned Jinchuriki with Hiraishin? That was a disaster just waiting to happen. What? Some clueless fools believed that Hokage didn't have access to it? Ha! Blood seal? Naruto was on his beck and call, as was his blood. The problem was more in the setup of Hiraishin Cao, Rei surmised from his knowledge of seals. It must be a bloodline-linking seal that was usable in its full ability only for Minato's descendants. Minato after all had or will have access to Uzumaki seals via Kushina, and this one was widely used by that clan. That was the reason why most scrolls looted from Uzushiagakur were deemed worthless and the entire raid was marked as a glaring failure. That was the only thing that would prevent it from being learned willy-nilly. And since no one knew Hiraishin jutsu in the future he knew of, Rei was almost 100% sure that was what Minato would do. Key it to his descendants only. Of course, he as the seal master could give someone a tweaked seal that could be used, say, by his bodyguards. But it would be a very watered-down version. It was very important for the villages that bloodlines survived. The cages really pulled no moral stops to ensure that. Naruto dodged that bullet due to Tsunade thinking of him as her grandson. She didn't want him to live a life of debauchery, to lose his innocent nature, or whatever went through her head. As for Sasuke, for him, it was an obvious conclusion. The girls were fangirls, but most of them, their parents tried to push them onto him. Yes, he would be given kunoichi to reproduce the clan, but if he liked a civilian girl, he could take her. Nobody would complain if the almost extinct Uchiha clan got more kids. Rei marveled at the amount of information about these matters he could find in the Kiri library. They were not even restricted. The second Mizukage had 5 women, not of his clan, to keep the Hojiki clan up and running and inject new blood, for example. Most clans practice polygamy. And worse yet, inbreeding. It is only thanks to the Chakra that the kids are not born retarded, yet. But the problems were glaringly obvious. Just look at Kagaya males. Another example, where during the Warring States clans had hundreds, approaching 1,000 members. Now, they were barely around 100 strong. That's why whenever there was the last male of a clan, Q Sasuke's situation, the cage desperately tried to make him pair up with as many women to inject new blood into these family lines. They knew about these problems, but even they had to tiptoe around clans matters. Of course, this allowed the loyal kunoichi that could influence the last male of the said clan to be put into these positions. Anyway, these decisions had to be done and were expected from leaders. They didn't have to like it, but it was their job to make sure the bloodlines survive. Each cage had their own way of dealing with things, but none was completely clean. Even Tobirama is rumored to use a mild genjutsu and manipulations to make a few happy couples. Kiri spies certainly found multiple very suspicious starts for a relationship. These documents were so old they were long deemed not important to restrict, and even Kirichinin could read up about it. It was Conan's pastime activity actually. She loved to read about it and always pointed something funny or interesting to Rei, especially when it came to the misdeeds of other cages of old. It almost made him shake his head. But the scum Rei and Conan were hired to save? He raped powerless women only for his own petty ego. He tore families because he could. Because his father was daimyo. Because he will be one day daimyo. The documents about him made it abundantly clear why the Mizukage wouldn't care if the guy died. The pig was disgusting. Wanna kill him? Conan asked disinterestedly. Is it that obvious? Rei sighed. Yup, you are all pondering, you know. Conan chuckled before she continued without care. Let's deliver him and get money. It's not like he matters to us, right? Conan came closer and put her hand on the princeling's arm. There, done. I used my sudden chakra to relax his heart. He will die of heart stroke a few months later. Rei smiled at her and chuckled. Sigh. It was all so easy, after all. It was only hours later when panting Kakuzu held both remaining Conans enwrapped in his threads. So, which, one of you, hey, is the, original? He heaved after the fight the girl just put him through. The surroundings were completely destroyed. Earth gouged, ground incinerated. The previous forest all but disappeared. None. The calm women pierced by his threads through various painful organs impassively stated with small smirks, not showing an ounce of pain. Kakuzu got a very bad premonition when they suddenly started glowing. A rattling explosion resounded through the area, creating a kilometer-wide crater. These two paper clones were carrying Conan's most potent explosive seals up to date. Far away, Conan only cheerfully nodded her head in satisfaction as she did Guts pose, startling Rei who dropped the prince head first because of it. Her experimental seals passed their trial. In the center of the crater, Kakuzu's body fell down, dead, all his hearts pulverized. 3 hours later his sudden heart finally arrived from scouting Kiri and merged into the pitiful shredded remains of his body. He took a sudden deep breath as he came back alive and groaned, mentally scanning his body. He was half dead, missing more organs than comfortable. Most of his threads snapped, pulverized, atomized, burnt. 4 hearts destroyed. No one has done a number like this on him since Hashirama. You gotta be fucking shitting me, he croaked. His head fell onto the ground with a thud, unconscious. Chapter 39, The Capital of Mizu, again. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Conan delivered the prince to the guards guarding the entrance to the castle. They still wore their wild blank umbu masks so nobody really recognized them. Stating they were busy, they quickly disappeared before any smartass decided to invite them in front of Daimyo. Rei and Conan were not about to spend their day in that heap of problems. They were in the capital of Mizu and they were going to enjoy it. Rei and Conan found themselves in the best restaurant in the city, their hitayate stashed in the storage seals. They picked a table in the corner to be inconspicuous but they both forgot this was the so-called higher society of a feudal world. The second Conan walked in, many wealthy young masters turned their heads in her direction. Rei's jaw hit the floor when he saw it. Brothers, are you perhaps also transmigrants from a cultivation world? What's with these lecherous looks? He couldn't help but mentally ask in utter bafflement. In the end, he realized these young masters are everywhere. They are flooding the omniverse? A shiver ran through his spine and a horrified look appeared on his face as he imagined Kisame spitting a tsunami of arrogant chibi young mast. Ouch. Conan thankfully swatted him, ending the nightmare as they finally reached the table and sat down. Young masters everywhere. Rei mumbled at her curious look, a shiver running through him. Conan blinked and tilted her head as she scanned the room with the corner of her eye. These utterly powerless retards who stare at me without realizing it gets them closer to death. She asked in a deadpan voice, quietly so only Rei could hear her. Oh. He nodded. Conan only smiled, stood up from her chair, walked to Rei, and sat on his lap. Then, let them seethe in their little world. Rei could feel her butt pressing onto his crotch. We will enjoy ours. Conan saucily whispered to him. The diner from then on was a very pleasant matter. If the hordes of murderous glares from incompetent young nobles were disregarded, Rei and Conan left the restaurant in a merry mood, half-hugging as their heads were resting on each other. It was a nice evening, Rei stated. Conan hummed. But I still like cuddling on the bed more. Her face bloomed into a genuine full smile. It made Rei happy and satisfied. That smile was the entire reason why Rei bothered. Conan didn't smile like that, ever. When she did, it meant she was inwardly jumping from joy. It was the same kind of smile she had when they slept together for the first time. Since then, Rei wanted to make her smile like that again. He snuggled his head more into her hair, pulling her closer with his hand on her hip. As they got close, he kissed her cheek, making her close her eye. I love you, Conan. Rei whispered to her, making the smile widen. I love you too. Conan blushed and nibbled on her lower lip. REI could feel the fingers grasping his hip, squeezing and dancing, not knowing what to do. He spun her and kissed her crimson lips, completely ignoring the audience and the gasping grandmas who were hiddenly fangirling at such a scandal. As the duo played with their tongues, caressing the other's tongue with theirs while gazing into each other's eyes and feeling their joined souls quiver at the intimacy, it was enough for them to be completely and utterly in need of more. Conan's hand snaked under REI's kimono, feeling up his muscles while her eyes were not so subtly hinting she wanted him to feel up her chest. REI ended their kiss, separating, making Conan sad and confused. She looked at him with an apparent question on her dejected face. REI leaned closer to Conan, making her smile and close her eyes as she awaited his kiss, but he moved his head to the side in order to reach her ear. "We are being followed," he gently whispered while still tightly clutching her body to his. They outwardly looked like a couple intimately hugging. Conan froze. Her brows furrowed, but then REI felt it. She grew stoic. Now, coming from completely happy and elated to the heavens to stoic in a second, that was never a good sign. He barely managed to pull away from her ear and give her another searing kiss to get her head back into the gutter, away from murderous thoughts. When the kiss ended, he put his forehead on hers. "Don't go blowing up the entire capital city," he gently admonished, making Conan blush. Yes, she was about to activate her exploding tags she positioned all around the city when they entered it, because she was irritated at her lovey-dovey time being interrupted. But who could blame her? She was enjoying REI's lips when some idiot decided to interrupt them. One city is a small price to pay for that. Let me deal with it, Kay? Don't go blowing things up, REI whispered, making Conan nod in a great reluctance. Now she won't even be able to blow up that restaurant where the idiots made REI feel bad with their stares. And she already packed it full with exploding tags too. TSCH, wasted effort. Conan tried to avert her gaze from REI, her cheeks red, but he cupped her chin and trailed kisses on her mouth. She sighed dreamily as she reciprocated. REI was half a mind to just let Conan blow the capital up and enjoy her body right there. She was definitely not making it easy for him, ramping up his desire higher and higher. But he was giving the annoying shits a time to approach. By now they were surrounded and the audience already left from fear. Even the very reluctant grandmas sullenly left while hitting the heads of the idiots who were surrounding REI and Conan with their walking sticks. "Cut it out." A huffy voice resounded loudly through the street. REI ended the kiss with a very annoyed sigh. He looked over his shoulder and saw a lean man with a fan, clad in luxurious attire, and a very punchable mug that screamed one thing only: "Young master." Around the smug idiot were hordes of people holding swords. The entire street was empty bar them. They all looked high and mighty, thinking they have the upper hand. "You peasant! Why are your hands on my girl?" the young master screamed, pointing his folded fan at REI, who only blinked at the boy in utter astonishment. "Unhand her at once. She belongs to this master from now on," he smugly exclaimed. "For your cheek, I will grant you a swift death." REI's mood sank. He just met a young master disease. His mind blanked out and every word of caution and not blowing things up disappeared from his mind on instinct. Young masters were truly fearful beings. Even someone as collected as REI was afflicted with a mind effect, rage when they opened their mouth. Without even thinking, he raised his hand, palm facing the sky, as a small blue ball fire appeared above it. Conan's eyes went wide as her mouth opened in O when she saw what he decided to use. The blue flame was similar to Mokiton. Merge between Katon, Sudden, and nature energy as the stabilizer? Conan suddenly felt as she was enveloped with a coating of REI's Sudden, Katon, and nature energy, not different from how they coated themselves to prevent being soaked in heavy rain. In a blink of an eye, a wave of light blue flames spread away from REI, growing and swirling until a massive tornado of bluish flames burst out from the city, reaching the clouds. The flames visibly chilled even the air while violently spinning. Fortunately, REI didn't concentrate the jutsu towards the ground but fired it to the sky. Otherwise, the capital city would be akin to Cocytus. The entire street was covered in these bluish flames dancing on a sheen of ice, chilling anything that touched them to the bone. The young master and his guards were already dispersed into the air as sparkling ice dust, as their bodies without chakra couldn't guard against the chilling flames and froze way beyond the shattering point. It was not the end though. The flames in the sky froze the molecules of water in the air, making them heavy, falling to the ground as vicious winds whipped the ground. For the first time in history, the city experienced a ferocious hailstorm. The people shrieked in fright as they hid inside their houses. The animals loudly panicked. The roofs creaked as the small shards of ice continuously fell on them. Cling, cling, cling. The ice fell from the sky, covering the streets and the buildings as if it was snow. The temperature of the entire city dropped far below zero as an eerie bluish mist started forming, all the while the sky burned with the bluish flames, engulfing the entire horizon in blue light. The entire city was as if under a blue lamp as the hailstorm ravaged it. And when the tornado stopped, the hailstorm ceased, the flames extinguished, only the bluish highlight in the sky still present, the frozen street, was empty. Conan and Rei long gone. Chapter 40, A Gift. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The next day, the entire capital was bustling with rumors, fears, and fake prophecies about the end of the world in chilling ever-consuming flames and whatnot. Rei happily and carefreely woke up, noticing Conan's bare back next to him, and remembered yesterday's night. He slightly smiled and kissed her back, making her shiver in the echo of pleasure his chakra put her body through. He turned around and was about to leave the bed when arms locked around his neck, Conan's body pressing into his back and her chin ending on his shoulder. "Don't leave. Stay in bed," she purred in a moan. Rei could feel the expectant shivering of her body but tapped her arm appeasingly. "Not today, Conan. We have an appointment with Mikado," he reminded her. He knew if they started their second round, Conan and he wouldn't stop for hours, most likely ending up as a quivering mess of goo incapable to go anywhere. "He can wait a day, or 4. Conan whined as she trailed kissed on Rei's neck. "Pretty please," she whispered into his ear. "Nope," and received a flick to the forehead, making her unhand Rei and flop on her back. Her body was sprawled on the bed, completely showing all of her womanly parts as she released an annoyed sigh. "I have a gift for you, Conan. Don't wanna wait?" Rei noted as he stood up, about to dress. Conan perked up. They never gave gifts to each other. It was unnecessary. They had each other. What more could they give to the other than themselves? But her curiosity was certainly piqued. She stood up and with a whirl of papers, she was clothed. Her telltale blue-rosed black kimono and skirt were on her. Life became easier when she learned how to make her paper imitate clothes. Conan spun on her heel leaning forward, giving Rei a proper view of her cleavage. "So, what are we waiting for? I am ready," she told Rei with bemusement. "Cheeky little minx," he exasperatedly exclaimed, half naked, about to pull his pants up. They sat in the office of the chief merchant of the Biribiri company, Caribou. The people were looking at them funny when they entered and they even had a few problems with the receptionist. Thankfully Caribou showed up and so here they were. In front of them was a final financial accounting. They didn't ask for it but Caribou delivered it either way. After all, they were the biggest shareholder. Conan made a few paper clones to check things up and every time some small inconsistency was found, they informed her. So far, 4 people were already sacked for minor embezzlement as Caribou sat opposite Rei with sweat drop while both watched Conan buried in papers upon papers of financial statements, cutely chewing on her lower lip. It was only an hour later she heaved a sigh and nodded to herself. "Rei, make more seals that could sustain paper clones. I will leave 4 more to do this work and help with seals," she determinedly told Rei. Conan was pissed. "All right. The money that was stolen, no matter how little, belonged to Rei?" Rei calmly put a teacup onto the table as he looked at Conan. "That's half of the reason we are here. I need you to dismiss the previous clone. We both know you got better at them so the one stationed here is inefficient. People will also get suspicious if the seal mistress of Biribiri company was unaging. You are also getting closer and closer to the look of the adult paper clone. I want you to create 4 completely different looking paper clones." Conan nodded and with a slight focus, 4 people appeared behind her. All it took was a slight tweak to the coloring and rearranging of the paper in the clone. Rei smiled and pulled out 4 seals. "These are better than the sets of 6 seals I used previously. More efficient. Do put them in the chest area." Conan did so and the clones were now self-sustaining. Just then Conan alike walked inside and approached Conan. It dissolved into paper and entered Conan's body. Only 6 slices with seals were left on the table. "I wonder, would I be able to take that seal inside of myself?" Conan mused as she saw that it can power up her paper clones. She could change into paper so why not herself? Well, it could. Rei nodded and Conan's eyes shone. "But as you know I am making something better for us. You are working on it since we became shinin, that's 2 years. Conan rolled her eyes. "I just don't want any accident to happen again." Rei chuckled dryly, making Conan come closer and sit in his lap. "Fine, I will wait." She kissed him. "Good girl." Rei patted her head, making her shudder in pleasure as she heard him call her that. They stared at each other with a tender gaze as they held the other in their embrace. While Rei and Conan acted all lovey-dovey, Caribou could only awkwardly listen with his eyes averted. "Why is it always me?" He shed manly tears of bitterness but kept his mouth shut. He knew interrupting them would bring Conan's patented death glare upon his feeble frame. His death was imminent. Only a sound away. Thankfully, he was saved when a knock resounded on the door, getting Rei and Conan out of their sickly sweet world. "Ah, it's here," Conan exclaimed and made a water clone to open the door. "Sigh, I will never get used to this." Caribou dejectedly thought as he watched the water from the cup on the table flow out and form into the appearance of Rei. The clone took a package from the employee who delivered it and put it on the table in front of Conan before dissolving into water, flowing back into the cup. Conan was interested. It was quite a big square box. She looked all around it, still sitting in Rei's lap. Open it. Rei expectantly nudged her back. Conan took it into her hands and opened the box. She saw a fan. She reverently took it into her hands, carefully in fear of damaging it. This was the first gift she ever received from anyone. Her heart fluttered, gazing upon it as a small smile tugged on her face. This was the gift Rei gave her. Her smile widened into a sincere full smile. The fan was already the most precious possession of hers. She took it into her right hand and noted it was as long as half of her forearm. She unfolded it and her eyes instantly widened fondly at the sight. The fan was mostly watery blue and had a decorative painting on it. From the upper part, droplets of dark blue gentle rain fell towards the handle. There was a painting of a blue flower in the center. The same she usually folded from the paper as decoration into her hair. Around the flower was protectively circling a sudden dragon coming from the lake underneath the flower as both were showered by the rain, absorbing it. Conan didn't need an explanation to understand what the flower or the dragon signified. As for the rain, they were called downpour, weren't they? A smile tugged on her lips. Do you feel it? Rei patted her head, getting her out of her thoughts. Yes, I am happy. Conan timidly lowered her head to cover her blush. Not that? Rei chuckled, kissing her hair. Conan tilted her head. Indeed, there was something different about the fan. It is a Tessenjutsu fan from the Land of Wind. Rei told Conan. I asked for a miniaturized version. With your wind affinity, you don't need to carry a huge fan. The skeleton is made out of the best quality Chakra metal and the fan is from special paper for Tessen fans. Getting this paper was a backbreaking endeavor as it is a national secret of the Land of Wind and Tsunade. Yes, just this small fan cost a fortune. Caribou huffed only to squirm down when both Rei and Conan gave him a glare of death promising untold suffering. Conan was grateful. She would cherish the fan forever. She put the strap of the fan around her wrist, fastening there. Rei watched her playing with the fan as her expression showed elation and kissed her shoulder as his arm snaked around her torso, resting on her stomach. I love you, Conan. He whispered to her, making her blush again. Conan could only bite her lower lip as she nodded timidly. That instant, she promised to herself that she would become the best Tessenjutsu practitioner in the world. She would make Rei proud. Rei, ignorant of the resolve he ignited in his lover, just happily trailed kisses on Conan's shoulder and the nape of her neck. Both again happy in their own world. Chapter 41, Return to Kiri. In Naruto, Reborn with talent Rei and Conan leisurely walked through the gates of Kirigakure, hand in hand as they enjoyed the humidness of the village. It wasn't really the feel of home but they did come from Ame no Kuni so the humidness was something very familiar and pleasant to them. Just as they headed towards the guard outpost to show their documents, an umbu landed in front of them, staying on one knee. Lord Mizukage is summoning you, Rei-sama, Conan-sama. The man respectfully said and disappeared with water shunshin. Rei and Conan might not be recognized by many Chunin or even Jonin but they did spar with the 7 swordsmen of Kiri on a regular basis. That coupled with the fact that Umbu had to memorize the entire bingo book and the exchange of information aka rumors of whatever non-classified happens in the office of Mizukage. Yet, the entire Umbu force was familiar with Rei and Conan as masters at chakra manipulation who can use their elemental chakra during sex. What? The respect was not due to being able to use superb jutsu or being 2 of only 5 S-rank shinobi of Kiri. Not at all, it was all due to the perverted Umbu female who passed out with a nosebleed during the briefing after their first time. Both Rei and Conan could only wryly smile as they started their leisure walk towards the cage tower. They were sure the Mizukage was awaiting them. Let him wait then. No. Both Rei and Conan stood in front of Mizukage in his office, having a stare-off. Neither side spoke as the air grew heavy. The atmosphere intensified and one could almost hear the hearts of Umbu beating. Ba-dum. 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 So it went as the Mizukage glared with narrowed eyes at casually standing Rei and Conan, still holding hands. His eyebrow was twitching as he drummed his index finger on the table, his lips scowling. Is there really nothing you would like to add to your report? The Mizukage grit his teeth. No. Both Rei and Conan chorused calmly. Konoyaro. The Mizukage bit out when he saw that neither Rei nor Conan wanted to add anything to their report and released a long insufferable sigh. He took a deep breath to recollect himself. I see. He impassively stated and looked at the file on his table. So, you two didn't encounter any blue tornado made of fire reaching the sky, bringing a literal storm of ice to the capital city. Phew. Mizukage asked as he intently peered at Rei and Conan. No. Both Rei and Conan again chorused calmly. I see. The Mizukage stated plainly. I suppose that neither of you saw any missing nin capable of, I don't know, destroying cities during your visit to the capital, huh? Nope, not that we know of. Rei shook his head and Conan nodded eagerly. Good. Security nowadays is really good, isn't it? The Mizukage asked with an exaggerated nod. A person is walking on the street and doesn't have to fear sudden storms or tornadoes of fire. Really good, he said in mock satisfaction. It's not like the capital city would be suddenly hit by a hailstorm, is it? Surely not when two of my strongest ninja are in the city. He trailed off mockingly and the stare-off continued. I am sure it is a coincidence. Rei nodded assuredly. Coincidence? Conan added as she bobbed her head. The Mizukage sigh twitched. The Umbu were now choking on suppressed laughter in their hiding places. So, you are saying it was not you who completely destroyed a whole street in the capital, covered it in a shitten of ice. So much, in fact, it is still not melted even after days. It was surely not you who sent a shitten of wind that almost toppled down buildings. Oh, and damaged the daimyo's castle, by the way. The entire castle garden was destroyed, too. Millions of ryo worth of plants down the drain. Now I wonder, who could have been responsible for that? You surely are not responsible for scaring the populace by making the skies burn, of all things, right? When the witnesses speak of a blue-haired woman and pale-haired man kissing each other in the middle of the street, it all happened. That was surely not you. Now, was it, Rei it? The Mizukage glared with a frown. He could feel the start of migraine as the two decided to be forgetful. When you say it like that. Rei trailed off awkwardly as he scratched his cheek. Yes. The Mizukage expectantly leaned forward with a hopeful look. We may have seen a missing nin or two, Rei seriously added. Or two. Conan nodded. Right. The Mizukage deflated. I am sure you did. Pray tell, how did that missing nin or two look like? You don't want to tell me it was a male form of Tsunade Senjo, the best medic of Konoha, kissing with female form of Dan Kato, the candidate for Hokage position, do you? The Mizukage quipped in sarcasm. Well, Rei started. Yes. The Mizukage sweetly smiled. Depends, is Dan Kato still alive? Rei quipped. No, he is definitely not alive. Not for years. Mizukage's smile fell as he stood up, barely holding himself from screaming at tearing his hair off. After a while of panting, he just powerlessly flopped back into his chair. Moreover, according to our spies, Senju despised Kato. He muttered to himself. Well, in that case the missing nin was. Rei's eyes darted all over the office, but then he shrugged in whatever motion. Pink. And fluffy. Conan added helpfully. Long ears too. Rei smiled. Long. With buck teeth. Conan nodded. That's wrong, that was the bunny we saw in the zoo, Conan, wasn't it? Rei looked at Conan. We are talking about that, are we not? Conan put her finger on her chin in mock confusion. I give up. Seriously. I fucking give up. The Mizukage helplessly leaned into his chair and took his smoking pipe out. Now, what do you two geniuses recommend I should report to the very concerned and utterly pissed off daimyo? Only silence greeted him. Nothing. What about you? The four already blew from choking Umbu on the ceiling. He looked up, just in time to see three of his Umbu fall onto the ground and start rolling in laughter. The fourth was still desperately sticking to the ceiling with his chakra, also rolling in laughter. The Mizukage looked at casually smiling Rei and Conan with a fed-up deadpan look. Well, I would personally say that the assailant had a mask. Rei's face turned to seriousness and Mizukage face vaulted onto his desk. I see. Continue. The Mizukage waved his arm around uncaringly. Fuck this shit, I should start looking for a successor. I am not paid enough for this. The Mizukage frowned as he straightened up and started chewing on his pipe. Maybe he could use his bullshit affinity? He was a ninja, after all. Making up stories was common in his line of work? And the current daimyo wasn't the smartest fish in the pond too. That could work. Just give me something good. I am really not interested in being blamed and getting our funding cut, alright? He pleaded. Rei nodded and gave a sweet wide Cheshire grin. Oh, this will be utter bullshit the size of Konoha's Hokage monument, alright. Mizukage internally thought as he saw Rei's wide smile. Here we go. Rei's going to get nasty. Conan mentally deadpanned. Well, as I said, the assailant had an orange swirl mask with only one eye. He was quite a cheerful dude too, called himself Toby and whatnot. He liked to say that he was a good boy, alright. Right nutter, I say. Rei laughed. He wore a black coat with red clouds and was singing about dawn or whatever. He wanted to put his eyes on the moon too, so he fired himself there with jutsu, hence the sky-reaching tornado. Sigh. Some of us just do believe they can fly. REI sadly shook his head. Both Conan and Mizukage stared at REI with an open mouth as Mizukage's pipe fell onto the floor. That's... Conan started, but then her eyes looked at the shocked Mizukage. The truth. She nodded stoically, her expression completely blank even though her body was slightly shaking. You know what? The Mizukage drawled lazily. Why not? Sure. I will report exactly that. He shrugged, not giving a damn anymore. You may go. I won't say job well done though. Read this if you find ch39 disappointing. I read a few comments, and a 1-star review of a dude who even at this point thinks REI and Conan are Konoha shinobi. Damn, that floored me, to be honest, and I found out I might have messed up in the ch39 and my writing might have been easily misunderstood. Now, for a clarification. REI did not destroy the capital nor did he kill anyone else other than the young master and his goons. Sure, he caused damage but didn't kill. He also did not use the jutsu because he meant it. He wanted to deal with it peacefully and only due to the trash coming out of the young master's mouth, he flipped and subconsciously used his strongest vermin-wiping jutsu. The entire build-up of his illogical fear of young masters was leading to this scene where he forgot all reason for a second. That scene might have been a bit forced but it is important. I am giving you small hints into REI's uniqueness right there. Chapter 42, Mizukage's Schemes. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Few weeks passed since their mission to rescue the prince and receiving a huge paycheck. Since then, Conan practiced at least 3 hours in Tessenjutsu and REI was usually sitting there, cheering her on as he trained in something or thought about seals, or just ogled her body. Moving on, this was not a day like that. Today, Conan was alone as REI was returning from buying more Chakra ink for his funjutsu, the kind that was high quality. He could have created his own but, why bother when there was a store for it? He was walking around the corner when suddenly a 6-year-old looking boy tightly clutching a loaf of bread ran straight into him. REI could have evaded, of course, but that would send the boy rolling in the ground somewhat painfully. This way, the boy only flopped on his ass. REI noted the loaf of bread on the ground and sighed. He was about to speak to the still dazed boy when an old man with a ponytail suddenly shrieked. There you are, you thief. The man came towards the boy and gripped him by his short red hair as he gave him a good lashing, not listening about the boy's wailing. The old man then threw the boy into the mud, flipping his ponytail in disgust. REI could see the boy reaching towards the bread covered in mud as his eyes hopelessly and intently watched it in hunger. The old man snorted and took the bread before the boy could reach it. That's not yours. Be glad that I won't report you for stealing. He harumphed and walked away with a huff. REI watched, somewhat bewildered. Since when did Kirigaku regain its own Naruto? He thought as he saw the contempt in the eyes of the people passing around. As REI pondered about it, the boy sat up, sobbing. REI could hear the loud grumble from his stomach and realized it must have been days since the boy had a meal. With a sigh, he took the boy by the collar of his torn tattered clothes and put him on his feet. Well, I bumped into you, making you get caught. REI waved his hand from side to side, trying to dissuade the fearful look the boy gave him when he saw the Hittite. I can at least buy you lunch for that. REI smiled. Come on. He left, dragging the bewildered kid by his arm. REI watched as the kid gorged himself on the food. He awkwardly scratched his cheek. Don't they feed him or something? He wondered. Hey, kid, you orphan, right? REI asked as he watched him lick the plate. The boy ashamedly looked down and nodded. Don't they feed you there? The boy looked like a deer in the headlights and closed his eyes in fear, quivering in his seat but didn't answer. Whatever. Eat your fill. REI just shrugged. Conan was training so he had nothing better to do. A little charity wouldn't hurt, now, would it? REI just sat there, watching the boy until he finally stopped eating. Thank you? A very soft voice entered REI's ears. He smirked and ruffled the hair of the boy. Haha, so you can speak, after all. He nodded and then looked seriously all over the boy. Bruised, malnourished, sunken cheeks, dull auburn hair, pale as a ghost, tattered dirty clothes. Here. He gave the boy a paper with his address. If you find yourself hungry again, come by. REI decided he would help the kid. It was not like anyone would be able to steal from his apartment since his security contained many of his seals and he was loaded. Paying for food for the kid wasn't really all that difficult for him. Biribiri Company earned him millions of ryo per month since it had its branches all over the elemental nations by now. Every capital city had a branch. And who knows, maybe I would get a follower out of it. He almost choked on laughter at that ridiculous thought. As if he ever allowed a dude to follow him? The Mizukage office. Mizukage sat behind his table with his hands clasped in front of his face. Opposite him was a woman sitting in common clothes. The only tell she was a shinobi was how she held her body. Jonin Rukami. This is the first time we are speaking with each other since I assigned you that mission. The Mizukage amiably started. Yes, Mizukage-sama. 3 years to be exact. Ikarukami leaned into a slight bow. I must say, it was almost back-breaking to persuade other clans to stop trying to tan my hide because of it. He chuckled, making the woman smile wryly. Report. He lightly said, taking his tea into his hand. Yes. 4 years ago, when you took 2-year-old May Terumi and threw her into the orphanage, she had a happy childhood. As per your orders, that changed when I was assigned to act as the matron of the orphanage. The woman stoically droned out. I subtly estranged her from other kids, and she swiftly became the target of bullying. The Mizukage hummed. Her mental state. She is doing well. There are no signs of a mental breakdown, yet. The woman unsurely answered. She knew she was picked because of her past in the seduction corps. She was ruthless enough to slit the throat of a child and good psychiatrist so she could keep any and all mental trauma non-issue for later. Well, as much as it could be made into a non-issue. She was sure the treatment the girl is going through will mold her and stay with her for the rest of her life. She just won't be mentally impaired due to Aika's care. But she is, will break if we continue this route. The Mizukage heard his jonin conclude. I see. The problem is the rumors. After that incident, how is the girl herself taking it? Aika groaned. Yes, that. Neither of them planned for that to happen, but it certainly did help the plan. Aika decided to not do anything with it and let it run its course. She is more withdrawn. Never talks to anyone. This made the bullying intensify. The kids even go as far as stealing her food, making her sleep on the floor, and beating her. Seriously, this batch would do fine shinobi, at least morally. Aika snorted sarcastically and rolled her eyes. As if any of these twerps had enough guts to be shinobi. They could only gang up on a weak malnourished girl. A loner, then. Well, no wonder. Just as we wanted. The Mizukage took a file from his table. After the first day of the academy, May Terumi's chakra was unlocked. She kissed the cheek of her best and only friend in the entire orphanage, and her bloodline acted out due to the inability to control her chakra. May Terumi watched as her best friend slowly died in agony while her face was being slowly melted by May's Kekii Genkai. You wrote. Yes. It was a brutal and painful death lasting minutes. May watched every second of it and blamed herself. Well, normally she would be trained since 3 to prevent this happening. Mizukage shrugged. But making her even more isolated helped us. Especially since the girl already had her first kill. Aika nodded and opened her mouth when the door flew open and inside casually strode an old man with a ponytail, holding a muddy loaf of bread. Sandame Dano, you really can pick a distasteful mission for retired Olmi, haha. The old man laughed. Well, it had to be someone undetectable, Kawarhe-sama. Since your chakra coils were destroyed. Mizukage smiled and slightly inclined his head in respect. I am nothing but a civilian in the senses of the ninja. The old man waved his hand jovially. Geez, what did you do to that orphan? It was as if you starved the kid. We did. The Mizukage told the elderly man, who raised an eyebrow with a frown. The Mizukage nodded at the woman to introduce herself. I am Ikarukami. The woman stood up and gave the elderly man a small bow. It's an honor to be in the presence of the brother of the first Mizukage, Kawarhe-sama. Sure. Just get on with it. Kawarhe grumbled in annoyance. Well, reporting. I beat that bony little girl somewhat fiercely, but damn did it hurt my knuckles. The old man grumbled. I am sure I cracked a few ribs too, but the girl has a high pain tolerance, I must say. The Mizukage winced slightly while Aika was completely impassive. It was not like he wanted May to suffer, but his plan would be marginally harder without her being a loner and abused. But Kawarhe stopped momentarily. The civilians are talking. They are starting to get afraid of her due to rumors, and from what I gathered, she is being beaten by some of them. When the clans find out. Thankfully the Yuki and Hojiki clans agreed with this plan and persuaded the leaders of other important clans. I wouldn't try to threaten a clan with their own fortune if I didn't have the support of other clans. The Mizukage interrupted, shrugging. We need Rei and Conan bound to Kiri since they are 2 of our 5S rank ninjas. The clans at least understand that much. Kawarhe nodded. He didn't like the endgame, and certainly, the betrothal contract was stretching the authority of the Mizukage thin and dangerous. But it had merit. The girl will be an anchor around the leg of Rei, and with Rei, Conan will follow. They will stay in Kiri. All this mission had to accomplish was to make them feel at least some fondness for the girl. My brother would be proud of you, kid. Kawarhe told him with a grim expression. This is positively evil. To think you would give her the Terumi estates only if she gave birth to 2 of his children. You pulled all stops. He shook his head. Yeah. Sadly, the plan is not completely foolproof, as I can't really hold back the bank accounts from May, as the bank won't give a shit about me being the Mizukage. But she will be told of those only upon her 18th birthday. Mizukage smiled. Or if she gets pregnant. Kawarhe nodded. It is kinda disgusting to have this talk about a 6-year-old girl. He chuckled and got a shrug in response. They were shinobi. They did worse. The problem is, yet again the civilians. She is a girl. I wouldn't want this plan to crumble due to her being raped by some sick drunkard. Kawahe had a valid point, the Mizukage agreed. That may help with her being more subdued, or completely break her. But it might crack any and all future interaction with Rei. The Mizukage was trying to make her depend on him. Not make her afraid to be in the same room as him or despise all males. Yes. I will probably make Ringo a mayor. I suggest him taking the girl in, giving her an empty bedroom. Or I will straight out order it for the safety of the last Terumi. The Mizukage shrugged. It will maximize the interaction between them. And then, when she is older and Rei likes or even loves her, you will spring up the betrothal on them. Kawahe smiled. Not if they decide to have an intimate relationship with each other without finding out. The Mizukage dismissively waved his hand around. He hoped to not use it and let it be buried somewhere in the archive. If the girl started to have sex with Rei without his intervention, it would be smashing. A precaution, then. Kawahe nodded. Both knew what they did was for the good of their village. Someone capable of having and wielding 3 chakra natures at the age of 11, being S-rank at 13 due to destructibility of his jutsu of all things. There were various categories of S-rank ninja. But getting that rank for wide-scale destructive jutsu was a serious feat. Only Oniki with his Kekii Toda and the third Kazekage with his Kekii Genkai were the most famous examples currently, and both had the power to destroy vast areas easily. Both Mizukage and Kawahe wanted to see what kind of monster May Terumi would bring on this world if her 2 Kekii Genkai mixed with Rei's 3 natures and natural genius. While the 2 influential men talked, Aika quietly listened. It was her job to make this work, and she was ordered to make sure that May Terumi will love the village despite the hatred. It was a tiring job, but she did well, making the girl miserable in the shadows while in the light she was her sole supporting pillar, always repeating, if you become a respectable Kiri nin, you will be loved. She had to make sure the girl would want to serve Kiri with half of her soul and that she would latch on Rei with the other half, keeping him in place. It was a delicate job. Sometimes, even she wondered why she accepted it. Unknown to the trio, under the furniture, a few inconspicuous papers with listening seals overheard the entire conversation. In Rei's and Conan's apartment, in their spare bedroom, a paper clone of Conan suddenly punched the floor from sheer rage, cracking it as the killing intent spread through the street. It took at least 5 minutes until the clone finally calmed down and went to report to Rei and the real Conan. Chapter 43, Counterattacking the Schemes 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The very next day Rei and Conan found themselves in the orphanage where May was residing. Rei was gripping Conan's hand, making sure she won't go ballistic upon meeting the bitch, as she put it yesterday, who was helping in the scheme against her. Rei? Conan glared at everything in the room with her impassive stare. It made Rei proud and weirded out at the same time at this ability of hers, to appear utterly bored and impassive but actually show that she is completely enraged. For the first time, Rei saw how cold fury looks like. They had a long debate yesterday after the clone reported its findings. They both were baffled. Sure, the Mizukage did it very cleverly. They knew he was smart and really didn't think he would try the exact same thing as he did with Ringo, just in other colors and under a pseudonym. His influence would appear to be minimal on the entire thing, as at most 5 people were a part of the scheme, and other than them, only clan heads knew about it. In their talks, Rei told Conan he was interested in May. Not romantically, of course. That would make for a good mental case to be interested in a kid you met only once. He was interested in her potential. To be honest, most crushes he could have had, he remembered he loved Hineda's character, disappeared after all these years. He would still very much like to meet these people. He would also like to swat Naruto on his head for being a naive idiot. Yup, he was a true fan. The kind that would beat that insufferable idiotic shit to death for not becoming smarter during the entire series. Sigh, but he digresses. These feelings were somewhat dulled. He was interested in May because of her 2 Kekii Genkai, 2 in one body. That was almost impossible since genes usually merged or one dominated the other. Her 2 sides of the family were in such a synergy they created 2 Kekii Genkai. It was a curious thing. It all led them to this moment. They decided to make it easier on the Mizukage and adopt the girl, right? Well, if she will be pushed onto them anyway, why not make their influence prevalent? They might be forced to take her in, but neither Rei nor Conan would suffer the fate of getting to like her and then having to leave her behind because of her overt love for the village. They knew it would happen with Ringo, and it wasn't a very nice feeling. Both Rei and Conan somewhat got to like her, but knew well she would pick Kirigakura over them if she had to choose. That's why Rei was not teaching the girl his best Raiden Jutsu for Kenjutsu. Conan had it easy. She was starting to feel fed up with Mizukage. She understood he must protect the village and whatnot, but right now, he was actually doing his damnedest to make Conan blow this village to smithereens. She didn't like her Rei to be schemed upon. As for the little girl herself, if she was really as interesting as Rei said, Conan didn't mind taking her in. She would make the girl into a proper wife material. Yet, Conan was not as naive as to think that a decade of living together would not make the girl fall in love with Rei. Impossible. And since Rei had a good impression of the girl and the girl had real potential, if she grew into a beauty, Conan wouldn't mind giving her a hand. But the girl will become vicious and loyal only to Rei if she wants to stay anywhere near them, that Conan promised to herself. Rei only cluelessly waited for the matron to finish the paperwork. He had not yet any clue of Conan's already forming training plan for little May. Alas, history was set to repeat himself. As he saved Conan in her darkest hour and unknowingly created a fierce better not say the word. The same way he was now saving May. Or, at least, that's how it would look like to the girl. Conan would make sure of that. Ikarukami was flabbergasted when Rei and Conan came in the morning, willing to adopt May Terumi. She never expected such luck. The Mizukage wouldn't even need to persuade them to raise the girl. While it made a few problems since the girl was not yet completely indoctrinated into being loyal to the village, she would let these worries to the Mizukage. The girl will probably make a few friends that will make her see the light shortly. It was not Aika's problem anymore. She was only giddy at the fat paycheck she would receive for job well done. With a joyful hum, she filled the paperwork and May Terumi was now adopted by Rei and Conan Yotsuba. Aika dragged May into the room where Rei and Conan waited. Both Rei and Conan noted the tattered torn clothes on the bodash. Girl. Her auburn hair was so short it was hard to recognize the little creature as a girl. Her green eyes were completely dull, almost lifeless with big black circles under them, and the girl was unhealthily thin and small. Her skin was pale, well except the visible purplish, almost black bruises marring her skin. When May's eyes landed on Rei they regained a bit of light. She remembered the kind man who fed her yesterday and with a blush, she timidly looked towards the ground, wondering what he was doing here. She was dragged from her bed by the matron. Yesterday she was beaten by the older kids for being bad so she couldn't sleep from the pain. She was dead tired and barely swayed on her feet. May-chan. The matron started and Rei was instantly in a state of mind as he recognized the fake sweet and kind voice. These two, Rei and Conan Yotsuba, decided to adopt you. May's eyes widened and teared up. She meekly nodded. She was still afraid. The people didn't like her and she feared being adopted. She thought she would be beaten by the people adopting her? But, the man was kind to her, right? He wouldn't hurt her, right? Thank you, she quietly whispered as was expected of her after the matron squeezed slightly her shoulder, coincidentally pressing on one of her worst bruises, making her wince. Conan was coldly glaring at the matron. She saw that it was no coincidence. Rei sighed and walked closer to May. Yo, so we meet again, kid. He grinned and hugged her. May stiffened. She was never hugged. Tackled to the ground, maybe, but hugged. She couldn't help but be frozen at the warmth it made her feel. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks as she leaned into the hug, pushing her small head into Rei's shoulder. Conan looked at the matron. That will be all, she dismissively stated, making the matron open her mouth, but she swiftly shut it. Well, being dismissed might have hurt her ego, but why bother complaining? Her job was done. Aika just left with a huff, heading straight to the Mizukage's office to report. Rei heaved May up into his arms and left towards their apartment. Chapter 44, Counterattacking the Schemes 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The trio arrived at the apartment and May was told to sit behind the table in the living room with Conan while Rei was making ramen for them in the kitchen. May wasn't very comfortable around the blue-haired girl. She was looking at her weirdly. Like matron. Conan smiled at the awkwardness of the girl. She reached her hand towards the girl, making her stiffen and close her eyes. Conan didn't care and ruffled May's hair. May snapped her eyes wide at the gentle touch and found herself enjoying it. Be a good girl and we will have no problem, she heard the blue-haired girl tell her in a gentle but firm voice. Good girl. May thought that she could at least try. She timidly nodded with a blush. Don't worry. The blue Hadash, Conan, yes that was her name, May remembered. I will teach you how to be a good girl. Conan continued cooingly as she leaned closer to her and patted her head. Rei entered with a tray of 3 bowls of hot, steaming ramen and saw a weird sight. Conan smiling devilishly at the determined May while Conan patted her head in my precious kind of Kakashi-like way. His eyes couldn't help but instinctively trace a few escape routes as he felt a shiver run down his spine. In the end, he steeled himself and approached the girls with a smile, putting the food on the table. He saw that May instantly looked at the big bowl of noodles while gulping hungrily. He put the first bowl in front of the girl who raised her head, her eyes meeting his, and he could see a spark of adoration. He could only sigh to himself. It was so easy with children. No wonder the villages started to train their ninja during childhood and made them listen to hours per day of patriotic drivel. Because that was exactly what the first 2 years of the academy were about. Indoctrination of children to loyalty. He saw May watch the ramen with want in her eye, but the girl didn't dare to touch it. Rei tilted his head. Ah, he understood. You may start eating, May-chan. He smiled at her. Before he even finished, the girl was inhaling the noodles. Rei quickly stopped her hand, making the girl stiffen. Slow down. You will choke on it. Nobody will take it from you. He quipped in bemusement, letting May's hand only when she nodded embarrassedly. Rei smiled and continued. Don't be afraid to ask for more. He knew the girl would want more. He was a master at Suten and very good with cat-on and temperature manipulation. What? Jutsu were not only good for fighting? Cooking was a viable way to use them too, especially since he could make the food full of chakra this way. Elemental chakra. With his proficiency, he could add his cat-on and Suten chakra into it, making it actually beneficial instead of harmful to May. It will certainly help her own cat-on and Suten chakra nature, if only ever so slightly. He also added a bit of nature energy into the ramen so May will stop being so tired and malnourished. Rei would never do something like this for Ringo. He liked Ringo. She was his Bakadeshi. But she was not loyal. Not as much as he would like her to be. But with May, he didn't need to worry. He was not as naive as to not know Conan's plan for the girl. But he was not about to do anything about it. He knew that under Conan's care, May would shortly be he hoped not zealot or fanatic. He would need to have some positive input on the girl to prevent that. But he knew Conan's education would make the girl loyal only to them. And he knew she would be subtle enough to make May appear like a good little ninja of Kiri. Sometimes, Conan could be scary. They finished eating as May ate her third bowl of ramen with an embarrassed blush. Well, some ground rules. Rei told the girl, making her straighten up. We are often on missions, so you will stay alone here. Rei told her and May nodded. She was alone her entire life. Nothing new. Seeing it, Rei continued. Therefore you will have to learn how to cook and clean up after yourself. Rei didn't tell the girl there will always be paper and water clones looking after her. He would make sure the girl puts her all into learning the basics of household chores. Well, not like there was much to do. His seals did 90% of these automatically. But cooking will be a very beneficial skill in the girl's future ninja career. May was bewildered. Someone actually wanted to teach her. She smiled slightly, her heart happily fluttering. Thank Y dash. Before she could finish, a knock resounded on the door. Rei sighed and stood up. He approached the door, and as he opened them, he could see an umbu who gave him a scroll and disappeared. Coming back to the table, Rei opened it. Well, the Mizukage is summoning us. He quipped in amusement, his eyes sparkling. Both him and Conan knew what this was about. Well, be a good girl, May, Rei started, not seeing how May's eyes brightened. And stay here. Rei took out a few slices of paper. You can practice the sticking exercise. We know the academy already started teaching you. Conan created a paper clone. My clone will instruct you, she said merrily, ignoring Rei's deadpan stare. With a sigh, Rei gave up and both him and Conan disappeared in Shunshin, leaving only determined May with a smirking paper clone that sat next to May, and its smirk widened. Well, May-chan, first. In the office, Rei and Conan walked in and did the usual greeting. I will be blunt, Rei-kun. Why did you adopt Terumi-chan? The Mizukage curiously asked. This was not in his plan. While it was a good thing for his plan, the timing was too precise. Felt like it. Rei shrugged. I met her yesterday and saw Conan in her. Yes. I also could see my past self in the girl. Conan nodded with a slight smile. I was a homeless orphan in AIM before Rei took me in. The Mizukage didn't know that. He smiled to himself. Maybe his suspicions were unfounded, after all, and it was all caused by a sentiment. Well, as you know, Terumi-chan is the last of her clan. Are you going to bar us from adopting her? Rei amusedly asked, knowing well that was far from the truth. No, no. I am happy to have two capable ninjas raising her. He put his clasped hands in front of his face and got serious. I just want you to teach her how to use her elemental chakra and Keki-I Genkai. You ask a lot. Rei smirked. In that case, I want her as my second apprentice. We both know Ringo is low Jonin level already, so keeping her a genin is an insult to her skill. You want a 6-year-old as your apprentice. The Mizukage blinked. I can't approve that. She must go through the academy curriculum. And it's indoctrination plus a bonus. Mizukage thought to himself. Oh, nah. I just want her after she graduates from the academy. Do that and we have a deal. We both know you want her to be strong for Kiri, but if I am to teach her, she will be mine. My apprentice. My teammate. Mine. She will become a permanent part of my team. The Mizukage was stumped. Rei was not asking for May as an apprentice. He was asking for her as a ninja. If he agreed, sure, it would make his plan surefire success with enough time. But it would be agreeing to May belonging to Rei as a ninja. The very same as Conan. He had no delusions that Conan is not really a Kiri shinobi and certainly not his. She was more of a property of Rei. At least, that was the not sugar-coated way of looking at it. Rei asked for a lot. But then again, with their guidance, May would become an S-rank in the future. Heck, Ringo Amari was going to become S-rank with enough time. Sigh, I will have to put extreme focus on making May loyal, but the Mizukage mulled over it. Sure. May Terumi will belong to you, Rei. You may do whatever with her. The Mizukage nodded. But I want you to make an S-rank ninja for Kiri from her. Don't forget she owns the whole famous hot springs of Kiri. She is an important girl. If you want her, treat her well. Rei shrugged in acceptance and almost gagged as he heard important and treat her well. He knew that he basically asked for Kunoichi May, rather than adopted a kid. The Mizukage just gave her to him. He could make the little girl into child labor and nobody would care as long as he justified it by the Mizukage gave her to me. Not to count numerous worse things he could do to her. But this was reality. The shinobi belonged to the village. They were its property in a way. Only the really strong shinobi could look at the Mizukage and openly sneer at him or rebuke him. Because they were strong. Because they were an asset the village couldn't afford to lose. Because they were a threat. Because they could. A small 6-year-old orphan from an extinct clan? Her only protection was the other clans and their interests. If Rei didn't come to Kiri, May would live a pampered life. Her head would be filled with ideas of marrying into some other clan that would acquire her wealth and bloodlines this way and the grandeur of serving her country. Don't worry. We will raise her very well. Conan gave a wide sweet full smile with delightfully narrowed eyes as she put a great emphasis at the word very. Suddenly, the Mizukage didn't feel all that good about this little plan of his. Chapter 45, Teaching May. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Few weeks have passed since May started living with Rei and Conan. Conan and Ringo were in a clearing, doing the usual 3 areas exercise. Ringo was getting stronger faster and faster as her senses and speed were trained and her strength increased bit by bit every time Conan's dote on hardened paper slices hit her. Conan wasn't just swinging them at her. She was precisely targeting the sets of muscles that needed to be put under pressure. Ringo was very grateful when she found out how effective this training was for her. Still, she didn't manage to reach Conan yet. She once reached the 3rd area and was jumping in joy, but then out of nowhere a flood of the river was released from the papers, washing Ringo all the way back to the start. She would grumble for days after that. While Conan spent time training Ringo, Rei was with May. Ringo was quite uncomfortable around the younger girl. She was used to being the one taught by Rei but eventually accepted it. She knew her time in Rei's team was coming to its end as she was already informed about her upcoming promotion. Getting Shinin rank meant her being put under the tutelage of the Kiba wielder to be his successor. It was disheartening but it was her dream. As for Rei and May was liking Rei a lot. He was kind to her and patiently taught her. He didn't beat her when she didn't get the thing done in one try. Well, let's just say that Rei was getting creeps by the rising adoration he saw in the girl's eyes. He cursed himself for letting her stay with Conan's clone. He came home from the Mizukage's office and the girl was droning about being a good girl. Ugh. That night, he and Conan had a very heated and very sweaty debate on raising young children. A debate he sadly lost. Moving on, Rei decided to teach May properly. He started small with tree walking and water walking after she managed the paper sticking exercise. He had to give it to the girl. She was determined and a prodigy. It was obvious why she would become the 5th Mizukage in canon. In just a week she managed tree and water walking. Yes, Rei was there with her every step of the process, always sensing what she did wrong and corrected her. He would not be a jerk like Kakashi and just say, do it. It was counterproductive. Then, after she managed these exercises he found out the girl had Sudden, Doton, and Katon Chakra natures. Well, obviously since she had Futon and Yaton. Author note, Futon, boil, Yaton, lava, futon, wind. Rei decided to start with futon. Something the girl didn't have a predisposition for and even her canon self didn't know. He somewhat remembered May Terumi in canon doing some Sudden with Raiden combo so she knew Raiden but he didn't remember the jutsu. But he knew canon May never practiced futon. But he would be damned if a girl with futon didn't know futon to spread her boiling mist. Rei also started practicing futon alongside her. They made a game out of it, seeing whose paper would move sooner. Well, of course, he held back and let the girl have her minute of glory and joy. Rei usually watched May as she always slightly stuck her tongue out while focusing and thought it was cute. He kinda suspected she started to crave winning not because of the win but because of the hug he would always give her. But then again, as long as she had the drive to practice, all was well. After a week, again, REI noted. Damn, was May fast in nature training. Sure, most of it was due to tips she received from Conan, who was almost master in it, nearing perfection, and from his careful and precise tutoring. But for a child of 6? A child that has to go to the academy almost daily? Oh, the complaints REI received that May wasn't paying attention and instead was fiddling with her paper. REI knew that May would be a ninjutsu freak. Her chakra reserves were already almost genin level. Something REI was really jealous of, as at that age, he had only civilian reserves. It was all due to years in the academy and diligent practice of the chakra circling, he found out. The exercise isn't that good and the kids don't really practice it that much, but May was very diligent in it. She didn't miss even a day of practice, even if she was hurting from a beating. Right now, REI and May stood opposite each other and they played with a ball. A ball made of paper, without touching it, using only futon chakra to keep it afloat. It wasn't powerful, but it propped the ball up after every burst that created a very weak uplifting wind. If the ball wasn't made of light paper, it wouldn't even raise an inch. But it was training a fine control of futon. May loved the exercise, as she always laughed when she managed to outplay REI and he missed the timing, letting her win only to heave her into his arms into a hug. REI walked into the bedroom they gave to May and saw Conan sit across May behind a table. This. Conan pointed at a paragraph in what REI recognized to be Kiri Academy book. It is supposed to spur awe and make us think we can also reach greatness if we stay loyal to Kiri. May stated, and Conan nodded. Just then she saw REI and smiled. May, looks like the diner is ready. Conan pointed in REI's direction, making May perk up and run into REI's waist for a hug. REI stroked May's short hair and forbade her to cut and ushered her out of the room. Go eat, May. I have to talk with Conan, K. May nodded and left the room as REI sighed, sitting in the exact same spot May was a moment ago. He leaned towards the book and cringed. The heroics of second Mizukage. He raised his eyebrow at Conan. I am teaching the girl to recognize indoctrination. She shrugged. She had her first kill and it was pretty gruesome. Behind that happy kid that loves hugs is already a killer. She is mature enough. I am not admonishing you. REI rolled his eyes. Merely curious. Conan bit her lower lip and took a deep breath. I know you love Ringo, she stated with a grimace, making REI look at her intently, patiently waiting for her to continue. Maybe not entirely romantically, but you are way past just liking your energetic Bakadeshi. REI slowly nodded. There was no need for lies between him and Conan. I also know you would never let her get closer to you because we both know she is Kiri loyalist to the core. She would betray us in due time. REI again slowly nodded. Again the truth. Conan sparred, taunted, and probed Ringo enough to know the core of her personality, aspirations, and loyalties. But I see your interest in May's bloodline and talent. I won't let her go the Ringo route. She will be loyal to us if we are going to teach her. I dunno if she will love you that way when she is older. I don't even know if you will see her that way. But I know I am not just letting her be and hope for the best. Conan huffed and crossed her arms. I already made that mistake with Ringo because I didn't like her intruding in our alone time. If I acted, she could be here in my place, teaching May while we could have been making out in our bed. Sure. Do what you think is best. REI's lips stretched into a smile as he chuckled and leaned closer, kissing Conan. I love you and trust you to do what you believe is best for me. Always will. He gave her another long kiss. We should go and eat our dinner. They happily took a hold of the other's hand and went into the kitchen. May was surely lonely, eating alone. Chapter 46, Promotion. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. 16 years old REI and Conan, and 12 years old Ringo stood in the Mizukage's office. The man was eyeing them proudly as he turned to REI. As of now, I declare you REI Yotsuba, a jonin of Kiri. The Mizukage smiled and turned to Conan. As of now, I declare you Conan Yotsuba, a jonin of Kiri. He repeated and then turned to tense Ringo. As of now, I declare you Ringo Amairi, a chunin of Kiri. His features softened. REI and Conan grew bitter. They knew his features softened only because Ringo was proving her loyalty and drive to protect the village and become one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri. They could only sigh as the girl was already lost to them. With this, your team is also disbanded and Ringo will be put under the tutelage of the current wielder of Kiba. REI and Conan will stay as a team. You may go. The trio bowed and left the office. Well, shall we go celebrate it somewhere? REI asked the girls but noted that Conan was staring at Ringo. I want a spar. Conan told Ringo, who looked at her in confusion. A melee spar. Conan elaborated as she took out her fan. She practiced a lot with it and wanted to know how good she was against Ringo. Ringo slowly nodded. She knew that Conan was a ranged fighter, but now she challenged her to a close combat weapon spar? On one hand, Ringo was excited about such a fight. On the other, she was afraid she would lose to a long-ranged fighter in her specialty. Illogical fear it might have been, but after sparring with Conan long enough, she learned to expect the unexpected. The trio came to their clearing and found a lone figure of May practicing her cat-on. She was passable in futon, so Rei decided to start cat-on as that was the nature she would need for both of her bloodlines. Rei came to May and saw dried tears on her cheeks. He clicked his tongue. The Mizukage idiocy did a number on the girl. The villagers really didn't like her and feared her, and from time to time, some of them struck her. Well, Rei showed them exactly what he thought about that, and since then May was practically worshipping the ground he was walking on. Conan was a bad influence like that. May was quickly taught henge and trained in it so she won't have to endure the glares. But the girl said she doesn't want to use it. Rei was really at the end of the rope with her. She wanted to be glared at. Unknown to Rei, May hated the glares. She hated the civilians. And she despised Kiri. Conan really did make May open-minded. She never gave May any opinion or a way to look at things. Nor did Conan actually try to brainwash May. She just told her the things as they were. However brutal it was. She was blunt, honest, and precise when she explained things. This made the young mind of May mature faster. The very frequent injection of nature energy and elemental chakra through food Rei cooked only fastened this process exponentially. May Terumi started seeing things as they were. The subtle fear-driven hatred the civilians showed her. How other kids shied away from her. How the teachers were always awkward when she asked a question. Even if the last one was a shocker since they were chinin and should know better. May started to form her own opinions. Her somewhat mature but still childish mind thought simply. People who hated her were on one side, Rei and Conan on the other, and those who hated her didn't deserve respect or acknowledgement from her. May Terumi officially hated Kiri with her whole heart. She was just good at hiding it, thanks to Conan's lessons. There was only one thing May loved. Rei came closer to May and firmly grabbed the distraught kid's chin, turning her face towards him. He saw the big purple bruise on her cheek and sighed. He put his hand on it, making May wince, but her expression turned to a relaxed one after Rei started using soothing water chakra to relax her bruised muscles. Better? He asked May, who nodded. Rei picked May up while she yelped and sunshined onto the lake, sitting there while putting May into his lap. Conan is going to fight Ringo. Watch, okay. May excitedly nodded as her very observant mind didn't want to miss even a second of the fight between the two strong kunoichi. Conan stood opposite Ringo, holding her folded fan at the ready. Ringo, holding two swords, nodded at Conan, signalizing she was also ready. Just then a gentle breeze rushed through the clearing, and when it settled, the battle started. Ringo ran at Conan with her two swords, slashing one in a downward motion, aiming from above at Conan's head. Obviously, Conan raised her fan and blocked it, instantly opening herself for an upward slash of the second sword of Ringo, as it aimed at her belly. Conan twisted her body and stepped to the left, evading the upward slash, her fan still clashing with Ringo's other sword. Conan slightly relaxed the hand holding her fan, unbalancing Ringo's hand, and then Conan tensed her muscles, jerking the fan alongside the sword to the side while her body stepped into Ringo's guard. Ringo was sent flying as Conan punched her in the gut. "Don't underestimate me, kid." Conan snorted as Ringo sprang up on her feet, a sullen pout on her face. Ringo did indeed underestimate Conan. She didn't find the fan threatening. In her mind, it was less than Kunao, but it stopped her sword. Okay. Ringo accepted the rebuke and her sword sparkled with Raiden chakra. Conan smiled and her fan glowed in futon chakra. On the side, May tugged on Rei's sleeve, making him hum and look at her. "What's going on?" she asked, pointing at Conan and Ringo. Rei smiled. Conan was parrying slash after slash in a high-speed clash with Ringo. Ringo was good, strong, fast, extremely fast. But Conan's body was nurtured with nature energy. She might not be a close combat fighter, but she was fast enough and her mind was used to controlling thousands of papers. Split-second decisions were not a problem for her. The fight is a struggle between Ringo's strength as a swordsman and Raiden user. She is natural and very strong. But Conan is more experienced and her mind is used to do fast decision-making. She is holding Ringo off by offsetting any momentum or deflecting any power she uses into the slash to the side, making Ringo unable to start her fast slashing combo. Yes? But how? They both coat their weapons in elemental chakra. May exclaimed as Ringo's sword again bounced off of Conan's fan, forcing her to regain her balance. Rei saw that Ringo was frowning hard. She was faster, better, and stronger than Conan, but she was always interrupted mid-combo or always somewhat missed. Rei patted May's head. The girl was very inquisitive and perceptive about matters she shouldn't know for at least a decade yet. The foundation of Raiden is high-speed vibration. So fast it is actually cutting power. Futon, on the other hand, is sharpness itself. Raiden is weak towards futon. You can see it here. REI pointed as sparks flew from yet another clash between Ringo's and Conan's weapons. Conan's futon is so sharp it makes Ringo's Raiden vibrations literally bounce away instead of letting them cut it. That sets them into opposite motion, sending Ringo's sword back, unbalancing her, therefore stopping any momentum she may have gained and making them reposition herself. Which must be a hell of a pain in the ass for somebody whose fighting style is based on speed. She is getting a stopper to her acceleration every time they clash. REI chuckled. Oh. May nodded and continued to watch the fight. Ringo was frustrated. She would be seething mad if it was not so damn depressing. She couldn't build her momentum. She couldn't build her chakra. She was attacking and attacking, always moving around, looking for openings, and Conan was still in that damn defensive stance, almost standing near the place when the battle began, at times sidestepping Ringo's slashes, at others parrying them. Yes, parrying her swords with a fan? It was ridiculous. Ringo was faster and stronger. It was obvious. But Conan was patiently chipping away her strength by steadily guarding herself. She wasn't even attacking, just waiting for a major opening. Ringo decided that enough was enough. She charged at Conan again, gripping her two swords, and her left one quickly slashed from the left side in a side swipe at Conan's midsection. It was her fastest possible speed and Conan would be forced to block it. She wasn't fast enough to dodge. Conan did just that. She blocked. And Ringo was expecting it. Before their weapons met, she did what she was taught to never do. She let go of her left sword and inwardly noted that it bounced from the fan and flew away. Ringo didn't care and her right sword slashed at Conan. Conan wouldn't be able to block? Her fan was on the left side and the sword was coming from the right. In her excitement, Ringo made a fatal mistake. Her swipe was too fast and too high. Only at the last moment, she realized. Her sword entered Conan's throat and her head was sent flying. Ringo's elation at hitting her opponent quickly fell as horror filled her. She could hear a childish horrified scream from the side, but her mind was mostly blank as she stared forward. Her world stopped to crawl as she watched the headless body in front of her, as her sword was moving in a crawl, away from the neck it just exited. Conan's head flying up, inch by inch, her serious expression still on her face, no signs of realization on it. Ringo was mortified at what just happened that she missed one important detail. Suddenly the arm of the headless body sprang up, unfolding the fan and sending a quick, concentrated, and strong but small tornado into Ringo's unguarded stomach, sending her forcefully flying and painfully rolling on the ground. The detail was, there was no blood. Conan's head reconnected with her body as papers recreated the neck that she previously changed into paper and vanished before Ringo's sword could slash it. Conan sighed and looked at her unfolded fan and then at the unconscious Ringo on the ground. Well, this is my loss as I used ninjutsu. She shrugged and went to wake Ringo up. Chapter 47, Joining 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI and Conan were coming back from a mission. They were in the countryside, in the northern part of the Mizunokuni, as they ate lunch in a tavern in a small town. I am never doing an escort mission again. Conan huffed and crossed her arms. That pig ogled my ass the entire time. I concur. I wanted to wring his neck at least 50 times. REI agreed with a twitching eyebrow. At least he didn't have guts to try anything. If he did, Conan snorted derisively. Noble or not, a friend of the daimyo or not, his head would fly. As they conversed about the pig of a client they had to escort, a hooded figure in a small black cloak sat opposite them. They could see it was a woman and REI took a peek at her chin, mouth, and nose that could be seen from under the hood. He quickly understood the woman is beautiful from these features alone. We need to talk, the hooded woman said. It was not an order. Both REI and Conan recognized it for what it was. The woman was pleading, almost begging them to hear her out. REI looked at Conan and smiled when he saw her nod. They both felt a slight familiarity with the woman and didn't know why. He turned to the fidgeting woman and spoke. Follow us. REI rented a room for a day and they entered it. Conan quickly made papers with REI's silencing and anti-spy seals stuck to each wall. They sat on the bed and watched as the woman stood in front of them somewhat insecurely, quivering. Her shaky hands reached upwards, taking hold of the edge of her hood, and she ever so slowly started pulling it down. Conan just looked in confusion as REI's jaw dropped the second the forehead of the woman was revealed. I am. The fidgety woman quietly mumbled while her eyes tried to look anywhere but REI and Conan. Tsunade Senju. REI finished for her, half in disbelief. Tsunade nodded silently, biting her lower lip. REI never thought he would see Tsunade Senju act all insecure. Conan tensed but REI put a hand on her shoulder. So why did you need to talk with us? REI asked calmly. Tsunade opened her mouth and her eyes for the first time, landed on REI, making her freeze. She stayed like that with her mouth open and wide eyes, gazing at him intently while her body trembled. REI had some really bad premonition and activated his nature sensing and recoiled at what he felt. He and Conan were the picture of calmness, but Tsunade? The nature energy was pushing, tugging, and forcefully pulling her towards them. Her chakra was invisibly leaking from her body, its tendrils trying to reach REI and Conan. REI saw why she would be trembling, fighting to even keep standing. He cursed. Conan, follow. He instantly ordered Conan and in a burst of Raiden chakra, appeared near the still bewildered Tsunade. Tsunade couldn't fight even if she wanted to. She was at the end of her strength. Half dead, and she wondered how it was even possible she could keep her eyes open, much less stand. When REI swept her from her feet, bending her over his shoulder, she couldn't even protest as a jolt of pleasure sprang through her spine at his touch. Conan tilted her head but listened, and in less than a minute, REI and Conan sped up away from the town, REI carrying Tsunade on his shoulder. They arrived near the cliff, in front of them only a high jagged wall of rock, Tsunade already unconscious. Let's create a cave, REI said, and Conan nodded. Both REI and Conan put their hands on the wall of rock and said, Doton, hidden cave. The wall of rocks gave way and a big half-circular entrance appeared in front of them. They entered and the jutsu completed its second function, sealing the entrance off as REI created small balls of fire all around to produce light. That jutsu was a very useful thing to have in a repertoire. Earth was everywhere, and making an underground cave or one inside a mountain as a headquarters was always a useful skill to have. REI removed any and all jutsu affecting Tsunade and saw her revert to a very old woman. She was shriveled and wrinkled. Her body was just skin and bones, making him wince. It's even worse than I thought. We need to enter our dimension, he gravely told Conan. Conan raised her eyebrows at REI, thinking of dragging that woman, Tsunade, into their dimension, but she followed with a pout. REI took out a storage seal and unsealed a square paper of the size of a half of the floor of the room in their apartment. REI lifted Tsunade's body and carried her into the middle of the key seal on the paper as Conan followed. A chakra engulfed them, and with a puff of smoke, they disappeared. In their dimension, an influx of their nature energy swirled around peacefully. The second they appeared, their bodies started to be filled to the brim with the giddy energy, making them smile. It was a very soothing feeling. The complete opposite of what Tsunade felt. The nature energy rammed into her as it recognized her as an intruder, and her body started to be destroyed from the inside. REI quickly whipped out the sense-connecting seal that caused this in the first place and placed it on Tsunade's chest. Conan understood and put her hand on it. REI activated it and their world shifted. The second REI's and Conan's soul, one, connected, joined soul clashed with Tsunade's. The reaction was very violent. The entire dimension pulsed. Years the dimension saw no use and only made nature energy stronger, more condensed. By now the energy permeated the air and saturated the entire space. It was clearly visible even by the naked eye. The energy was thickened now. Now it finally had something that it could fill. The bodies of the three people as if opened the floodgates as the energy pushed into them, doing the exact same thing it did previously when this happened the first time. Only, purer, stronger, concentrated. This energy belonged to Conan and REI. This energy was in their favor. It did its best to enhance and enforce their bond. Tsunade's soul didn't have even a shred of a chance. It couldn't hold itself together as it was continuously forcefully ripped to shreds and repatched with parts of Conan's and REI's big patchwork soul. It slowly started merging with theirs, and from two patchwork souls that made one bigger, quickly became three. The volume increased. And then it momentarily separated into three parts. One, the biggest and watery blue, containing a lot of the green and a massive amount of purple parts, was REI's soul. Anyone skilled in soul magic from some higher world would tell you that what just happened should be impossible. But when the entire dimension pressurizes the soul, many things become possible. The purple parts were calm, collected, and happy. They invitingly welcomed the green bits that danced in delight and utter joy at the merging. Only then did REI find out the problem. He saw a small old and dull part of his soul that was green. Green that didn't belong to him, and understood. Tsunade Senju was his. She belonged to him. How? He had no idea. But her soul craved to join with his, and it was slowly killing her. She must have been close when the mishap happened the first time, REI thought. The second part was mostly bluish-purple with many patches of watery blue, creating harmony and tranquility. For this soul, this state was natural and pleasant. But when the green pieces started to fill it, they were not rejected. But they were not accepted with the same enthusiasm as REI's soul did. Conan accepted Tsunade as her sister wife. It was abrupt. Too abrupt, but her mind and soul were telling it was a foregone conclusion. There was nothing to do anymore, so she grudgingly accepted the woman. But Conan also sent loads of demands with the parts of her soul. She wanted Tsunade to be obedient, after all. To REI only, of course. The last part was the forest green soul. Cracked soul. Damaged. Broken. It was leaking. The piece that joined Ari's soul long ago created a very unpleasant thing. It created a crack that slowly over time weakened Tsunade's existence. Her soul needed mending. Yes, Ari's watery blue and Conan's bluish-purple bits filled it and patched it up, closing the leaks. Tsunade's soul was finally repaired, and it took any demand or bond these parts of souls as fish to water. It wasn't like she had to listen to these demands of Conan. Nothing really bound her, but the nagging feeling was there. But the connection. Tsunade's mind came to one conclusion only. It couldn't help but feel deep unexplainable affection for Rei. The same Conan felt for him after the mishap with the seal, and Conan was firmly placed on the level of Noeki in her heart. This, however, was a two-way street, and Rei and Conan also accepted Tsunade. But even if Tsunade's soul was now mended, it was still half empty. Rei knew this would be a problem later on. But for now, Tsunade was stable and will be for years to come. That was what really mattered. She will survive. The souls re-established themselves, creating a certain hierarchy. Rei's soul gave away most. After all, these talents were on the level of godly and supreme. And while the souls received only a diluted version, it was way more than what they could get in this world, even from the strongest beings. Atsutsukis. Rei's soul took the lead and bound Tsunade the same way Conan was bound to it. As his partner. Someone unable to betray him. Both Tsunade's and Conan's souls firmly attached to Rei's while creating a bridge between each other. And then, the tree souls banged together, creating the one big lump of green, purple, and blue. One big soul. And with the souls changed, the outwards changes started. Chapter 48, Joining 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. In the dimension, Rei, Conan, and Tsunade were bathed in the swirling nature energy. Their chakra visible, whirling all around. Even Tsunade, who was on the verge of dying from chakra exhaustion, had her chakra stores refilled by the energy of the dimension. The three chakras leaned on each other and started merging, interweaving. Rei's and Conan's chakra no longer contained only 2 ingredients, but now it was made of 3, getting even denser than before, heavier. Their chakra reserves again rose by the factor of 5, far surpassing cage-level reserves. This time, both Rei and Conan were completely aware of the changes and marveled at them. The previous time, their minds couldn't stay coherent from all the energy, but now, they saw what happened, and Rei was already devising a seal to finalize the change. For years he was drowning in darkness, but now, finally a ray of light enlightened him. He finally knew what he needed to know to finish his binding seal and finalize this bond between them, making it ironclad. To make their souls regain their form, as right now, they were open. He had no idea how to describe it more, but it was always there. A weak nagging feeling that something is not right. They both watched Tsunade, the old woman looking around 90. She is old. Conan frowned and Rei chuckled. She is in her late 20s. He commented, making Conan gape at him. Rei leaned forward and tapped with his free arm on the purple diamond on Tsunade's forehead. This is the sole reason she is still alive. He saw Conan tilt her head, so he elaborated. When we connected, she must have been close and a piece of her soul was taken from her. Ah, so that's why you were so decisive in connecting with her? She was already a part of us. Conan exclaimed in great surprise. Yes, Rei nodded. She was not a finalized connection, but she was a part of us nevertheless. We just never noticed due to the small amount of her in us. Then, what was the problem? Conan hummed. We took too little of her soul. That would be fine. But we didn't give her any of ours. Her soul was leaking, for the lack of a better word. Leaking, really? Conan's lips curled into a small smile. I really don't have a better term to explain it. Rei shrugged helplessly. It manifested in her chakra slowly leaking from her body. Sure, she regenerated it, but it put a tremendous strain on her body and life force. Rei lovingly put his hand on Tsunade's cheek. Day by day, she must have felt herself dying, but even her lifelong medical experience couldn't save her. That's, shuddering thought. Conan bitterly grimaced and decided to be good to Tsunade. Her body couldn't keep it up, and she was slowly starting to be unable to regenerate her chakra. She herself must have recognized she was dying. It must have taken years. Rei caressed Tsunade's cheek. She would be dead years ago if not for her stored reserves in the yin seal. I see. She was lucky. More like dead tired most of the time. Rei snorted as he put his thumb under Tsunade's eye and gently rubbed it, removing a thick layer of makeup. Under Tsunade's eye was a deep black circle. One, a certain future Ichibai Jinhyuriki would be proud of. Well, it also took a considerable amount of life force from her, since there was nothing else holding her body together. She is a Senju. Senju would have her current look if he was around 150 to 180 years old. You can understand why I freaked out in the tavern. Conan nodded. To think the woman who was barely 30 lost around 150 years worth of life force. Conan really couldn't help but pity her. She didn't know how much of that is the new bond and how much is her own sincerity, but it didn't matter. The bond was a part of her and she decided to accept it wholeheartedly. Oh, finally. Rei smiled as he saw Tsunade's body reverting. He saw the curious look on Conan, so he explained with a chuckle. Her body is regaining her youth. It is oversaturated with nature energy that is making her younger, giving her back her lost life force. And then, making this life force stronger. The summoning animals gained intelligence and speech due to nature energy. They live usually in highly saturated places with this energy and can live hundreds, if not thousands of years. He trailed off as he noticed the look of understanding in Conan's eyes. We are similar to them, then. Conan concluded and Rei nodded. Yes, that's my conclusion. Tsunade is going through every change our bodies did when we connected. It is enhancing her all over. Her mind, body, and chakra. Rei finally took his hand away from the connecting seal as he saw the nature energy around them to calm and settle down. The connection was finished. We would have lived for hundreds of years on nature energy alone. But now, he said as he spread his hand to the sides, gesturing to the dimension of green, tall trees and a thin mist of healthy bright greenish glint, made of nature energy. Now that we have our own source of an unending energy customized for us. He turned to Conan with a smugly raised eyebrow and the left side of his lips curled in a smirk. Conan understood he wanted her to finish the statement. We are unaging. She half answered, half asked. Oh, we do age. Our souls do. But our bodies will stop at our prime. That's why. He pointed at Tsunade and Conan's eyes widened. She was now looking like a 20-years-old woman, her body strong and toned. Conan noted the woman was extremely beautiful and smiled happily. Yes, this woman would do. She started unconsciously caressing Tsunade's head. As long as we have our dimension, we won't age. Conan nodded in understanding. Yes, that's why I gotta make more seals in order to improve it in us. Rei chuckled. Conan tilted her head. Well, I can finally close our bond on a soul level. That will allow me to root our existences deeply in this dimension and connect it to our souls. Right now it would be dangerous. The Uzumaki seals gave you a lot of knowledge and basis for new theories. Conan grumbled. She didn't understand and didn't like it when Rei talked about something she didn't understand. But she could only sigh in annoyance. That they did. Rei snorted. Uzumaki forbade soul-level sealing a long time ago, but they kept the knowledge. Most of their sealers couldn't pull it off safely anyway. It almost always ended with some deformities, accidents, or most likely death of the target, so they forbid using it. But with my talent? I can and will pull it off. Rei rolled his eyes. The knowledge about this kind of sealing was hidden very deeply and discreetly in the sealing scrolls in the Kiri library. It was not even in one scroll. It was strewn through hundreds of them, most of them useless scrolls that wouldn't see any use. But Rei looked through them all and connected the dots. And he found out the most chilling and exciting art. Sealing on the level far above the Grandmaster level. Soul and dimensional sealing. Creating dimensions that always made Uzumaki stumped. They wanted to make their own small world and relocate there. Nobody would threaten them there. But their experimental dimension would always collapse, so they gave up. Soul level sealing. It was one of the most powerful things in the entire Narutoverse. Theoretically, creating Baijuyo should be possible if only really, really hard. But in practice, even Uzumaki couldn't pull it off safely. But Rei could. With enough effort, and time. And now that he saw and sensed the entire process of connection creation when Tsunade joined, he was sure. He was going to make a soul-level seal. A seal that will allow for far too much than just a simple soul bond. He couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 49, Tsunade Senja 3. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. After the end of the Second Shinobi War, Tsunade left Konoha with her apprentice Shizune. God, were there so many old senile people grumbling about that particular thing. They all wanted her to be their personal healing tool. But, she was fed up and left. In the middle of the council meeting, as they were all raving and raking at her, she just up and went away. Consequences be damned. The council couldn't help but gape at her. Tsunade traveled to the Aim no Kuni, and she saw the results of the war. It was disheartening, really. She tried to heal anyone she could as she trained Shizune on the innumerable amounts of injuries there. The girl was shaping up quickly into a good medic. But Tsunade couldn't find any clue about the phenomenon she felt during the war. It was only when she was on her wit's end, she met in the market of one town a girl who told her a peculiar story about two kids who grew a tree. It ignited her hope and she instantly checked it out only to find Mokiton. It brought new hope to her life. Then, the problem started. She was dying. It took her years to find out what the discomfort was, but when the first symptoms started, she quickly understood. Her body was slowly starting to lose its ability to replenish her chakra. She didn't know why. She tried everything she knew, but nothing worked. Eventually, She accepted that her life in this world was coming to an abrupt end, but she refused to die before she met the two Mokiton users. Somehow even the thought of that made her seethe in rage and stubbornly continue her search no matter her condition. And so, Tsunade traveled all around AIM once again, trying to find more clues only to find nothing. At least her apprentice, Shizune, was shaping up good. She was 10 but already on the level of elite medic nins of Konoha when it came to Iryo ninjutsu. Tsunade could be proud of that. She left her medical legacy in the form of Shizune. In the end, Tsunade decided to briefly return to Konoha. She wanted to deposit Shizune back into the village and go on her last wild hunt across the AIM until the Reaper claimed her. But in a stroke of good luck, she could feel a slight tug on her chakra. When she focused, she found out it was pulling her somewhere. After she left Shizune in Konoha, she went to follow that tug as her instincts screamed at her to do so. It surprisingly led her to Mizu no Kuni of all places. Tsunade traveled all over the country following leads. She avoided only Kirigakure. It was frustrating, really. But finally, after years of traveling around Mizu in various disguises, dragging her utterly exhausted, chakra-depleted self through the towns of the humid country as she visibly aged by the day and her body ached, bones creaked, and muscles weakened, when she thought she would just drop dead on her feet, she finally saw the two figures that plagued her mind for years. She just could feel that it was them she was looking for, and her heart desired to be in their presence. She instantly approached them and her wish was fulfilled. She met them and was a nervous wreck due to it. Damn, she said the first thing that appeared in her mind. What, we need to talk. It was damn embarrassing. Senju Tsunade quivered in her boots. The sheer thought made her internally chuckle at her pathetic self. But as she gathered her courage to speak with them, her eyes landed on the man and she froze. Her heart desired to be held by that man. She didn't even know what or why, but she deeply wanted it. Before she could get her head out of the gutter, the man bent her over his shoulder and she, much to her eternal embarrassment, passed out due to the sheer exhaustion. Her body just shut out, and she remembered no more. Tsunade Senju fluttered her eyes open, slowly, groggily, only to close them quickly. She moaned from the sheer pleasure she felt. The feeling of being rested. She didn't feel at ease and rested for years. A cute yawn tore out of her throat and Tsunade's face split into a beautiful smile. She moaned again and giggled at the pleasant feeling of joy that filled her. This was heaven. Tsunade rolled her body, lying on her side, her cheek burying into the lap of weight. She snapped her eyes open, and if not for the firm hands that held her body down, she would have jumped to her feet. Her wide, shocked eyes looked in front of her as she regained her clarity. She saw REI. That name sprang up in her mind almost instantly, even though she was sure they never introduced themselves to each other. REI chuckled at the deer in the headlights expression Tsunade showed. She was madly blushing and he couldn't resist and put his hand on her cheek, stroking it slightly. He chuckled again when his little affection earned him a satisfied moan from Tsunade, making her even more embarrassed as he continued stroking her cheek. How do you feel? He asked her tenderly. I feel. Tsunade's breath hitched. She felt amazing. Young. Energetic. Strong. She felt alive. Tears welled in her eyes and started to stream down her cheeks. The only thing she could hear was the cooing voice of REI as she bawled her eyes out into his shirt. Don't worry, you are alive. Safe. REI whispered to the distraught woman as he stroked her hair. Tsunade curled into him, her loud wails resounding through the dimension. When her tears were finally exhausted, Tsunade looked again at REI. What happened? She asked him quietly, sniffing. How come I am alive? Well, you see. REI started explaining the bond and their current situation with an awkward expression. Hearing everything, Tsunade mulled over it. She was now bound to a ninja from Kiri. It was baffling, but she spent years trying to find him. She would not be deterred by a little setback like this. She was a Senju. Senju didn't back down? I understand. Her expression turned to steeled and determined one. I will defect for you, then. For her it was a foregone conclusion. If she couldn't keep Konoha and REI at the same time, she had to choose what was more important to her. Tsunade saw REI's jaw drop at her statement and the casual way she said it. Both knew she meant every word thought. No, you will not. REI recollected himself and admonished, putting his index finger to her lips, stopping any and all protests. Just then a blue-haired woman with a slight smile came closer to them. Conan. Tsunade's mind supplied. Tsunade returned the smile as she couldn't help but feel happy at seeing the unknown woman. Conan was the same. She decided to be good to Tsunade, but it was astonishing that Tsunade's mere presence brought her joy, to a lesser degree than REI's, but it was still noticeable. This is. REI started introductions. Conan. Tsunade interrupted as her lips curled into a calm smile. Nice to meet you. Conan stated and Tsunade nodded. Both women looked at REI intently. If I won't defect from Konoha, how could I stay with you? Tsunade asked but then blinked as her eyes grew horrified. I can't be separated from you, she shouted desperately. Rei showed a mysterious smile. We will do it like this. Chapter 50, How to Get Your Girl Accepted into the Hidden Village Full of Paranoid Killers. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The Mizukage stared at Rei while Rei stared at the Mizukage. It was an epic stare down of two wills clashing, neither backing down. She is my slave, Rei exclaimed shamelessly. The Mizukage blinked and gave a fed-up look at the blonde-haired around 60 years old woman with a wrinkled face who promptly snorted at Rei's proclamation. Conan was as always, completely stoic and uncaring about his suffering too. He slowly put his elbows on the desk and started to rub his forehead, trying to prevent his growing headache. Ah, it's that time of the month again, I see. The Mizukage mentally sighed. The Mizukage let out and then took a deep breath. He leisurely leaned back into his comfortable fluffy chair, sighing in relief. After a few moments of enjoying the pleasant softness on his back, he again looked at Rei, Conan, and the mysterious old woman with them. Nodding to himself, he leaned down and opened a drawer. Slowly, he took out his precious smoking pipe, putting it in the middle of his table, right in front of him. He looked at Rei's group for 5 seconds straight and again nodded to himself as if reassuring his own mind that he is not hallucinating. He reached to the drawer again and took out his special weed from the land of grass. It was a luxury good for very special occasions. At least, until Rei started going to missions. From then on it became a stress relief, and helped to forget. Sigh, being Mizukage is a hard job, Mon. The Mizukage wistfully thought. He again looked at Rei's group as he blinked a few times and slowly put his hands into a hand seal. Rei could swear he heard a quiet kai before seeing the Mizukage nod to himself again. The Mizukage, now doubly sure this was really happening, took out a sake bottle from his drawer and put it next to his pipe. He leaned back into his seat and took the pipe into his mouth, chewing on its tip. Umbu, get out. He lazily drawled in a I don't care anymore tone. The Umbu hesitated. Not because they were afraid for the safety of Mizukage. Not because of their duty. Nothing so grand. They hesitated because they would miss the entire show, damn it. Now, the Mizukage ordered, and the reluctant, scowling Umbu vacated the room. The Mizukage chilled in his chair, looking between his special weed and his very expensive sake as if he couldn't decide if he should get drunk or high. His senses still worked though, and with the corner of his eye, he noticed that only the old blonde-haired woman gave him a knowing sympathetic look. Sigh, she clearly knew his woes. Drunk or high, that's the question. Suddenly, he felt it wouldn't be that bad giving her citizenship. After all, she clearly could relate to his problems. With a sigh, the Mizukage started speaking, without lifting his gaze from the sake and weed as he curled the tip of his mustache in his hand. Rei, remember that mission 2 years ago where you somehow, and never let me know how, or I swear I will use it on you, not hunged but outright transformed your fat noblewoman of a client into a small ball of wool to escape your pursuers since she was too fat to run. The Mizukage dryly chuckled to himself. Hee. Rei chuckled at the image. I am sorry, Mizukage-sama. I am afraid that was a long time ago. Long ago, huh? Indeed, let me refresh your memory. You somehow forgot her still transformed on the porch of her own house, and her cat has strewn the wool all over the porch and the garden. It took 2 whole days to get her back into the ball and transform her back into human form. Since then, I give you escort missions only when you are the last possible choice. The Mizukage lifted his gaze and saw the confused look in Rei's eyes. I see. You forgot. He concluded and took yet another deep breath, and his eyes went back to the weed as he smiled and stuffed a bit into his pipe. Or that mission 1.5 years ago where you were tasked to deliver a package to a certain building and you delivered it too fast. The one where it was a bomb that due to your speed blew up with our informant still inside? Poor bastard won't ever have children. The Mizukage puffed on his pipe and chuckled. That was not my fault. Rei indignantly exclaimed. True. Nobody thought you would deliver it that fast. Since then I never gave you another delivery mission. Rings of smoke came from the carefree-looking Mizukage with a big lazy smile plastered on his face. Oh? Or that one, where you were sent to interrogate a guy in TNI a year prior. Damn, you somehow made him catch dementia? Heh. To be fair, I was there to interrogate him, not coddle him. Rei quipped. The Mizukage nodded in affirmative. Since then I gave you no interrogation or torture missions. The Mizukage smiled in reminiscence. Now, we have a similar discussion almost every 2 months. God forbid, I think it gets more and more frequent. So, Rei, tell me. How long did you study the law book to come with the excuse of her being your slave? The Mizukage's smile changed into a curious one as he puffed on his pipe, but his eyes were not on Rei and the women. He was too busy pouring himself a drink from his expensive sake. Around 30 minutes, or so. Rei scratched his cheek. But slavery is totally legal here. I see, yes, it is legal. If you are noble, the Mizukage calmly stated, taking a sip from his cup. Oh, Rei blinked. Then his demeanor completely changed and he gave a pleasant smile to Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, you misunderstood. I meant to say, she is the new babysitter for May. Tsunade couldn't and burst into giggles as even Conan averted her head and covered her snickers with her palm. Tsunade came forward and bowed slightly. Mizukage-sama, I am nothing much but I know some medical jutsu. I may help in the hospital. The Mizukage squinted his eyes at her. What's your name again? Tsunade gave him a sickly sweet smile with mischievously closed eyes. I am Tsunade. The Mizukage instantly did a spit take, covering the documents on his table in it. Nuu, my paperwork, was his first thought. It, I wasted my expensive sake, was his second thought. Wait, did she just say Yatsuba? Was his third thought that froze his mind. He looked at the old wrinkled woman and gave a sheepish Rei an unamused stare. Here I am showering the guy in young, firm, juicy, healthy, strong, gorgeous kunoichi and he takes an old woman as his wife? The Mizukage wanted to bang his head on the table as he heard Rei's bashful tee-hee. He laid lifelessly on his table and could almost see his soul leaving him. You know what? Do what ya want, punk. Just don't cause any more trouble, I beg you. Anime tears streamed from his eyes. Wow, he is really Mizukage. Tsunade thought as she watched the eye waterfalls completely soak the full stack of finished paperwork with mirth in her gaze as the man didn't yet notice the catastrophe his tears were causing. Rei and the company left the office as Himeno entered. Remind me why don't I just save myself the trouble and offer them defection without being pursued? The Mizukage grumbled childishly. Because they are our S-rank ninja, silly. Himeno giggled. Right. Himeno suddenly stopped in her tracks and robotically turned to Mizukage. You, smoked. Himeno hated it when he smoked. Long ago he promised not to, on the pains of months on the couch-kun. A fate worse than death. Himeno? Ah, it's just your imagination, ahaha. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, as he tried to hide his weed. You. Himeno looked sweetly at him and the Mizukage did the only thing he could. He slowly slid towards the window, slid it open, and jumped out, running for his life. Rie-inin, deom nyouo, I blame yo. He tearfully thought as he evaded sharp ice spikes.